out the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it cheap. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
What's going on? What's going on, man? We live from the boxing section, man. I got a very special guest in here tonight on the late night. One of his fighters just won a silver belt WBC. Another one of his fighters is fighting for undisputed. Wait on my boy to come back. But once he comes back, we'll get it popping. But Mir, what's going on, big dog? How you doing? Good to see you back in the chat. John got my boy Coop got his show going on right now. YV, salute to you, my brother. Yeah, I'm waiting for my boy to get back on. You hit him real quick. But it's late night boxing talk. We're gonna chop it up with a few people tonight. Hopefully everything that I set up work out. Oh, here you go, my dog. Here you go, right here. My boy Hector, man. What's going on? I can hear you now. We can hear you now. What's going on? You got some headphones, man.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Wait, because I can't hear anything.
You can hear me? He'll be back. He'll be back. But that's my man out of Vegas. He's got some great fighters, and we're hoping that they bring it home. They're undisputed. So he gonna bring his fighter on, talk to us a little bit. We're gonna chop it up with him, talk about why he got into the management game. What's next? Besides July, no, was it June 20? Let me see. I think it's June 25th. June 25th. Yeah, so it's June 25th. That's the undisputed bout. I'm looking forward to seeing that. L-Dub was really high on his fighter. And we gonna get to enjoy and see her bring it home. You feel me? So I'm excited about that. And dude, I don't know what the hell's going on, man. I've been having this weak ass cough for like the last couple days, but shit. All right, see if we can get this thing cracking. We good now?
All right, can you hear me now?
Can you hear me? Because I can hear you.
Man, I can't hear anything, bro.
I can hear you fine though. Maybe I don't know if it's me or what. Hey, in the chat, can you hear me in the chat? Let me know if y'all can hear me in the chat.
Is it?
You got Wi-Fi where you at? Rodney, what's going on, Mickey? Y'all can hear me in the chat? We can hear you though. He just can't
hear anything, bro.
I'll call you in a minute.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? You got? Are you connected to the Wi-Fi? You connected to the Wi-Fi? Take your headphones out. All right, hold on, y'all. Give me 1 minute. I'm gonna put this timer up. Give us 1 minute. All right, we back. So we're gonna have to chop it up with him later on. We'll get to him later on. But hopefully the other guests I got can come through tonight. If not, we'll just chop it up about this boxing. Jashawn Brown, what's going on? Tom Brown, the Browns is in the motherfucking building. What's going on? Man, we got the Browns in the building, man. Salute to y'all boys. It's fight week. I'll be in New York. I'll be in the city that never sleeps. The home of the Tims. You know what I mean? I'll be in a home of street ball at its finest and one. I'll be in the home, the Mecca, you know what I'm saying, of rap. I'll be in the Mecca of basketball. I will be in New York City, boss. This weekend, I'll be in Manhattan, kicking my feet up, kicking up dust. However it goes, I'm gonna be in that thing, kicking it. I can't wait, man. I got Las Vegas Leon in the building. Wyatt Simmons is gonna be in the building with us. Of course, Blue Blood. Man, listen. What me and Blue Blood got planned for y'all tomorrow is special. I mean, y'all gonna love this shit. Man, listen. Make sure y'all up early in the morning tomorrow. Me and Blue Blood got something special for y'all, man. In the words of the great philosopher Blue Blood, my peopleizations. You know what I'm saying? We got something special just for y'all. Let me see. Trying to get. Can you hear me now? I can hear you though. Man, we'll catch about. Hold on. y'all give me 1 more minute, blood. I'm sorry. Give me 1 more minute, cause I cannot rest until I get my dog on the show. Give me 1 second. All right, we back. Oh shit! Fuck. Damn. I done missed out on so much. I done missed out on some paper, y'all. Shit. Fuck. Damn. Missed out on these fucking ads. All right. We back. Yeah, man. So like I said, I'll be in the building.
Last night was with me. Last night was with me.
All right. So yeah, and listen, this is my first time being in New York. I'm ready to go. I cannot wait, bro. But like I said, man, me and Blue Blood got some special shit planned tomorrow. Me, Las Vegas Leon, and Blue Blood and YSM, we got some shit planned for y'all. We got some shit planned for y'all about this piece. So I'm looking forward to this shit. I'm looking forward to this shit here. We got friends of the program fighting. You know what I'm saying? That's major. Um,
It's a race to my dreams down a long haul. Obstacles in my way, I start to fucking crawl. Gotta get it by any means, just to I talk that shit to my hood, how we done lost it all. Had some good and bad times, never thought we would fall. It's like we even up the score, then we missed the ball. Lost many in my hood, and we missed them all. Can't trust nobody, don't know who to call. Know some niggas line you up, put you on the star. Learn everything about you like a catalog. Some brothers in the system and they standing tall. Some folding up, telling on shit so small. Get out in the streets and they let it brawl. It's a race to my dreams down a long haul. Obstacles in my way, I start to fucking crawl. Gotta get it by any means, this the casting call. Free the gang that's behind the walls. Say it twice, let you know that I mean it, dog. Come from where I'm from, now you the underdog. Trying to control your life just like an analog. Life is blurred times, moving like you in the fog. Only the real in the streets gon' feel my pain. What you see? You see it?
Having him young, seeing him growing up.
I mean, it was good, man, because I see where they come from. Because I wasn't his trainer at the time. I was around him a lot. And I see him in a lot of different tournaments and stuff. You know what I mean?
What's it like now? You're older, you never have anything for your team.
Oh, see, the only thing about that is that he should have been here a long time ago back. But we had no problem with the what's the promoter? He tried to say he was a promoter, but he really wasn't a promoter. He was like a matchmaker. And Josh had no problem with him. And that's what happened. You know what I mean? But I didn't want to go down there and train him because he had other guys down there. And he still wanted me to be on the team, but I didn't want to go down. You know, because I had all these other guys up here. You know what I mean? But no, he was still in here, but his pop told him to come back up here. That's why he's up here now. You know what I mean? You see, he should have been right there with Boots. Should have been right there with Boots. Because they were at the same time. In Utah. We all went down there together.
So what would you say? What would you say? Actually,
well, you know, people don't understand. He's not only a punch, he can box too. You know what I mean? And he's kind of quick too. But most of the time, he like to rely on use that speed. Because the punches that you see, punches that you don't see, knock you out. That's the one that knock you out. Punches that you don't see. But you know, if you throwing power shots like he was just doing, loading up, you can tense your body for that. You know what I mean? But once you don't see, you don't know it's coming. And that's why I would tell everybody, use speed. If you already can fight, use speed. That's what's going to take you out.
Not the only person that had problems out here. So,
damn, he got
like,
a big problem.
Me talking to people, real rap. Me, like, I talk to everybody. Like, people let me know their problems and all that. Like, because I can kind of give them ways to go around things and all that. Like, I mean, that's why me and my baby mom so cool. Like, you feel me? Because, like, she still had problems that she come to me for, and I still had, like, my problems, you mean? Come to each other on some friend shit, and then not be biased on this shit. You feel me? We can give it to each other straight up. Like, no fabrication, no nothing. You mean? She might need me a little fabricated a little bit for her, you mean? Because, you know, she a woman.
Yeah,
but for a nigga or something, when they have a problem, bro, I get that shit to you as real as I can give it, bro. Because I would expect for you to do the same thing for me, bro.
My name is Deidre Marche Jones. This is my son Joshua Jones. When he was first born, he was born premature. He weighed 215 and a half. He stayed in the hospital for at least 2 weeks before he came home.
All right, we're back, man. I'm sorry for the inconvenience and the moving and the grooving and the leaving and the coming and the leaving and the coming. My bad, y'all. All right, but we'll be back officially. All right. Yeah, so salute to everybody coming in, man. PJ's Big Dog, what's happening? AJ, what's going on, man? Yeah, hey, Tom Brown, appreciate you, Big Dog. No, he's actually a manager. So he manages a lot of fighters. one of his fighters is fighting on the 25th of June for undisputed. So let's hope they can finish strong, so we can have a team full of champions. Because everybody we interview is gonna be a champion. We got Boots gonna be a champion. Troy gonna be a champion. You know what I'm saying? Mario Jones gonna be a champion. So we got some folks in here that's gonna be champions for sure. So we just gotta keep grinding, keep interviewing, keep doing our thing, keep showing up to these fights, keep grinding, and we're gonna be all right. Yeah, man, I can't wait to touch New York and really get to feel New York, man. I'm excited about this shit, dog. I bought my plane ticket today. I spent too much fucking money. Yeah, I'll be in Philly Friday. So salute. Man, Chris, what's going on, man? I'll be in Philly Friday. So it's gonna be lit. It's gonna be lit for sure. So I'll definitely be in Philly Friday. So that's gonna be some dope shit to be a part of. Yeah, we got some shit coming, man. Shout out to my dogs, man. Yeah, y'all don't understand the content that I'm bringing this weekend is gonna be the jump start of the content that I start bringing every fight. Every fight, I'm gonna start just bringing extra content, and I'm gonna start doing something even better. Like I got some shit in mind that it's gonna be fucking lit. It's gonna be fucking lit. It's gonna be fucking lit. Listen, if shit go the way I got it in my mind, it's a wrap. We're gonna have a great fucking man. My motherfucking dog, man. The Macadocious Mac of the South. What's going on, big homie? Man, great to see you back in the building on the panel. You understand? Really, the Philly takeover been upon us. But yeah, it's going down. Friday is going. It's going the fuck down. And if shit go how I want it to go, it's gonna be fucking lit. It's gonna be lit for sure. So I'm looking forward to all of those things happening the way we need it to happen. But dude, so we'll see Boots this weekend. My boy Josh, we're gonna see my boy Josh. We'll see Greg Haggett this weekend. We're gonna see some folks, man. We're gonna get it popping. Hope I can see my boy Real, and some of his fighters. But yeah, we're gonna have some great content, man. This shit here is gonna be fucking lit for sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited though. I'm excited. But that Joe Smith Jr. versus Arthur Beterbiev is gonna be a fucking war, and I can't wait to fucking get to it. Just go to the boxingsection.com, and good to go. I'm gonna put the link in the chat right now. I'll put the link in the chat right now. Boom. Link is in the chat. So if y'all want to watch the movie, the whole in its entirety, the link's in the chat. Yeah, so yeah, I'm excited though, man, but that's gonna be a fucking war. It's gonna be a bloodbath, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. I think it's gonna be a great fucking fight. I won't be surprised at an upset. I won't be surprised just because Joe Smith Jr. He's got a high motor. He's always coming forward. Hey, that's my man. Greg, hey, that's my dog for real. Yeah, that's like my man for real. But yeah, Joe Smith always coming forward, never stops. And Arthur Beterbiev is the same way. Now, if Arthur Beterbiev's defense is lacking, then we will see. My bad, y'all, man. It's one of them damn nights, man. It's one of them nights. Dre's Finest, what's going on with you, man? Salute to you, brother. Yeah, it's one of them nights, dude. Can't get shit right. So somebody DM me a question. I guess have you seen Keyshawn Davis, the young man who beat under David Benavidez, Rio, and he a heavyweight, Jerry Anderson. That was his top 3. Yeah. Hold on, real quick, y'all. Tell me what y'all think. This is his top 3. Hold on, real quick. Hold on, real quick though. Yeah, grandmama's favorite fat boy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, your woman's favorite fat man. You know what I'm saying? The coolest fat guy on the motherfucking planet. You understand that? If she looked, she took. Shout out to my motherfucking dog, man. The one and only. L. Cooperton himself. Jay, what's going on, big dog?
What's up, my boy? Hey, drop the link, because I'm bringing my whole panel over here to come fuck with your shit. Drop the link.
Like he got up there and said, "Fuck black women."
He did, man. He did. And you let him. You let him off the hook. You let what?
That's not my nigga. I don't give a fuck what he like. Like he can fight bitches all he wants.
No, you were supposed to. You were supposed to defend your sisters. That nigga said he
need to defend nobody.
You still alive, John? Oh man, the real pisser offer. My motherfucking dog. Listen, man. I keep him around for my ratings to go up. If anybody got a problem with Mex, y'all let me know. That's my dog.
Hey.
Nice.
That's my dog.
That's my dog.
Yo, what up, Coop?
97 here and nice Raymond.
Hey, talk about MMA real quick, bro. I got these kids.
Let's talk about MMA real quick. MMA, man. Now this past Saturday was pretty lit. If anybody caught those fights, man, there's some really good fights on that shit. You know what I'm saying? What's happening with the chat, man? See AJ64, Jay Finest, Taylor Bell. You know what I'm saying? Macadocious Mac the South.
Shout out Mex for coming to the panel.
Yo, what up, Cole?
I can dig it. You know where I am, though. I would have been on it.
Hey, I sent all y'all the link though, so y'all come on over. And you can cut your camera off too, Fifi, if you want to. Like, you just gotta fuck with the buttons.
817. You like my big cousin up in this motherfucker. Just a fucking asshole to the fullest. But it's all up. I know 817 don't like my nickname on my car, but that's okay. So with the gang out there, man.
So with y'all players on this Wednesday, man.
Yeah, what is this? Women Wednesday or whatever, right? But there's only nothing but men up in this motherfucker.
I'm about to pop off in a few seconds whenever Cowboy come back to the computer.
Oh, there he is. There's Pimp C Jr. right there.
Hey, what's up? What's going on? Oh, it's officially Women's Wednesday. Let me shut the fuck up.
Bing, bing, bing. There's the plug. What's
up, y'all? John's pen on their way through.
Hold on. I gotta move something around real quick. Bang! There we go.
I want you to make a TV and
Hey,
hold
listen.
on.
Hold on. I gotta give a special shout out to this.
Oh, there
next
go
person.
John right there.
Me and this next person, we went to Job Corps together. We were overachievers. All right. Shout out to the goddamn copy corner. Fifi.
He's funny.
Shout out to the copy corner. Huh? They don't know about that.
Oh, I remember the copy corner. I was in there. Yes. I remember my little office.
So Mex, this is Fifi. Fifi, this is Mex.
I do.
I'm sorry.
Is
Hey,
Fifi
what y'all
short for something?
introducing them to my boo for?
Wait, hold on. What, John? Stop.
What was that, John?
Can
we get into it? Can we get into it on the show?
We can get into it.
All right, listen, John. John, can you hear me?
Where'd he go? I don't hear him. Where'd he go? Where's John?
Where did John?
I'm still here. I just got y'all on mute.
Oh.
All right. Hey. You ever heard of R. Kelly and Usher?
What the?
That's a hell of a segue.
You're real funny. You're real funny. This is gonna be interesting.
In the words of Disney's a small world after all. Damn. So shit. It's Women's Wednesday one more time. So we're gonna let the ladies take over real quick, and we're gonna play the background.
Hey, before we get started, can I I give a shout out to Dez, yo. Good look on that shit. I'm gonna take a little hitter for you right here, cause she a real one. Come through in the clutch for your boy.
Oh, she sent that over?
No, how about
Allegedly.
Oh, that's good. See, listen, this is what I'm telling y'all, man. Man, listen. If somebody don't listen, I'm gonna go on a mass shooting. If Desi don't get married in 2 years, I'm gonna go on a mass shooting. I'm gonna shoot a lot of you niggas right in the goddamn face.
I'm friends, man. We friends. You my people. You my people, guys.
I ain't talking about you. I'm just saying. In general.
All right.
I'm just saying that ain't in my plans. Don't do that.
That nigga trying to force you, huh?
Right. Whoa.
I'm down with the life partner game, not the piece of paper game.
And that's what I be saying. Marriage, that's just a fucking title. Like you don't need marriage to actually be some. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying?
I mean,
Turn on the
I
mic
don't
though.
knock it. I don't know what that noise is though, but I don't knock marriage. I just like feel like for me personally, like that's just not something I desire. Like we can have a wedding, we can have a whole ceremony and everything, but I'm not turning in the license. Like, mm-mm. And I think for me, the fear just comes from like, well, it's a fear because I just don't want to give nobody like that much power over my life. Like, what if I get in a car accident and I'm in a coma and they're like, well, maybe in 2 months she'll make progress, but we don't know right now, but you could pull the plug. And they're like, you know what? Fuck that bitch. She pissed me off last week anyway. Pull that plug because I got life insurance on her. Like, no, absolutely not. So, no, thank you. We can be life partners,
So
though.
you just want him to like weekend at Bernie's your ass real quick while you in the coma and shit? Just bring you around everywhere for the next 2 years? You just vegetable status? What would
No,
be
I'm
your
just
cutoff if your
saying
husband was
like
in a coma?
I'm saying I wouldn't want nobody else to have that sort of control over my life just like I said, like if we weren't on a good page and they were able to make the decision, but they made that decision out of anger, not out of actually like considering me or considering our kids and shit if we got kids. Like because it goes to your
What would
next
be your
of kin.
cutoff? If your
My
husband
cutoff
was
for
in a
what?
coma, how long would you wait before you had to pull the
I'm not
plug?
having a husband.
If your life partner who
If
signed
he's
over
my
his
life partner,
belongings
I
to
don't
you,
know. If he's my life partner, I wouldn't get to make that decision. It would go to his oldest child or his parent.
if you don't got that,
It goes to his family, not me. We are not related.
I'm pulling that shit. I ain't waiting no longer to like probably like 6 months. That shit costs money to keep people on that shit.
I'm
You
gonna
gonna
leave
go
It
that.
broke
does.
trying to keep a vegetable.
I'm gonna leave that to your family, man. I don't want to make that decision because I don't want to have it on my conscience. Like, oh, I pulled the plug, and everybody else thinking that I shouldn't pull
That's
the
like
plug.
just like, oops, I tripped over the plug and it came out the wall.
Oh well, shit. That was by accident. I let you die by accident. My bad.
I'll see you up there.
But yeah. Where the host go?
Right. Two people
Hey, Kyle probably already went to sleep, man.
don't sleep.
That
John
nigga,
also.
that nigga left us in his room.
Yeah. I just wouldn't want to be in no situation like that where someone can make a
I
Maybe
tried.
you just
decision
ain't
on
found
my
the person
life
that makes you feel
based
that way
on
yet.
some other shit.
I thought about the marriage shit. You know, I'm talking about that once upon a time, and then I was like, yeah, I don't think that's gonna be for me.
Yo, somebody might going crazy.
Hey.
Cena, what's up, Cena?
Hey. Sorry, I was in school. Sorry. I'm just now leaving. We can go this way.
Well,
So
welcome to
what's
Kyle's show.
ah
I said, welcome to Kyle's show.
Yo, it's your show tonight. It's Women Wednesday. Pump it
right.
up. We
It's
got three
Women Wednesday.
ladies.
It's your
Let's
show right
go.
now.
Get it.
Oh, well, welcome to Women Wednesday. What would you like to contribute?
What would you want me to contribute? I'm confused. I just got in.
Hey, y'all run it. Whatever y'all feel like talking about, just throw it out there. Don't be scared.
Let's see. I'm having a little issue right now with an individual. So, do you feel that it's wrong for a woman to proceed on without their significant other, regardless of the fact that he or she doesn't want to continue into providing a better life?
Peace. I'm out.
This one.
Yeah, we gotta have some type of. We gotta be on some type of the same page. You know what I'm saying? Trying to elevate each other. But if I'm hating on you know what I'm saying? You want to do what you want to do on your goals, and I'm not giving you the encouragement and the help to help you get to where you want to be, so we can get somewhere, or that'll open up my eyes to a new something. So all together we can be on a one page and get to where we need to get to. If we not, then I can't. You know what I'm saying? I can't. I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? You cute and all, but we ain't on the same page. I can't do it.
It depends on what it is. What we talking about?
It's talking about in general, you trying to, make a better life for you and your significant other, but your significant other is
They're
bringing you down.
complacent.
If my bitch trying to pop off some random ass OnlyFans out the cut, then you can do that by yourself. That's I don't know who we talking about. You like, it depends what you mean by doing better.
Well,
Or
no,
trying
like
to better
doing
yourself.
better, like you change your mindset, you hustling in terms of like you go back to school or you're trying to get a better
Oh yeah.
job or shit
Right.
like that. And your partner isn't. Like they just like, well, this is comfortable. Or they knock you for doing what you doing. Like
Oh
that's why
yeah,
I
you can't
said
have that
peace,
around
I'm
you.
out.
You can't have your partner being your hater.
Cause at some point, even if they're not being like a direct hater, like they're not being helpful in the goal of y'all growing together. You know, you're both supposed to grow and elevate. So if one person is only doing all the shit to like be a better person or just put y'all in a better position, then the person that is doing better is gonna look at the other partner like, dude, what the fuck? Like, why you not doing nothing?
I think it's worse when it's the woman that's trying to be the lead and the guy sitting there not doing shit. Because gender roles would more so go for the man trying to do the most to provide
Right.
instead of vice versa. So, but if it's some OnlyFans shit or the girl has a dream of being a stripper or some shit out the cut, nah, I'm
I
supporting
ain't
that shit.
talking
I don't care
about,
how much money.
bootylicious and all that. I wasn't talking about bootylicious and the girls being out now. I'm talking about real, life, career, a job, education wise. That's what I'm talking about. I ain't knocking, y'all doing y'all booty doos out there. That's money too. I ain't mad at you.
Yeah, let me in. Shit, goddamn, my phone died and shit.
Yeah,
Somebody
like
mic still messing up. I think it's Hollywood's, but
I don't think so. His shit
Hollywood
been
on
on
mute.
mute.
I'm on mute.
I don't know.
It
That
might be
shit's
Cena.
still
She
hella
sound like
choppy.
she popping firecrackers over there.
I'm
Oh
fine.
no,
What?
nope. It wasn't Cena. It was Fifi.
Yeah, it stopped now.
So what was the question again?
If your partner, like, if you was elevating yourself and like trying to do better, and your partner's not, like, would you leave them?
Oh, I would take some time because I just don't. I'm not a leave a person type of person. I would definitely take some time to try and figure out what I can do to help them want to elevate.
No, they already have elevated. The other partner is like not.
Yeah,
They're not
like
doing it, or they're knocking you for elevating.
They
oh, they
So
envy
then
knocking
other
me for elevating?
they envy
I
other
said or either one, either situation, but at the end of the day, your partner is still in the same position they've been in forever. And you
Mm.
are changing, you're evolving, you're growing financially and like professionally. And they're not doing anything on their end to like change that for
Well, first I'm trying to
themselves.
figure out
So then
why.
what?
I'm gonna try and figure out why. Like what's going on? Why don't you want to
So
evolve?
then
Why
when are
don't
you leaving? Or are you leaving? Because that was the question.
I don't know. That's a good question because they're not trying to evolve career wise. That's all we talking about, right? Like they complacent in what they're doing career wise and don't want to move forward, or they complacent in life, like they want to live in an apartment, they don't want to get a house, they don't want to own anything, they don't want to go nowhere.
Well, it's not even about not wanting it if they're not doing anything to obtain it, because they could talk about wanting that all day, but if they're not taking steps to like do anything to actually do that, then I would say that that's them being complacent, and say you're the partner that's like taking the steps to do everything to put y'all in a better place, and your partner's not. Like, you cool with that, or you looking at them like, what the hell? That's not cool. I'm out.
How
That's a
about
discussion you
this?
have to have early.
I mean, even if you have it early and then you guys go through, your little changes or whatever, and then later on, okay, all of a sudden, you're motivating him or her to do, everything. You provide them with everything, and then all of a sudden, they just like is at a standstill. In that general sense, what would you do?
I don't know, because I never want to leave nobody when they down, like, and it's like, now that I'm advanced, I want to move on from you, like, but when we was down together, I was okay with being with you, and I knew what type of person you were from the beginning.
I think that's a
I,
bad perspective to have.
I think it's difficult because of the traditional gender roles. Like most girls don't settle for someone that's not on at least their level or a little bit higher. Like a lot of women, at least for the like long term relationships, they want someone that's their equal or better. So if you're constantly evolving, your man got to keep up with you, or you're gonna get lost in the sauce. But like
He
with
gonna
men,
be
it's kind
there.
of like you could be a stay at home wife if we making money. Like it ain't nothing. I don't need you to go out there and be a millionaire with me. It'd be nice, but it's not a requirement. With females, it's like if I'm making a million, you sitting on the couch, this ain't gonna work, motherfucker. Like
Exactly. It's like it's only different when
I
it's
don't think
opposite.
that's true though. I mean, I can only speak from my own personal experience and perspectives, but I disagree. Like, I've dated people that make significantly less than me, and it's not about
and you would marry
like
that person and
them.
have kids with them?
I could,
I
because
did.
I don't date people for their money. Like, I date people for the person that they are.
But if you're
And
gonna
the
start a
whole
family,
thing,
like
like
financial security
like
is
I don't want
important.
nobody that's just like dead ass broke, but I also don't want nobody that has like no passion, no drive, no nothing. Like, I don't want somebody that's just fine with like just like living with the very, 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 very bare minimums, or like shit. Like for example, I know someone who is totally fine with just living in the projects. Like, they've seen their brother get killed in front of their projects. They've seen hella people get shot in front of their projects. They raising kids at that projects. But their mindset is like, okay, well, we just gonna move to a different project. Not like, you know what, like maybe I could do this at work and like put myself in a better position or get a second job, make a little bit more money so I could provide a better living environment for my kids. Like, if their mindset is just like trash, then that's what would make me be like, this person's not gonna work. Not that like they just not making money, just like if you just really can't see yourself living further or doing better than like where you're at. It's more so like, yeah, like I said, like it's their mindset. If that don't change, like for me, like that would more so be what the problem is, not that they're not necessarily making more money.
But shouldn't you have vetted that characteristic of them early, like known
I
that
mean,
before you
there's
got
a
in a
lot of
relationship with
things
them? If
you
they're
should vet
ambitious or if they
early,
get it.
but a lot of the times, love can be blind in the beginning, or maybe like it's just certain circumstances that have made the relationship last longer, honestly, than like what it should. And then you
Mhm.
kind of take a step back and you're able to look at things from a different perspective and be like, maybe this relationship doesn't work anymore.
I feel like women date for potential more than men do. I think men
I
find a girl
think
they like and
so.
hope she don't change, and girls is like, I think like in 5 years he's gonna be like this, and later he'll be a good dad. and just hope. And men are like, yo, I met you like this. I hope you don't change. I hope you don't become something that you're not right now. Like,
Yeah.
Hey, men, we hate change.
Yeah, I don't mind elevation,
Oh,
getting
look
more
who's
money, getting
back.
education, degrees and shit. Like, to change who you are, to now be on me, like, every day we gotta come up with a business plan, babe. Come on, get off your ass. Like, wait, you wasn't like this. You was fucking me in the back alley the other, you know what I mean? We first met. What happened?
Like, who are
Cena,
you?
mute your mic, Cena.
You done watched Gary Vee on Instagram and got all
I miss a lot of that, man. My kids running crazy. But I can whoop my kids too much, man. Allegedly.
You said you whoop them too much?
Sometimes I feel like it, man.
I told you, man, that corner is like capital punishment. You ain't got to whoop them. When you put them in that corner, they get to breaking down and acting like you didn't kill them.
Nah, dude, I put Junior in the corner like twice today, bro.
Ooh, that's a good topic for ladies. How you feel kids should be disciplined in this era? If I don't know if any of your mothers, but if not, what would be your
I ain't gonna lie, little boys need their ass whooped. Little girl, I can look at my daughters with a crazy look and they might get their shit together or put them in the corner.
Them
But
kids
little
do not
boys,
listen to you.
they need it.
No, they
Can
don't.
we be honest? Them girls do not listen to you.
Oh, they
You
don't have
might
to
get them
respect me
to
at
abide
all.
by you for all of 2 seconds, and right after that, they is right back to what they was doing.
Oh yeah, my daughters have no respect for me at all.
At all.
But I put them in the corner and they get their shit together.
Temporarily.
I haven't had with my daughter in like 5-6 years, but the last one we had, I had to clear the furniture out. Man, that was like a real pay-per-view. But ever since that day, it's just the threat of it now. I was like, don't make it. And then, but mine's a teenager now. She be pushing it, and I feel like that take it away shit is probably the best thing. Find out what she loves the most.
What are you doing?
See what I mean?
Hold on, man.
On cue,
See what I mean?
On cue.
Boy, I'm telling you, them kids run
So,
that
Dad, you talking about us? It's summer vacation too now.
Bro,
Ain't no
she
more
gotta go to
school.
school tomorrow, man. She's in like a day
Shit.
school, right? I told her to go to bed at like 8:45. What
Are you
time is it?
shocked?
I'm
Are you shocked? Don't be
thirsty.
shocked. Don't be shocked.
You know what's crazy? My daughter go to sleep hella late and she still wake up hella early in the morning.
Oh, not this one. This motherfucker won't fight.
I don't know how she does this, bro.
I gotta fight with my baby every morning in order for her to get up and get ready, brush her teeth and shit. It's a war. So that's why I make her go to bed so early. Get your nice amount of rest. So in the morning, you be cool, but she never want to do that shit.
What's crazy is when my daughter, she just get right the fuck up, dog. She's like, who did we just lose, Dad?
Not mine. Fuck. You saw my post the other day, man. It's a war. Get my daughter up too. Like, damn, girl, get your ass up. And I wake her up like 2 hours
Why do you
before we
call
have to
me
leave
your
the house.
seed?
My seed? Yeah, like me and my seed. Like, why you calling my seed? Yo, but man, these kids wilding, man. Still fun though. Best thing ever, man.
Nah, no question about it.
No, it's not. Stop fucking lying to the internet.
Bro, that's the best shit ever, bro.
These kids are fucking forcing gray hairs in our heads and ruining our lives.
That's my job for me.
Hey, my daughter saved my life, so I'm damn sure I'd be dead or in prison by now for damn sure.
Hey, you heard me, John?
Well, happy early Father's Day to y'all.
Oh,
hey, appreciate it.
Yeah, happy early Top Day.
Hey, I seen this
love
water
that.
gun that I want for Father's Day if y'all want to buy it.
I've been
Well,
convinced.
I got a question for y'all. I know hella dads that complain about Father's Days, like gifts. Like, what do y'all want, or what do y'all consider a good Father's Day gift?
Y'all don't
Same
think
thing
about.
y'all want.
Hold on, wait. Y'all don't think about us how we think about y'all when it comes to Mother's
That's
Day.
not the question. What the
But
hell
no,
do
but
you
I'm
got the
want?
saying so.
It's
feedback.
not a comparison right now. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this.
I
What
just,
do
I
y'all
Oh,
just,
want?
I want electronics. You can buy me a fit or some shoes or electronics.
I
I
want
don't
some
want
jewelry.
a motherfucking tool belt or no goddamn screwdriver.
I want another chain.
I want
This
another
nigga
check.
is expensive.
Me
You
too. I
want to
want
be,
another,
you want to be
I
a
want
bad
another
bitch so
chain.
bad.
You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
this shit sound hella corny, but I just want time and acknowledgement. That's
Cal,
it.
stand up and
Spend
show
time
us
with
that
me
piece, bud.
and just tell me that you love me.
You
That's
said
it.
what?
Stand up and
I
show us
want
the
time.
piece in the boxer section.
Oh, they
Sign
already
in the
saw
way.
that, man. They already saw the piece, man.
I'm trying to see it tonight. Let me see the game, man. You feel me? Let me see the boxer section.
I guess I do a quick flex.
You feel me? Young 20 on my
I
neck,
guess.
10 on my
I
wrist.
guess like we pull your.
Yeah.
I guess I do a quick flex, you know.
They
Gotta get
calling
off
young
the
20
dollars
on his
first,
neck,
bro.
10 on his wrist.
You know. Chill, 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 champ. Chill, chill, chill.
Yeah, man. Nigga said he got your baby mama Nissan Altima around his neck, man. Don't get it
Man,
twisted.
I cannot.
What's wrong with this dude?
My Father's Day is always like my daughter's
Hey,
second
hey,
birthday.
hey,
I
hey,
take her out.
So
hey,
would
didn't
you
got that.
prefer to celebrate Father's Day with your kids or away from
Every
your
year.
kids?
With
Every
my
year.
kid.
Mandatory.
I ain't gonna lie though, bro. Like sometimes, like I don't want my kids for Father's
Well,
Day.
you got
What
7 of
you
them things. So, I mean, we get that.
Like
Understandable.
nobody cares about how I went through my Father's Day. You know, moms they get to go on trips and stuff like that and be away. Like dads, we forced like, oh no, huh, take the kids on your day. Hold on, man. I want to kick my feet up. You know, like
This is
I want to be at. I listen. I man, listen. I spent so much money going to New York, bro, and I could have saved so much money by switching the days in which I wanted to go.
Because you're going during Father's Day weekend.
No, I'm saying it was cheaper if I would have been in New York on
wait,
Father's
wait,
Day.
wait, 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 wait.
Oh,
Oh,
cause you coming back for Father's Day.
Wait, so you still going?
Yeah.
he's not
That's
going
right,
on
Kyle.
Father's Day weekend. He changed
Wait,
it.
but you still
No,
going
no,
this
I'm still
weekend?
No,
going,
you're
but
going
I'm
on Saturday for the fight, and you coming back Sunday for Father's Day.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's
That's right.
crazy.
Oh
Hey, you
my
a
god.
real one, Kyle. Cheers to that. I'll drink to that too. I don't need no
Oh
excuses,
my
but we did.
god.
hey, listen, this is it's a lifestyle.
Cal,
I did a lot of shit to live
listen,
this here lifestyle.
listen.
For Young
I
Thug.
got for you, bro. I got expensive advice from now on because you don't listen to it, and I ain't about to keep giving you this game I got over here if you ain't gonna listen to that shit. I'm telling you. You heard $1 million worth of game. This shit I got, man. This guy.
Shout out to
Drop it
Freestyle.
on, Jacob. I want to hear.
Right? Are you about to share it or just?
The,
I
I don't
know
want to share
it's to
our
be sold and
private
not told,
conversation.
but
Me and Cal had a private conversation, but he's just he's a fool.
He don't understand, man. Chances make champions, man.
Yeah.
Sacrifice is key in this game.
Chances make you lose a lot of shit too. Shit that you care about.
every damn day I'm taking
I'm
chances.
trying to win. God damn it.
Anything happening, I can't
You
You
handle.
trying to
playing to lose.
win.
I'm playing to win.
You
See,
trying to win,
John,
but think about the
listen,
losses you're gonna take trying to win.
listen.
I'm
You
gambling with
playing
my life.
not
It
to
is
lose.
what
Gambling
I'm
it
with my
playing to
life.
win.
is.
Well, what are y'all ladies doing for your father on Father's Day?
Oh, like regularly or just this year?
I mean, this year or regularly, I guess. What's the pattern?
Not the dude. What about the special father in y'all life? Let's not say fathers or parents and stuff. What y'all doing for the special father in y'all life? The father that y'all care about the most.
I really don't know. I asked him what he wanted. He said he don't care. Whatever he gets, he said he's never been disappointed by anything I've done or given him. So he was like,
Man,
nothing this
I
year
hate
is
that.
gonna
I
be
wish I had that
anything
same
short.
life.
Mm.
So I don't know what to do. So my plan is either to make cupcakes that are his favorite flavor or a cake. Or go to the movies because he was talking about going to the movies. So maybe we'll go to the movies. I don't know.
Movies and cupcakes.
I'm hoping I had the same.
Oh shit. Tunnel.
Roll your window up, Cena.
Cena, how far are you still working this?
Roll your window up or turn off the air.
Look here.
Land the
I
airplane.
think that's the air. It's the car.
It's the car
It's the
I'm
noise of
driving.
driving.
I'm on my way home from school.
You driving a
using an
slingshot?
airplane.
You got a convertible?
No.
Running with the top down.
I told her to go to bed 3 hours ago.
That car
3 hours ago.
Because I'm zooming right now. I'm trying to get home right now. So don't mind me. That's just, me speaking.
Oh, Kev is back. The boy is back. What up, Kev?
Oh, see, he did. This the guy that said he don't like black women. And Dan
Here
said he
we
didn't say
go.
that.
Oh my god.
He didn't say that.
Oh shit. Let's get it
He
started.
said his first wife was black.
Oh man, my kid about to get their ass fucked. Hold on.
Oh, I hear the police already. Someone gonna get it. Hey, Deb, did you write questions down this time, or are you still thinking of freestyling them on the fly?
You know, I'm a freestyle type person. I did have one, but I didn't finish it beforehand because it was gonna be like if you could build the perfect woman, but it cost you $25, and then like list the items and how much they cost. But I didn't finish
Where
it.
that's at?
We'll finish that.
I didn't
Let's do it.
finish it.
I need to build a bitch because I need one.
I'm really
Well, even if we didn't do like prices, I think we talked about it before, but like maybe what's like the top 2 or 3 qualities that you would want in a long-term partner?
I got $26. You said
Can I give you a side note though?
26.
Like, I'm really starting to question me and Dad's friendship because
Here we go.
at
This
this
is
point,
not your show, John. This is not your show.
Yes,
This
it
is not
is.
your show.
Listen,
It's not John's show.
I ask every week for motherfuckers to help me with questions for my podcast. I've never got a question like this.
You don't have any topics for your podcast. This show is Women Wednesdays. Like
Boom, stand
it's
on
about
it.
women.
Claim it.
Like your show covers so many different things. Like I don't know where to go and what to ask. Like all my
All right,
questions
y'all.
would just be
Boxing
random.
session. I'm gonna holler at y'all. Good night, bro.
Damn. He gonna cry in the car. He gonna cry in the car.
You done ran him off, Des.
That nigga ain't go no fucking place.
Because you couldn't get an answer from me. Come on.
That nigga ain't go no goddamn there.
I mean, shit, I gotta get up and go to work in the morning, but I'm gonna stay a little bit longer.
Hey, Max, Max, you're not gonna be on the Mexican on the show tonight.
You said what happened?
You're not gonna be the only Mexican on the show tonight.
I'm American, bro. I told you about that.
Of Mexican descent.
Allegedly.
What's wrong with this dude?
I ain't done no 23andMe yet, so don't label me. Why? You an honorary Mexican today or what?
No, my boy Hector. He coming on the show. He's supposed to be on earlier, but he coming through the night. And we're gonna talk a little boxing.
What's up? Does Fifi talk or she just be coming on and off panels and shit?
Hey, my shit about to die. I'm gonna type in with y'all later on, man.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you gotta finish that build a bitch question right there. Get the little chart up.
Why does it gotta be build a bitch though?
Because it goes better because of the bees. There's a better ring to it.
Not build
It's
a
not called
babe.
build a teddy bear for a reason. Because to build a bear, ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Why can't we build a bay?
Oh, that's a good one. That's better. I like that.
Right. That's what I said. Build a
I said,
bay.
hey, you got
So
that one.
long
Sit your
term
trucking ass
partner.
down, Mix.
I like that. Build a bay. Okay. I didn't mean to offend you, Kyle. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, man.
Hey, like Cat Williams said, I just call you bitches because I don't know you personally. You know what I mean? You know what it is.
I'm sick of your shit, Mix.
Join the club, bro. I think they all meet Thursday night at 6:00.
Oh, man.
Deacon got
Felicia.
to hit him.
So Felicia.
Yes.
What is the ideal date for you?
Ideal date.
Uh-huh. You got a bag of chips over there? You open it?
You got firecrackers in the room.
It's so sad I can't really hear. It's like echoing.
It sounds like you trying to open a bag of chips over there, Felicia.
That's it out here.
Sally, you're eating corners.
So hey.
I'm not. I can't hear it. I can't hear it. Because it's static, it's echoing.
Oh.
Like the mic.
Damn, now it stopped. What was that?
So what's the ideal date, Felicia, if you can? You're on mute.
Can you hear me now? Because I could get
Yeah.
off the mute. Our ideal date. Just whatever to get to know somebody at ideal date. No matter what you're doing. You know? But someone getting to know ideal. I've never really had an ideal date just hanging out.
What's a turn off on a first date?
That's a good turn off. Oh, turn off. I'm thinking a lot, but like when you just much too simple, that's turn off. Like when you just talking about certain stuff, like hey, we just getting to know each other. That later on, but we be doing too much too soon. That's not for me. Like okay, no. But turn off. Not being prepared. How about that? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Kyle, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
No, okay, not being prepared, but I'm saying, this is real experience, right? With you, like you know this person. we went to Job Corps with him. You hear me?
Can I do the initials?
Yeah,
can
you
I do
can
the
do
initials?
We ain't trying to do. How do you know? Because I never told you. I don't talk to. I've never talked to you in how many years? So how would you know who I'm talking? Yeah,
DP.
he told you.
But I already knew that though. Like, come on.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. This is after Job Corps. This is years after Job Corps, though.
But I knew.
We gonna have a.
Y'all had like.
You gonna have a conversation about that. No,
Listen,
this is after years.
I
This
knew,
ain't during Job Corps. This ain't during.
I knew y'all had something like. I'm saying, I knew y'all had like something going on at Job Corps though.
No, we didn't have nothing going on. I'm telling you right now. He liked it, of course, but he wasn't whatever serious. You know, just playing around, blah blah blah. You know, you gotta you like somebody got a crush, but he wasn't doing nothing about it. She was, you got a crush. That's it. I'm talking about during Job Corps. After this is years after. I'm talking about we connected with him after Job, some years after Job Corps.
Yeah.
This is what I was talking about, not being prepared. But I'm saying that's a difference. This is to make me and you conversation. Cause
Yeah.
But not like I'm trying. But I'm just saying real stuff, and I'm just saying with the facts of it all. But no, just yeah. Anyway, that's another question. That's another conversation. Because you know who I'm talking about. You know this ain't fake. I'm not. You know who I'm talking about. This is real life stuff. But you probably, I'm like, did he tell you this? I'm talking about after years later. I ain't talking about after.
He may have though.
Well, I want to know what you know, cause honey, no, don't lie.
We got to talk off wax stuff. Off wax. DJ. Hey, this is my co-host. He's a sex icon. He's a sex symbol in most ladies' eyes. You know what I mean? Your grandmama's favorite grandson. My motherfucking dog. DJ in the house. What's going on, DJ? Oh,
what's
Superhead
going on,
ass.
bro? What's going on, man?
Hey, DJ, what you play that song? What's up, Playboy?
What's going on, man? How everybody doing tonight? Everybody cool?
If my kids will go to sleep, I'll be even better.
Everybody except for Fifi's mic, yeah.
It's mine. Okay, let me mute mine and see.
This nigga John really left. What the hell is his problem?
He was sad, bro. Desi did him dirty. That's betrayal at its finest.
Oh man, Desi chopping heads off already?
I'm really not.
John packed his shit and went home. He was done.
Oh man, what
It's
we on
late
tonight?
for him anyway. I'm surprised he was still up.
And now you telling me at a bedtime, just add insult to injury.
I did
Yeah.
not. Kyle, no, John be asleep like by 11 o'clock.
Oh, he ain't the old man out the group, is he?
He be nodding off. Done.
So check it out. My boy Hector, he's a boxing legend in the making. He got great fighters on this stable. He's a manager. This my dog. Now he was supposed to be here earlier before Women's Wednesday. We're gonna add him on and just chop it up with him about a little bit about boxing life. He can get in on some of these conversations and things like that. But without further ado, man, my dog.
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you guys. Hector.
What's going on, man?
What's going on, Hector?
What's cracking up?
Not much, guys. Right here. Sorry, man. I tried getting on earlier, but it was just impossible at the gym.
No, it's all good. Hector, my boy DJ has an Android too. His does the same exact thing.
Screw Android, man. I'm buying an iPhone tomorrow.
Don't you get that paperweight? They just really cool paperweights, man. Yes, sir.
How's it going, guys?
Oh, we good over here. I think Kyle doing with them.
We're good. How are you?
Pretty good. Coming back from the gym, doing some strength and conditioning with one of my fighters, and ready to get some rest, man. We have a big week coming up.
What events are you guys fighting in this week?
I have Alma Ibarra. She's fighting for the welterweight undisputed on June 25th on the Zone on the Matchroom card. We're fighting Jessica McCaskill.
I was about to say, y'all fighting McCaskill?
Yes, sir. We're fighting McCaskill.
Oh man, what's it been like preparing for her?
Right on.
You know, it's been difficult. It's been difficult because she's got such an unorthodox style. She's a pit bull. She's wild. She's very good. I have nothing but respect towards Jessica McCaskill. But my girl, she's had about 300 amateur fights. She's fought Clarissa Shields in the amateurs in the games. We lost on a split decision. We fought Raquel Miller, Franchon Cruz, Hannah Gabriels. I mean, my girl's been around all these big girls, and Jessica's a little girl. So hopefully the bully gets bullied this time around.
For sure.
Okay.
So you do a lot of the Zone, man.
Yeah, we were just in the Zone last week, and then we're back on the Zone this week.
Yeah, so listen, man, if I wasn't in New York right now, I don't know about San Antonio, but I would have took a trip. You know what I mean? How is it? How is San Antonio?
Man, San Antonio is beautiful. beautiful, bro. And people out there are just amazing. Of course, I don't know if you guys could tell, but I'm Mexican. So we have a lot of Mexicans down there that are hopefully they're gonna go out there and they're gonna support my girl. It's not our first rodeo in San Antonio, so we've been around the people down there, and it's just great boxing fans, man. I think it's gonna be amazing.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm not really a DAZN guy like that, but that's something I want to I'm looking forward to, because I do want to see a friend of the program get them belts. So that'd be so dope to have her on, you on, showing all those belts and things like that.
Thank you, bro. My girl lives in Mexico. So we're gonna have the belts. Hopefully when we win, we're gonna have the belts delivered to my house. So trust me, bro, you're gonna see me around Las Vegas holding 5 belts, walking around like if I'm the champ, lying to everyone, saying that I'm undisputed.
Yeah, it's dope. That's dope. Tell us real quick, how did you get into to managing? I know the story, but everybody got to hear the story. This story is crazy. DJ, when I tell you this is one of the best stories you're gonna hear, bro, it's a great story. But go ahead, tell us the story about how you got into the management game.
Man, I was pretty much just a nice guy. I went to the airport here in Las Vegas to pick up one of my very good friends. He was coming from Mexico City, and he calls me and he's like, "Hey, bro, my flight is gonna be delayed. We're in Phoenix, and I think we're gonna make it there tomorrow." And I'm like, "All right." So I'm walking out disappointed, and I see a group of Mexicans, maybe 7 or 8 of them, and they're talking to each other in Spanish, like, "Hey, you tell them, no, you tell them, no, I don't speak English, neither do I." So, as a fellow Mexican, I said, I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna see if I can give them a hand. So I told them, "Hey guys, what do you need?" And they're like, "We need a taxi cab. We're going to Mandalay Bay." So I tried to get them a taxi cab, but it was 8 or 9 of them, so no one would let them in. It's like maximum of 5. They needed a limo. Limo was gonna take about 45 minutes, and they really needed to get there as soon as possible. So I was like, "Dude, we're Mexican. We're done. I mean, we're used to doing this. Everyone just hop in my car. I'll give you guys a ride, and that's it." Take him to the Mandalay Bay, and the guy's like, "Bro, one last thing. Can you help us get our rooms? Because we don't speak a word of English." So I'm like, "Sure." At this point, bro, I'm like, really? You're pushing it, bro. I already gave you a ride. Anyway, I try getting him a room, get there, and the guy's like, "Man, you've been so nice. Let me just give you some money." I said, "No, bro. I did it out of just kindness, and let's just leave it at that." He said, "Well, let's do something. Let's have dinner together." And that's that. All right. So while we're having dinner, this one guy comes up to me and he's like, "Do you want to take a picture with him?" And I'm like, "No, why would I want to take a picture with him?" He's like, "Dude, this is an up-and-comer Mexican fighter, and he's about to fight for a world title, and I think he's very, very, very good. What's his name?" "Well, his name is Saul Alvarez. They call him Canelo." And I'm like, "I'm not really into boxing, but all right, I'll take a picture." Took a picture with him, sent it to my dad, and my dad is like, "Oh my God, that's Canelo. He's going to be Mexico's next big thing." My dad is a big boxing fan. So after having dinner and just, chopping it up and having some fun, we really connected, the team and I, and they were like, "Dude, why don't you stay with us for the next 2 weeks and we'll pay you to be our translator?" And I'm like, "No, man, I have a job." I was working at a diner at the time. I was a waiter. So I was making really good money in tips, like probably $100 a day. So I was like, "No, man, I have a really good job." And he's like, "All right, what if we give you, like, I don't know, $3,000? And I'm like, "For the 2 weeks?" And he's like, "No, bro, I would never do that to you, like per week." And I'm like, $6,000 in 2 weeks?
Right?
I'm like, "Get the fuck out of here." Of course. Right in that second, I call my job and I'm like, "Guys, I'm really under the weather. I can't show up the next 2.5 weeks." And I got fired, by the way. They were like, "No, you better show up tomorrow." Got fired. But
You on mute.
You on mute. You on mute. Uh-oh. If you can hear us, you're on mute.
Good. Am I back?
Okay, that's better.
Back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Something happened out here.
You can't hear us?
Can you hear us? No, I don't think he. Oh
The
man.
negative.
God damn it, Kyle. It's your fault, man.
No, man, it's Android's fault, man.
Yeah.
Hold on, y'all. I'll be right back.
Time to go out and come back in.
Man, oh man. Oh, dang. Well, once again, how's everybody doing? Sorry, I'm tardy to the party. Desi, you just sound like you just over it today.
Sorry, Wednesdays are my long days, and like I'm on John's show, and then right after that is Kyle's, and then I don't get any sleep, and I gotta wake up at 4:30.
I believe in you. You good.
Well, Fifi, Cena, how y'all doing today?
Okay. I was supposed to work today, but I didn't have to. But I go to work
Hey, I have makeup work to do at school, so I'm alright, I guess.
Okay. What was y'all on before I popped on? I didn't hear the subject.
We wasn't really talking about nothing, honestly.
Okay. Hey Kyle, I called Lisa. She was like, I know you ain't calling me to be on that damn podcast. I was like, hey, you know it. She's like, hell no. Y'all kept me up super late last time. I was like, you could have left whenever you got ready. You like talking up. Stop acting like
DJ,
that.
DJ.
Huh?
I can't. If you can see, if you back on, can you add them on? I can't see anything.
Me either. I was gonna ask you the same thing.
No,
fucking dumb and dumb,
on my
man.
dashboard. What is going on with StreamYard tonight?
Damn it.
Man, that was a fucking good story. I was really getting into that shit. I was
Damn.
there.
So was I. I want to know more.
Right.
Oh,
3,000 a week. Shit.
Right.
The DVD skip is the best part.
I
You gonna pay me 3 racks a week just to talk?
3 racks a week, bro. 3 racks a week with Canelo's cap.
Man,
my shit's freezing. Y'all hear me?
Well, yeah, we can hear you. Your screen keep freezing too, or is it just me?
Yeah, you on dial up tonight, Kyle.
My shit's fucking up tonight.
Disastrous.
Hold on.
I would have told him I'll be your translator for the rest of your fucking life, bro. Fuck that.
Oh God. Just keep it flowing. Keep it flowing.
That's it.
Now he going. Man, don't nobody drop off because I can't see where I can let y'all back in.
Dun, dun, dun.
See, Desi done ran everyone off the show already.
Nah, man. Desi's harmless, man. She's harmless.
I Coop was sad when he left, man. He was sad. He was sad. Your boy was sad.
I don't think he went out that bad, man.
I mean, the timing was not good for it to be a joke.
If you could name a song or an album to match y'all's mood right now, what would it be?
Any genre of music?
Any genre.
DJ, you sure you can't see nothing, dog?
I can't see jack, man. It won't even. It's not even like showing me the dashboard. I know I got the password and everything, but I can't even see the dashboard where to even let people on.
Hold on, man. My kids driving me crazy.
Melatonin is your best friend. But anyway.
I don't know, man. That's my mood right now. Shit. Hey, whatever. I don't remember the name of the album, but the Free Nationals, Anderson .Paak's little group, the Free Nationals, whatever album that was, that shit was smooth.
Okay. Ladies, same question.
A lullaby.
Okay, what that lamb chop?
I'm fucking tired.
Give me a ring,
Give him a rinky doo. Oh man, please don't.
Oh
Okay.
Lord.
Cena.
Right now, I would say Lauryn Hill, her Misunderstood album right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I'm feeling right now.
Good album.
Right. A lot of ups and downs. Fifi. What's going on, Picasso? King Doc, what's going on? Kevin Brower, AJ64.
That's Centos.
Cento.
Stop posting, let me on, I'll be cool.
I didn't even see him.
He was in the back in the chat. In the back page.
He just texted me. I told him like my shoe I was stripping. Hold on. Okay, we got
There you go.
All right, there we go.
I'm back on mute.
We're back. And so as I was saying, guys, that's how I started. I became his translator. Good? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So that's how I became his translator. I was with him. The 2 weeks turned into months. And then he started giving me contracts to read over them and calling the people from Golden Boy back and be like, no, he doesn't want this. He wants this much. And he wants this many airplane tickets and this and this and this and that. And then push comes to shove, I understood the fact that I was living like a millionaire because I had it all. We were going to the best restaurants. I was probably wearing the best clothes that I've ever worn in my life, but I didn't have $1 to my name. I lived off of someone. I lived off of someone's name, off of someone's success. And this one day he's sparring. He's about to fight Shane Mosley, and he's sparring, and I'm at the gym, and I'm sweating like a pig. And I'm thirsty. I go outside, I go to a 7-Eleven, and I didn't even have $1 to buy a Coke. So I was like, you know what, dude? I can't. I need to go back. I need to make a name for myself, and I need to start doing my own thing. So that's when I said I realized that I was good at negotiating things, and I was good at selling, and I was good at with fighters, and I'm a pro fighter kind of guy. And I started getting my first fighting, and then my second one, then my third one, and then here's Almay Barra about to become undisputed champion of the world. So that pretty much sums it all up. By the way, this is Almay Barra.
Well, hello. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
And I'm still translating, just so you guys know.
Is that your official title right now as translator, or did you move on to a different position?
No, I'm a manager now. I manage fighters. I have about 12 fighters that I manage. Among those, I have her. She's ranked #1 in the world. I have Hannah Gabriel. She's a light heavyweight world champion and heavyweight world champion. I have Brian Vasquez, 2-time world champion. I have Eduardo Hernandez. He's #4 in the world right now. He just fought last week, knocked out the international champion in 1 minute and 28 seconds. I have Jesse Magdaleno, former world champion. Mama's boy, Dennis Douglin, former world title contender. DJ Creel, former world champion. So in the last 7 years, we've made a couple small moves, but we're there.
Are you planning to expand, or are you just trying to take the group you have to the highest height? Or are you trying to expand and constantly add more prospects or champions?
Yeah, always trying to expand. Always trying to become better and better, being more successful. I can tell you when I first started with this roster that I have.
Hey.
Kyle, mute your mic, bro.
We're not doing boxing really tonight, though. We're just talking about life shit, though. We got the female.
Kyle, mute your mic,
I know how you is about not talking about boxing, dog.
Damn, he can't hear us.
You know he can't hear.
Oh Lord.
I know you probably but I see it. You know what I mean? Like we're talking about like it's like
Everybody can hear you.
Welcome to the
Everybody.
boxing section. There it is.
So the roster were the guys that I got when I first started it. Now they're becoming the elite fighters. Like she's number one in the world. When I first got her, she had 4 pro fights. She's about to fight for all the titles. This is like the biggest fight in her life. It doesn't get any bigger than being undisputed in boxing. So of course I'm getting new talent. The guy that I just told you about that fought last week is 24 years old. I just signed another kid from Mexico. He's 23 years old. So always trying to grow the roster and having better fighters.
Do you think it's easier to make bigger fights in women's boxing than men's? Do the promotion companies still come into play as much as with men's? Because it seems like with men's, we never get the big fights because of promotionals. But women's, it's been big fight after big fight after big fight, undisputed fights. Like, it seems pretty easy to make.
I think women in the sport are here to make a statement. Like you have an instance, this lady right here. She's a 147 pounder. And last year, an opportunity came across to fight a fighter that I don't think she's very good, Marisela Cornejo, but she's 3 weight classes above hers. And I spoke to Alma, and I'm like, Alma, what do you think? She's 3 weight classes above yours. It's a risky fight. What do you think? And Alma said, Hector, I'm here to make a legacy. I'm here to make history. And so we went ahead and we took the fight, and she won. And that's the reason why we're here right now. She's been willing to take risks, like all women in the sport, man. They're willing to take risks. They're willing to fight the fight, and for little money, just because they want to prove something. They want to make a statement. This lady right here, she's an amazing woman. I call her Wonder Woman. Not too long ago, about 3 years ago, she was kidnapped in Mexico. And it was one of the most horrifying things that has ever happened to any human being, bro. And she's a single mom. Her son he's got a very bad illness. The moment she got released, she left the police station. She gives me a call. She's like, Hector, I'm good. I'm okay. Thank you for helping out. I need a fight. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean you need a fight? Go back to your family. Gather your things, move out of Mexico, come to the States, come stay with me. I don't know, but let's don't worry about boxing. And she's like, Hector, I'm a single mom. This is how I pay my bills. This is how I put food on my kid's table. This is how I pay for his treatment and his medicine. I can't afford not to fight. So when you see people like this, man, when you see women like this, it's just amazing.
That's damn, that's a crazy story. Yeah, y'all want to elaborate on that one? That's a hell of a one just to drop in there real quick. You know what I mean?
She hates it when I tell the story. She always hates it. She tells me, I don't want to be defined as a victim. I want to be defined as a survivor. That's who I am. I want to be the champ. I want to be the boxer. I don't want people to feel sorry for me. I don't want people to like me because of my story. I want people to like me because I'm good at what I do.
Yeah, I respect that. I respect that for sure.
And she's showing that every time she goes out there when it's
Every
fights.
time she gets in the ring. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I respect her for that because I have a son that's disabled, and I understand where she's coming from when it comes to medications and everything, having to pay for treatments and stuff. So I'm with you on that one, and I respect you wholeheartedly.
Thank you.
And your
Especially in
next,
boxing where you don't have medical insurance, you don't have life insurance. In boxing, it's a free for all. You're a fighter, you get hurt, it's on you, bro. Oh, you have a handicapped son, oh, it's on you. You have this problem, it's on you. Everything is on you. No one supports you, no one helps you out. You don't have insurance, you don't have anything. Only if you die in the ring, they'll give you $50,000. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. I really truly think they need to change that dynamic when it comes to medical and all that. I really truly feel that they should be covered because they're pretty much risking their lives. One false hit, they're down completely. So they need to reevaluate that.
I agree. That's why we're here to make statements. Once she wins, everything is going to change on our side. We're not going to be just taking a fight for taking a fight. Everything has to make sense for the fighters. She's here. I don't know if you guys know, but in Mexico, a lot of women have been disappearing. A lot of women have been raped. A lot of women have been killed. And she's wearing purple and black in her fight, and she said, Hector, this fight is way bigger than you and I together. This fight is for all them women that can't have a voice. And bro, once she wins, we're gonna throw the house out the window. We're gonna make statements where people don't want to make statements. Politicians don't want to talk about this. She's willing to talk about it. People are not willing to stand up and say the things that nobody wants, the ugly stuff. She's willing to do it. And coming June 25th, God willing, we come out victorious, and she's going to start doing her own thing. You guys will see.
Man, it's exciting, man. Man, you got me ready for June 25th, man.
Thank you, man.
Is there a rematch clause for this fight, being that it's undisputed?
There is a rematch clause. Jessica McCaskill will not take the fight unless she got 2 rematch clauses. So
wait, what?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Damn.
Okay, explain. I got it. Two rematch clauses?
Yeah, so we win June 25th, and she gets 2 more shots at her belts.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And the weight limit for the division,
is that
it's
the first time that's ever
147,
happened?
and they made us go down to 1. They wanted to do the fight at 142, and then they ended up giving us 145. So we're not even fighting at the limit of the division. Which is
undisputed?
How do you catch weight a title fight?
I was going to ask her, how do you catch it?
But you know what? She looked at me and she said, Hector, do whatever you have to do to make this fight. Whatever it is.
That's what we want.
And here we are.
What we want.
We have a fight.
But yeah, like that's what we want.
Yeah.
We want fighters to take the hard fights and challenge themselves. And you know, if you're not the champion, sometimes you got to do whatever you need to do to get the shot. But God Almighty, I get to fight you 2 more times, and guess what? We're not even gonna do it in a real weight class. It's for a championship. We're not gonna do it in a real weight class. That is crazy. Sounds like somebody's lacking on a little confidence, man.
But that's good. I told Alma, look, if she's worrying about this, it's because she knows. She knows what's about to happen to her.
Is there a rehydration clause?
No, they wanted to put one in place, but I told them, look, I'm the #1 mandatory fighter. Alma is #1 WBO, IBF, WBC, and WBA. So I said, you wanna do this? I won't take the fight. We'll go to a purse bid, and then there's no clauses, there's no rematch, there's nothing. Now you want a deal and you want to negotiate, no rehydration clause.
Man, I mean, I hate when
Right.
like, bro, just let's fight.
The fact of a person demanding 2 rematches, has that ever been precedented?
Not that I've ever known about. I even spoke to one of my very good friends. He's Sam Katowski. He manages Regis Prograis, Amo Williams, Carlos Valderas, and I even called him and I'm like, bro, have you ever seen this before? And he's like, dude, this is a first for me. So it's a first for both of us.
So why
the worst thing I've heard about?
I'm sorry. What was
the worst
the
thing I ever heard about is let me say this real quick, man. The worst thing I ever heard about is what happened to Joe Louis, where he had to give up a large percentage of his purchase for the rest of his career. But this 2 rematch guaranteed, man. That's crazy. I never heard of something like that.
I know.
No, I was asking what made you guys not take it the purse bid route?
Because it's women's boxing. You go to a purse bid, and how many promoters are gonna beat on that? So this fight, she's not even making money, but you go to a purse bid, and what Eddie Hearn's gonna do $10,000. She's got 5 belts, so the split is gonna be 80-20. So we're gonna end up fighting for the undisputed for $2,000. So we were willing to go that route. We were willing. I told her. She told me, Hector, if I have to fight for free, I'll fight for free. I want them belts. I'm going to take those belts. They belong to me. If we have to fight for free, I'll fight for free. But it is my job to secure the best things that I can for her career, for her life. That's the reason why I have a job. Otherwise, then she would do everything on her own, right? And I would be someone's translator.
Hey, 3,000 weeks not bad though. Yeah,
Guys,
hey,
do you guys have any question for her so I can send her to go get some rest because she's got her last sparring tomorrow.
I do have a question myself.
Yeah,
somebody
please.
want to go first, that's fine, but I do have a question. If you would ask her, how does she feel about? Hey, why you let this dude? The dude come in here with some stuff now. I'm gonna go off. Ask her how she feels about 3 minutes rounds and 12 versus the 10 rounds fights for women.
¿Cómo te sientes con los rounds de 3 minutos y 10 rounds en lugar de 12?
No, no me gusta.
No?
No.
She doesn't like it. She's happy with the 10 rounds, 2 minutes.
She likes the 10 too.
Yeah, the 10 by 2.
Okay.
See,
okay.
I know
it's a mix with these women about that, so that's why I was asking.
We did some research about it, and there's proof, scientifically proven, that the women's skull is weaker than the males. So what kills a fighter, it's not one punch, but it's the accumulation of punches. So she said, hey, why would I risk it when they're not even willing to pay us as men? If they were giving me $1 million, $1.2 million, $2 million, $2.5 million for a fight like this, all right, I'll take the risk. But for the kind of money that I'm making, barely breaking the 5 figures, it's like, bro, no. 10 by 2 is all you get.
Oh yeah, I agree with her and any other fighter that feels that way about that, because they're not paying them like they should. But I was thinking, along with 3 and 12 will come along better pay, and I should have clarified that. But I feel you on that. I'm with you on that. I agree 100% on that myself.
And she's told me before, she said, Hector, if they're willing to pay, I'm willing to go, because you can elaborate more, you can fight better, you can pace yourself better. There's more things you can do with that extra minute. But she said, if not, screw it. For this amount of money, 10 by 2.
That's a damn shame, man. That for a fight of this magnitude, you can't get that type of money, man. It's criminal.
Yeah. The WBC has
a big part of it. A big part of it, I think, is endorsements from outside interests, and the fact, unfortunately, women's sports has to do so much more than men's sports to get a foothold in to the public eye. Look at women's basketball; they're doing a great job now, but it ain't always been that way. Softball, fast pitch softball. I mean, the interest is not there just yet. But I think the women fighting and the way that hardest they're fighting now, it's growing on more and more people. But you still got a lot of men, per se, that feel like women shouldn't be in the ring, and that's when that's when it's a problem. And if women are fighting women, no problem. Women are fighting each other in MMA and they're getting paid, and they're doing the same time and rounds as men, and it's working out. So I think boxing would be the same if the money was right. If they're not getting paid, I don't blame any of the women. I won't want to fight any extra minutes or rounds either.
Well, there's also another thing, sir. We were approached by a brand. It's a pretty famous clothing brand, and they were looking to sponsor, but they wanted to sexualize the fighter, and it was a commercial with just wearing jeans and nothing on top and just covering herself, and she's too good of a fighter to be sexualized like that. So we're on the same page. Like, no, if they're gonna sponsor you, they're gonna sponsor your boxing, they're gonna sponsor your skills. They're not gonna sponsor you because you have an athletic body or because you might pull the man because they want to see something else. So that's the problem. We're still in an era where, but unfortunately, you go to Instagram and you see everybody with their butt cheeks hanging out and stuff like that, which I don't have anything against it, but it just makes it a little bit harder for a professional woman to make a living off of sponsorship and stuff like that when you can see everything else in some other places.
Yeah, I think the true athletes, the true fighters, they want to be respected for their craft, not for the physical figure. And I don't blame any of the females for that because I mean I'm a man. I love looking at women. Don't get me wrong. I love looking at women in bunches. But at the same time, when a woman wants to be respected for her craft, I have to respect that, and that's what I want to see in the ring. Because see, if we're gonna criticize them for their craft not being as well, but then we want to sexualize them, then we're being a chauvinist at that point, man. And so, the industry needs to get together on that. And what needs to be more females on these boards, these boards of directors for these corporations, and some of this stuff could change. I think.
100%.
Yeah. I had a question for you. If you guys, I know you have a double rematch clause. If you guys happen to win, do you have any negotiation power after that? Or are they
Of course.
Okay, so you guys can decide a little more what you get paid and what happens the next two fights?
Yes, I made sure that once we win that fight for the rematch clause, it's a brand new negotiation. So yes, we are obligated to fight her again, but under different terms, and that's when I'm going to stick it to them.
So then no catch weight and none of that other shit that they.
No, fuck the catch weight.
Yeah.
We're gonna do. We're fighting at 147. We're fighting at 147.
Is there a way to get out the rematch after y'all beat? If y'all like a knockout or something like that, if y'all beat her bad, is there a way to get out the rematch clause, or is it always gonna be a rematch?
I'm thinking that we're gonna stop her. So I made sure when I spoke to Eddie Hearn, I made sure that if it was a one-sided fight, it doesn't make any sense to spend more money on a rematch. So he said the way it's worded in the contract, it says that the rematch clause, if she makes it effective, it still depends on Eddie Hearn whether we make the rematch or not. So it's solely up to the promoter to make it happen.
Man, I'm gonna just keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not the biggest fan of women's sports in general. You know what I mean? And I honestly haven't even heard about this fight because I'm still down to watch any Undisputed. And that's the best of the best. You can't get by that. And with all the promotion they did for the last Undisputed with Serrano and Taylor, I'm surprised that you guys didn't kind of help get the momentum off the back end of that. Like, we got another Undisputed coming up. Check this one out. It kind of seems like, they kind of dogged the guys out a little bit.
That also tells you that the hypocrisy in the sport when you have all these advocates for female boxing and they tell you, oh yeah, I support females and I support female boxing, but they turn around and when there's not a lot of money to be made, like you have Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano, then they just turn their backs at them. So those are some of the things that we want to change for the next one. We want to make sure we get certain time on publicity. If you see the commercials that they're doing for this fight, you see a 15-second clip of Jessica McCaskill. You don't even get to see her face. And there's a bunch of fights that she's done. I mean, she's fought everywhere. So things like that, slowly but surely, we're gonna make sure they notice. And I told her, I said, look, you've been kidnapped. You have the things with your kid. You're a single mom. You've been doing this. You have a story to tell, but if you wanna make your story count, you need to win them belts. Once you become the Undisputed, your story will tell itself. You don't even have to tell it. So once we conquer this division, bro, I'm gonna make sure she gets the fair treatment for next fights.
I'm tuning in for this one, man. You guys got a fan. I'll be rooting for her for sure. And that's saying a lot. I'm telling you, that's saying a lot. I've seen some controversial statements on this show when it comes to women's sports. So,
can I chime in real quick?
Of course.
I know Rick Ramos, Jessica McCaskill's coach in Chicago. They go to Body Shot Gym. I'm sure you heard of it. And to be real with y'all, Rick Ramos and Sam Kalana, they're like the stuck-up Donald Trumps of Chicago boxing. Jessica McCaskill, God bless her and everything, but yeah, she gets way too much publicity. I met her one time. She's very respectful. You know what I mean, I got nothing really against her. But I disagree with dude with the hat. With all due respect, I pay attention to women's boxing because of my channel. You know, Carissa Shields posts a couple of my videos. I'm very in tune with female boxing. You know, and I think what Serrano and Taylor did a couple weeks ago, that was beautiful. They put out an entertaining show. Although I do think Serrano won the fight, you know what I'm saying, on points, I believe she won. But although McCaskill's from, you know, my home city, Chicago, Illinois, I'm actually rooting for this girl. You know what I mean? Jessica McCaskill needs to be tested. She's not that technically sound. To me, she's a bit slow. And I look forward to this fight. And I'll actually cover it on my channel. I got some pretty cool people following me.
Thank you, bro. And then if you happen to see Rick Ramos, tell him I said, fuck you.
Fuck him. Hey, I say fuck him. I say fuck him. I don't like Rick Ramos, bro. Out of all the gyms in Chicago, Rick Ramos and Sam's, they're like stuck-up bitches. Nobody likes their gym. Rick Ramos' gym is all females and kids. This is killers there.
This is one of the things that really pissed me off, and I just want to mention this before she goes. So Rick Ramos, about a year ago, he went on YouTube on someone's channel saying that she belongs to a circus, that she looks like a man, that we
Who
shouldn't
looks like
even
a
be
man?
said- that Alma. And
no.
and that we don't deserve the fight and stuff like that. And I'm not even gonna mention Rick Ramos because I know he's a piece of shit.
He's a piece of shit.
But this is the problem with female boxing. These girls, and everybody around female boxing, we need to embrace them. We don't need to destroy them. Like I told you when I first got into this show, I said I have nothing but respect towards Jessica. Rick Ramos, fuck you. And he's gonna see me June 21st. We get to Texas and we're gonna go face to face. And probably I'm not even gonna be allowed in the fight because I have a couple things to say to him face to face. But when it comes to the females in the sport, bro, support each other. Alma, every single time we fought, she's gone up to her opponent. She's say hello, wish her luck. We've even prayed for them that everybody walks away healthy and sane and is able to fight again and get another paycheck because we know that this is a job. They are partners in sharing the same dream. And you can't be destroying your opponents like that. You can't be bashing them on the internet. You can't be saying she's a woman in the first place. She's a human being. She's got a kid. Imagine going online trying to look for something about your mom, trying to get like the latest news, and you see these midget going on a rant saying that your mom.
They
looks
did
like
that?
your mom
Excuse
is
me.
that.
Rick Ramos did that? He attacked her child?
Yeah. So stuff like that, bro. It's that's the reason why Brian Cohen slapped him across the face.
Rick Ramos is this little, bro. I met him. He's this fucking little. You know what I'm saying?
So, well, he'll meet me. I'm 260 pounds and
okay,
and I'm 6'3". So he'll see me in Texas and we'll have a conversation about who's the freak.
He's a pussy in Chicago, so I guarantee you he's gonna be pussy in Texas, bro.
Of course.
Yeah, I don't like the guy. Nobody in Chicago likes him because he stuck up Jessica McCaskill's ass. Excuse my language, but she's all he cares about. Everybody else in the gym, it's fuck you. You know what I mean? Like it's all his attention is on her. It's kind of disrespectful to the people who pay the gym fee every month. Come on, man. But I'm rooting for you guys.
Thank you, Southpaw 773 TV.
It's all good.
Hey, Southpaw, make a video. Like you always do, you know how you do.
I don't know if Coach right here knows me, but Tank Davis posts some of my videos. Shakur Stevenson, you know what I mean. I do like I'm a old amateur boxer myself. I did a lot of time in jail, but for right now, a lot of people pay attention to my videos. Carissa Shields, some cool people. But I'll definitely cover this. I'll cover it because fuck Rick Ramos, bro, and he knows who I am. He knows exactly who I am. So. Fuck you, Rick Ramos. If you see this, you a bitch, and your mama's a bitch.
He's gonna do it.
It's coming.
Desi, hold on real quick. Desi, great having you on like always every Wednesday. Thank you for coming on. Friday, you got to carry the show with DJ because I'm on the plane.
Okay.
Excuse my language, ladies. Excuse my language.
No problem. It's okay.
Guys, we're gonna let you go because she's got to go get some rest, some dinner, some rest, and fuel up for tomorrow. But thank you very, very much for having us here.
Man, thank you. Hey,
thank you for everything.
Heck, I'll be in. I should be in Vegas in like 2 weeks, man. We got to link back up.
Let me know, brother.
You
We are
got
friendly.
this. I believe in
Yeah.
you. You got
Good
this.
luck. Good luck with
And
the
I
fight.
Good
support
luck on
women
the
boxing.
fight.
I really, truly do.
Is
Thank
there
you.
drug testing on this fight?
I'm sorry?
Is there drug testing on this fight?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. For sure.
If
Hell yeah.
not, I would give her some lines of cocaine before the fight, but there's drug testing.
Oh Lord.
Straight from the motherland.
All right, Hector, man. Thanks a lot, man.
Good luck with
Thank you,
everything.
guys.
Thank
Appreciate
you for
you.
coming and sharing your story.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys for listening and thank you, brother, for giving us a little space right here to tell our story.
Oh man, for sure. Hey, no, we're gonna do this again.
Come back
after she got-
periodically,
after she got
man,
all
and
her
let us know
belts.
what's going on.
Yes.
Right.
Get all her
I want to
belts.
know.
We're coming
I'm back with the belt.
Of course, I'm gonna come
Yes,
back with my
please.
belts. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Hector. I'll talk
Most
to you soon.
definitely.
All right, well, shoot,
Yeah, that was
man.
good.
Y'all can keep it going if y'all want.
Here it go. Here
Hey,
it
it's 2
go.
hours, man. Jesus.
Hey,
I gotta
are we
do it
doing?
before
Are we
him.
doing late? Is this ladies' nights or what? What are we doing? We got women on the panel.
Well,
man. I like to have the ladies. in.
I'm about to go.
My
I'm
lady
going to
co-host is going to
bed.
bed.
So
She had been working in the morning.
Yeah, I got
Oh, you
school
leaving, Desi?
tomorrow and work. So yeah.
Man, I got my truck. The truck just getting here in Nashville for me to pick my load up. Ain't that crazy? Night is
Damn.
almost over.
But we got
Yeah,
DJ in the
but I
building.
could've got some
DJ should be up all night. Max, he ain't got shit to do tomorrow.
Dude, I got shit to do every day, bruh. You know what I mean? Money don't sleep, the hustle don't stop. You know how it goes.
Hey, this is the best Women's Wednesday. We got the women in here. Then we had a woman boxer. I mean, you can't go wrong, man. This is a great night of boxing, man. Great night.
That is kind of crazy. That's an undisputed fight, and I have yet to hear anything about it.
Right. I'm shocked too.
Not even Kyle said nothing about it.
I have.
What was the name? What was that chick's name?
Alma.
Alma
what?
Hey, is it me or is there a delay in the sound?
It's a delay.
It might be you.
Is the sound off track with the audio?
The sound been off
Cal,
on here all
bring me
night.
back in. Okay, I'm gonna go out and come back in.
It's been like this all night. So
Yeah.
it's not you.
It's
Never
not
mind.
you.
He done already
It might be my
disappeared.
sorry ass
Okay.
Wi-Fi, to be honest.
Anywho, well, it's been real, y'all. Good night.
Alright,
I'll say
Desi,
still debate
much
for next
love.
week.
Yeah, get that bill debate going next week.
Okay.
I appreciate you
Friday.
every Wednesday and every Friday, Des. For real.
Hey, everybody.
Night, y'all.
And let me know if you got a plug on some more of that, too. Hit me.
I know. I'm gonna let you know. I didn't go by there when I was out there on
No, that's
Saturday.
good. No rush. I got this,
I'll
but
go
it's
this
good to
week.
have a consistent line.
For sure.
All right,
Bye,
good
y'all.
luck.
All right, y'all. I'm heading out myself too. So
It's nice to meet you.
nice to meet y'all.
I'm glad your airplane landed safely.
Look, I was flying. Hey, I was trying to get home. I was tired. Shoot, I had to
I'm
make up
in my
hours.
car.
Is it Cena 510? Is that how you
Yes.
pronounce that?
Yes.
All right, nice to meet you. Is this your
Nice
first
to
night or
meet
you
you
been
too.
on it before?
No, I've been on off and on.
That's what I
Yeah,
was
she's been on
thinking.
before.
All right.
That's the dirty Deacon, aka the Coxman, aka Centos Boxing.
Yeah, I guess. Well, right now, Mr. I'm gonna call myself Mr. July because I have everything signed off by every judge possible in July.
There you go.
So I'm gonna be Mr. July. Then I'm
Hey,
gonna
what
be
is
Mr.
young
August.
brown sugar?
Then Mr.
My
September,
divorce.
October,
And I'm
Mr. Every
proud to
month. You
be an American.
I'm done with y'all. Good night, y'all.
Please,
have a nice rest.
See you next Wednesday.
Yay.
Word. I gotta go ahead.
Now with DJ, you fell asleep and shit?
Man, I'm gonna call DJ real quick.
Motherfucking DJ. He can't hold his head up that long, man. He gotta be active. It's strenuous.
He may be working tonight, man.
Hey, go on mute,
What's up,
Carl. Go
Picasso?
hear your conversation again. Hey, I'm actually gonna tune into that fight, man. You know I don't. You know, I only like watching the best of the best when it comes to women. I can't watch random women fight. So this is undisputed. I gotta tune in, man. It don't get no bigger than that.
What is her fight?
It's on June 25th.
Okay, 25th next Saturday.
Yeah. So.
And she's fighting on which card? Is it on an undercard? Some of that stuff I missed. We'll catch it. We'll talk about it again before the fight happens.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, man. Hey, listen. This was a great fucking night, dude.
I don't know, man. You started late, man, and
no, I didn't.
I know. What happened over there, Kyle?
Yeah, you did, man.
I didn't start late.
Man, I
You was
signed on
in and
your
out.
thing.
This shit was black.
Yeah. I started on your thing, man. It said 12:30. Okay, you didn't start late, but you were in. I know you were doing your father thing.
No, I was in and out because my kid, she's still up.
Yeah, I feel you. What I'm saying is you don't get to close the store up early. That's what I'm saying.
I started on time, brother. I've been on for 2 hours and 8 minutes.
Hey, they're the first fight on the undercard. That's crazy.
Business is business. All the customers have not been served yet.
They're on the undercard of Rodriguez and Rungstave or Vista. I don't know.
Yeah, Raymond Ford is on that card too. Hold on, y'all. I gotta move my garbage cans inside.
Martinez Arroyo and then Akhmaduliev is fighting Rio.
Shoot, I should have.
That was cool though.
Windshield wiper while he was taking all that time. I don't have my tools with me. Yeah, about that. I can turn this truck off now. Oh my goodness, man! I can't believe the freaking truck run out of gas, out of fuel.
Oh man!
What kind of book? Right, probably about 8 miles away. What kind of bull is that, man? I don't know what kind of company they running, man. And the truck run out of fuel. You either got to get some fuel brought to you, or you got to be told, one or the other. They said they said the truck will be here at 10:45 tonight, p.m. Wednesday night. We'll get here after 2 a.m. It's crazy. Sound like a bowling alley. Who was that in the bowling alley?
Yeah, man, I'm rooting for that girl, man. I hope she wins. Anytime somebody get railroaded like that in negotiations, I hope she wins, man.
Yeah, beat the brakes out of her. Now, is she not fighting just because it's coming up fight, right?
Yeah.
She is. Oh, okay. That's gonna be a good fight.
We're gonna have a watch party for the fight too.
That's gonna be a big fight.
Fight on MJ's undercard. MJ Akhmadaliev, the guy everybody wants Cool Step to fight next.
I need him to lose.
What city is that fight in?
San Antonio.
Man, there's some bad gals that I need to go down there.
I need MJ to lose though.
Why?
Because he ain't gonna fight Cool Boy Steph if you don't.
You think
what option does he have?
You said
he's satisfying the mandatory right now, so I don't see why not.
That is the Zone versus Showtime thing though, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Does this guy MJ have belts?
Yeah, he has 2 of them.
He got the other 2 belts in that division.
And he's had them. He actually had a quicker pass to the belt than Lomachenko did.
Nah, Lomachenko got a title shot in his second fight, and then he got another title shot in his third fight. I think MJ got his first title shot to 8 fights in. I think he's what 10-0, 11-0, something like that. He hadn't had very many pro fights, and he's already a unified champion.
Yeah, I think he's only like 10 or 12 fights.
Hey, they gonna cancel Mex on they gonna cancel Mex on IG.
Why?
Single moms, don't y'all do it Sunday. What I'm talking.
They know what I'm talking about. Husband ditches.
Well, listen, man. DJ is up. He out and about, but he up. So, like I say, in the words of the great philosopher Lil E, I want y'all to breathe air and live life. You know, it's always the truth and players me. Thank y'all for breaking bread with me. Listen, if y'all up at 3 a.m. today, 3:30-ish, I'm coming back on, and we're gonna have the show will continue.
Ain't nobody gonna be up.
That 3 a.m. Pacific time, 5 a.m. Central, 6 a.m. Eastern. You got to clarify that, my brother.
You're on all the time zones. Be all inclusive, Kyle. Jesus.
Huh?
You gotta be all inclusive on the time zones, man.
Sure. Hey, that was a good fucking interview, man. That was good shit, dude.
Yeah, even though you was gone for half of it and shit, but yeah, it was cool.
Hey, you carried it. I heard everything. You carried that shit, bro. I appreciate
I was trying to help you out, man.
Nah, listen. If a nigga get rich tomorrow, them chains is coming the next day. I'm telling you.
Hey, just give me a car. I don't need a turn.
You need another car. Matter of fact, you know what I'm gonna do though, Mex? I'm trying to get this van. If I get this van, just dad van. But listen, if I get this dad van within the next couple of weeks, you can have this fucking Toyota Camry I got.
You lying, bro? Don't tell me that. It's on video.
No, it's on wax. If I get this Jeep in a couple of weeks, if I get this van in a couple of weeks,
run?
Huh?
This shit run?
Yeah, run. You got to do some shit to him, but shit, it run.
But I can get back and forth from the Bay to LA or what?
To LA.
I might be pushing it. my car's made it today and shit, but it's cross your fingers every time I leave the house, really. So.
Well, you go cross your fingers with this motherfucker too.
It's good though. Fuck it. I'll take them both. It might be easier fixing my shit.
Yeah, but like I said, if I get that van in a couple weeks.
What you gonna do with the van? You gonna make it like live-outable? Oh, for all the kids.
Yeah, all the fucking. I can't put all the
squad.
Like, I'm always missing a kid. You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you, you'll get one of them field trip vans, man. At least make it there.
You and your family enjoy that van, man. With those kids enjoy it. You'll enjoy it.
Hey,
It'll be
all
so much
positive.
more convenience for you.
All positive seeing Southpaw. Listen, all positive seeing Southpaw and head for the hills.
I was that's part of the reason why I stepped away, Kyle, because I was like, man, I'm not saying nothing to him.
Hey, actually kept it cool this time, man.
I was laying in the cut, ready to go off on him if he was gonna start that bull crap tonight.
We had a pep talk. You know, that's my man.
We heard it. We heard it, bro. You didn't mute your mic, bro. We all heard it.
Yo, hey, I had to give him a pep talk, man. That's my man. Hey, but listen, if he on your side, he on your side for real. But if he ain't, he ain't.
Yeah, but see, you got to keep that dude in check because he risking your channel when he come on with that bull crap, man.
Listen, he's like, listen.
Who y'all talking about?
Hey, listen.
Southpaw.
Shout out to Southpaw. Listen, Southpaw ain't up with Deacon 305.
He did.
Yeah. Hey, Deacon 305 disrespectful as fuck, so he ain't do much. No.
Yeah, but Deacon ain't as disrespectful with all the lyrics he's using, man.
Yeah, he is. He's so much. He has to my message in your mouth or on your
Deacon ain't
forehead or some shit. Don't defend that motherfucker.
But Deacon don't go off on. He don't go off on nothing though. He has reasons why he gets triggered.
Nah, he be going off for dumb shit.
Nah, man, that's your opinion.
Don't defend him, man.
No,
There's too many conversations. I know better.
Deacon
Cal, why you on so late?
Deacon checks people about what he believes in.
Huh?
But this cat comes
Cal,
on
why you on
with
so
the
late?
intentions of going off. Period.
What you mean? Why am I on so late, man? I'm trying
Normally, I said normally you be in the bed by now.
Man. I gotta get back on the grind.
No, I'm saying normally you be off the channel by now, and DJ be in
He's on
control.
his way out. He's on his way out.
I'm
He's just in real quick.
Oh, okay, okay.
Hey, listen, man. Don't kick me off.
No, I ain't trying to kick you off. I'm just saying normally you ain't up here this late. I'm just saying normally I don't see you up here this late.
Nah, but listen though, because I be trying to stay on as long as I can, but then I think about like having to be up at 4 a.m. So like last night I was on for hella long, and I was tired as hell at work. But man, like I told you, I mean, my plan is to do less overtime at my job and try to push this channel more like I was before during the pandemic. You know what I'm saying? I was really pushing this shit. And
that's good, man. That's good.
Yeah, man.
Man, go get that bag.
I went live twice today. You know what I mean?
Hey, what was that one with the in the car? You weren't even on the screen.
I was missing in and out, man. You know what I mean? You got fast forward. Man, this little girl not lay down or go to sleep. Where you get chicken nuggets from? Come here, come on. Say bye. Say bye to everybody. Come on. Say bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye, baby girl.
Twin.
Good night.
All right,
let's walking DNA test, man.
We're leaving. I'm leaving. We're going this way, baby. We're leaving.
Hey, fellas, y'all hold it down, man. I gotta go get my load put in my truck. And then
I got you, Santos.
I'm gonna stay in the background. I'm gonna just mute myself.
All right,
y'all,
make sure you mute up. You don't be like Kyle.
I love y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. If I don't say it enough, I really do. Appreciate every single one of y'all that come on here every night, that kick it with me, that hold my shit down. Man, we a team. The Floor Seat Crew, aka the ticket holders, man. I love y'all, man. Listen, if I eat, we all eat. Nigga, that's the motto. We got merch coming soon. It's going down in a major way, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Always and forever.
Shut that soft ass shit up, man. Nobody want to hear that soft ass shit.
DJ,
soft ass shit up, man.
DJ,
you can do it.
Go suck on somebody grandmama toes,
that soft stuff up,
man. Hey, go lick a butthole.
Hey, what do you call it?
Go lick a butthole.
Lick a butthole, man.
I plan to.
Do it, Cal. You can do it, Kyle.
Butthole.
Hey,
DJ.
If you can stay, if you keep stay going till 4 a.m. my time, I can get right back on.
Bro, it's like 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it's not happening, dog. I'm already almost on the way out.
Nah, it's like 3:30. It's 3:30 here.
Keep it together, Mex. God damn it.
Mex,
let me see. What can I start a fight with Mex about?
Hey, yo, Mex, you started any trouble tonight, Mex?
Mex, talk about Jake Paul real quick.
Hold on. Hey, I was about to ask about Jake Paul. Y'all should sign with Jake Paul. He can get you paid.
Hey, Mex,
you know what, Mex? You get no argument for me there. You get no argument for me there because he damn sure got Serrano.
Yeah, Jake Paul definitely get you paid though. He
I just didn't know if it was gonna come off as trolling or disrespectful, but I meant it genuinely because I know he's a manager. So I'm like, bro, why don't you fuck with Jake Paul? He's the only one getting women paid right now.
I mean, for real though, if you're a boxer, why wouldn't you want to be on the Jake Paul card?
Yeah,
absolutely. I think that's the other part of it, right? I really genuinely appreciate what he's done for Amanda Serrano and
women's boxing. I love women's boxing.
There's a whole bunch of people.
Right. So I mean, I'm that part of it. I'm completely fine with. I love the attention that because I don't think that Undisputed at lightweight gets as much attention as it should have gotten without him. You see what I'm saying? I don't think that fight would have been, as far as the skill level of the fighters, it would have been the same. But as far as the build up and the promotion and the resources invested into that fight, making that fight what it was, bro, they sold out Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, female fight with that.
A women's fight sold out Madison Square Garden, bro. Now
I definitely give Jake Paul props for that.
Yeah, I give him 100% props on that, man, because without him, the women that fight wouldn't have been nowhere near the level that it was on without him. So I give him that full credit. Absolutely, I appreciate what he's done for Amanda Serrano, and he's got her.
And it wasn't the Hulu Theater, right?
It's another showcase fight she got coming again, and was it August 6th?
Yeah, August. Yeah, they got another one coming up.
Hey, it wasn't a Hulu Theater neither, huh?
No, it wasn't the Hulu Theater, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
That was MSG, man.
Jake Paul, baby.
Yeah, they got
And
the
he
Irish
didn't
and Puerto Rican fans in there.
he
Man,
didn't
that was a huge
overshadow her
crowd.
promotion either. Like all his antics had to do with supporting his fighter. Like betting Eddie Hearn had to do with him believing in his fighter. So it wasn't like he tried to steal a show or overpromote himself or take the attention away from the women. Like he put that on, man. I think as women, you might want to jump on that train while it's hot because who knows how long that'll last. Really.
Heck yeah! If I'm a woman, if a lot of women in the sport should be trying to get up under his banner, man, because it seems like he cares. It seems like he genuinely cares. I'm just waiting on him to fight somebody. It seems like he really loves the sport and not just what the sport brings to him, because he was, like I said, he was already filthy rich by the time he got into this thing just off YouTube. So it seems like he and his brother really enjoy and really love the sport. I just want him to start actually fighting people. That's my only hang up with him. I can't give him all this hype and I see that he's not fighting anybody. But as far as what he's doing for the sport, I'm all for it. I am all for it, man. Matter of fact, the last time we saw Jared Hurd, he was on a Mayweather and Logan Paul card. But yeah, man, the Paul brothers are bringing a lot of attention to the sport, man. But it's just we understand that they're not the attract. Well, they're not necessarily that they're not the attraction, but we understand that they're not fighting quote unquote real fights. But
When's the last time Logan Paul
definitely
had
bringing
a
a lot of eyes to the sport, man. I can appreciate that.
Yo, when was Logan Paul's last fight?
Mayweather last summer. It was like last June, wasn't it?
I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah. I think it was last June against Mayweather.
Yeah, Mayweather. I forgot about that.
Remember, he was talking about how he didn't get all his money or he didn't get paid.
He said he didn't get paid for that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, how do you not pay a guy that you fought? I mean, was the contract really that messed up?
I don't think it was necessarily the contract that was messed up. Is
Al Heyman his ass?
I don't know, but because you heard them say, what's his name? Ain't got all his money. Bivol. I think they was holding his check.
Yeah, I thought the government. I thought that was the government thing right there.
Yeah. But still, I mean, I went in there and did my job and I ain't get paid. I don't give a damn what y'all got going on, man. I ain't get paid.
But I thought a lot of the fighters, they give them their money up front. I mean, I know they pay you after, but like I thought Mayweather got his checks up front though before the fight.
Hell no, he always got them after the fight. That's when he always showed them shit
Mayweather
after
always
the
got
fight.
his checks after the fight.
Okay, I didn't know. I always thought he got them up front because he was always showing up the checks and stuff. So I thought he got them before. I didn't know.
I know the way Dana White does it, you get your show money and your win bonus. So after you make weight, you get paid.
Okay.
You know, so they'll give you that check, and then after the fight, you'll get another check if you win. And then if y'all are like fight of the night or you have a great performance and they say it's performance of the night, you get another check after that. But as soon as you make weight, you get paid.
But isn't the Reebok bonus only like $5,000?
It depends on how long. It depends on how many fights you've had in the UFC. So, like, if it's less than 5 fights, you only get like $5-10 grand. It's trash.
Mm-hmm.
But if you somebody who like Jim Miller, who's been in the UFC forever,
like
he's got a fight
30
coming
years.
up. He's got a fight coming up in a few weeks. On Adesanya's card, he's gonna be fighting Bobby Green. If you got 20-30 fights in the UFC, I think you get like 30K, 40K, something like that.
That's good. Because I know I hate it when they stop the fighters from wearing their own trunks to put ads on. I didn't like that because they was getting money off that.
Yeah, that was the way Dana White was looking at that. Is like, we're a sports organization and we need to wear uniforms. And another thing, you know how everybody used to come into the ring with those huge banners? He hated those banners. With the banners with all their sponsors on them, whoever sponsored their camp and everything. He hated those banners, so he got rid of them, man. I was like, no, let these guys, we don't give a damn what they got on their trunks.
Yeah, man.
So, yeah, I mean, so that was that. But yeah, the UFC and PFL are the only two that do that.
I think Bellator let them make their money on the trunks there.
Bellator, ONE FC, Legacy, and all the lower promotions, they let them do it. Even Invicta lets them do it. I don't know if I know Mex ain't watching Invicta, but I actually watch Invicta because that's where he was getting a lot of his girls from.
Yeah. I mean, I've always liked women's MMA, man. I've always liked women's MMA. I've never had a problem with
Yeah, fight's a fight to me. I don't care,
Yeah,
man,
that's what I
woman,
say,
whatever,
man.
man, woman, or
Oh,
whoever.
you a liar, mother. You a
Fight.
motherfucking liar,
Fight's a
DJ.
fight, dog.
You a liar.
No.
You a goddamn liar.
Fight's a fight, dog.
You don't say that when it comes to bare knuckle?
I like bare knuckle. I like that.
DJ don't. What about fight me to fight bare knuckle?
DJ, you hate bare knuckle?
I don't hate bare knuckle. I hate the people that they let fight in bare knuckle.
But you know,
I
girl,
told you,
Paige
man,
Van Zandt
I
was
checked
in it.
out once I'm trying to get back into it, but once I saw Chop Corley and all them and people from UFC and people from UFC season 3 on there.
Who? Oh, Chop Corley and
once
bare
I
knuckle
saw
too.
Chris Lieben and
Oh, he got
Chop
his ass
Corley,
whooped.
I was
Well,
like,
I didn't know
yeah,
Chop Corley was in
done.
bare knuckle. I didn't know that.
Who?
I didn't know Chop Corley was in bare knuckle.
Yeah, he did it like 2-3 years ago. I was like, because I was trying to get into it. Mex left. Come back in, Mex. I got you. But yeah, man, they had a lot of washed fighters in there, man. I don't want to call nobody no bum, but they had a lot of washed up fighters doing it. So I was just uninterested. Like I said, once I saw Chop Corley at like 44, 45 years old doing bare knuckle boxing.
That's his fault.
Yeah, cool. He wasn't good with his money, or he just like fighting, whatever. For whatever reason, he's doing bare knuckle boxing now. So I was like, I guess. All right, cool. Then I see Hector Lombard. I see Hector Lombard out there, and then I see Chris Lieben doing it, and then it's a couple more people that I saw. I was like, oh, why they?
Chad Mendes look good. Chad Mendes look good.
Chad Mendes did look good, and Mike Perry's look good over there in bare knuckle.
Bro, Mike Perry versus MVP bare knuckle, bro. That's gonna be fire.
That's gonna be crazy. I'll actually tune in for that. And then Greg Hardy just signed with bare knuckle today.
Greg Hardy did?
Yeah, Greg Hardy just signed up for bare knuckle. So yeah, I'll be tuning in now. But once they get the old hags out of there, man, I'll be able to watch it. And then I was just tired. I watched the Paige Van Zandt and Rachel Ostovich fight. You know,
man, that was a decent fight.
It was a decent fight, but
that's because both those bitches suck.
But you know, it's not saying a lot because Paige Van Zandt can't fight though.
Yeah, exactly. Neither can the other girls. It was a good fight.
Yeah, Rachel Ostovich is just, you know.
As a person, Paige Van Zandt is a nice person, but she cannot fight at all, man.
Yeah, she's a super nice girl.
We only want to see her naked, bro. We don't give a fuck about that.
Well, no, she actually has a nude site now. She does like full nudity and like porn and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I know. We've been waiting on that since she was in UFC. We knew what she was good for. We knew what she was good for.
Yeah, they tried to build her as the next Ronda and all that type of stuff, but
yeah, it didn't work out. Have you heard of this girl called Anastasia Bruce?
I've heard the name, yes.
She's never won a fight, period. She's lost all her amateur fights, all her kickboxing fights, all her MMA fights. I'm like, who is training this girl, man?
I mean, it ain't even got to do. It ain't necessarily even got to be with the trainer. She could just be trash, man. Like,
I mean, she's like 0-13.
She just be trash.
She can't fight, bro. Like,
I mean, they can't find one person that she can beat.
According to y'all, motherfuckers, she better than Tyron Woodley. Then
I'm just saying, no, she's an MMA fighter. She's an MMA fighter.
Yeah, all you need is to have a license to get in the ring, right?
I'm just saying, she can't. They can't find one person this girl can beat.
Nah, nope. Hey, but what's up with who's watching Blueface versus Swaggy P, man?
I probably won't, but you know,
bro, they're fighting in the fucking Staples Center, bro. That's fucking crazy.
What is this? What is this?
Blueface versus Nick Young. I think it's next month. I think.
I didn't know that fight was occurring. I didn't know what was happening, man.
Yeah, Staples Center, bro. That's crazy.
Hey, Max, you know I always told you that I fear being famous. I don't want to be famous. But if I could be famous for one reason, I would want to be famous so I could do a lot of celebrity boxing with a lot of these celebrities that can't fight. Because I would absolutely destroy them. Because I have an amateur boxing record. I used to fight amateur.
Man, you gonna end up getting knocked the fuck out.
I would destroy these guys, man. These people, man. These celebrities. And I would destroy them.
With the 24-ounce gloves, man, and heck yeah.
Well, don't they do 6? I thought they did 16 ounce.
Nah, they probably do. I'm just saying they use big ass gloves. Nobody gets split.
man. But yeah, man. I would love to do that, man, because a lot of these people really can't fight these celebrities.
Yeah, I seen what's his name, Boom Gang fought recently. He looked alright though. He had a kind of crisp jab. You could tell he trained at least a little bit. But I
Yeah,
mean,
but
it's fun, man.
but the thing is, man, you can't go off somebody hitting pads because I know
Wait, so
Damian
so is
Lillard.
Jake Paul already the greatest celebrity boxer of all time?
Probably so. Hey, him or Mr. T.
Or Willie
Probably.
D?
Well, Willie D was a professional fighter. He got professional fights.
Yeah, they beat the shit out of Melly Mel.
Yeah, he did knock Millie Mill out. And yeah, in the celebrity boxing, he right, he did.
That's my guy, Willie D, man. Tell him about them bald-headed hoes.
But Max, it's probably the greatest celebrity boxer is probably Mr. T though. It's probably him.
T?
Mr. T.
Who did he fight?
No, he that's how he got discovered. He did a celebrity box. He did like it wasn't like one celebrity box. It was like barnyard boxing, tough man contest. You know.
Yeah. This is I kind of like feel like I DJ feel fight to fight except women. So like when two men fight, I mean, like I said, I like the cream of the crop. When it comes to women, I like the best. I love Valentina. I love Joanna, Dang Wei Lee. I fucking hate Rose. I don't mind watching Amanda. I don't mind watching Holly Holm. Like, I love Clarissa. I love Clarissa probably more than some of the dude fighters. Like, I like Clarissa more than AB. I'll tell you that right now. But, I like the Serrano Katie Taylor, probably the greatest women's fight I've ever seen.
Yeah, it is.
I used to watch Layla Ali and Wolf back in the day.
I hated Layla Ali. Layla Ali didn't want to fight nobody.
But that was the thing.
Hold on, let's talk about it. What you mean?
She didn't want to fight nobody.
Okay.
Every time it was when competition came up, Layla Ali found an excuse not to fight the competition. She ducked Ann Wolf. It was Ann Wolf. I forgot what other lady. What was her name? Mary Jo something. Because Holly Holm beat her, but Layla Ali didn't want to fight her. Then Ann Wolf, she didn't want to fight Lucia Riker. She's like, Lucia Riker's too small. Every time the fight come up.
Yes, that was the problem. I think you skipping over that fact. Layla was like at 168, 175 pounds. A lot of girls you talking about were fighting.
But at the same time, she still fought Christy Martin, who was past her prime and out of shape. She fought her. She didn't have a problem with that. But she didn't want to wait for that either. No, she didn't. She beat her up bad. But I just never liked Layla Ali.
And that was the problem. They were they couldn't find a lot of girls who were actually her size.
Yeah, but she did have Ann Wolf.
The girls that you're naming, like the Ann Wolfs and all those, like Lucia Riker, they were all at that time, if I remember correctly, they were all at like 154.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were all at like 154. So Layla was fighting at 175, man. She wasn't gonna kill herself.
She was 168. I think it was 168.
168.
Yeah.
Either way, like I remember that being the big problem. I was younger, but I remember that being the problem more than anything. It was they were trying to find girls her size. There wasn't a whole bunch of girls her size at that time. And she couldn't drop down to 54, 60, maybe 68, but I remember her staying at 175 was a big thing. 168, 175, but it definitely wasn't a whole bunch of women her size at that time. And the ones that she did fight, she buzzed right through them. Even Joe Frazier's daughter.
Well, no, actually, that was a close fight though. That was a close fight against. Yeah, it was very close. Okay. It went to the scorecards. I mean, she had a black eye after the fight. That was a very close fight. And the sad thing is that Joe Frazier's daughter had just started boxing. She had just learned to box.
Layla didn't have any amateur experience either.
Yeah. But I'm saying, but Joe Frazier's daughter started after Layla though. I know Layla had a little bit more. She didn't have any amateur. Neither had amateur experience, but it was really a close fight. Layla won the fight, but it was a close fight.
Yeah, that more than anything was the issue with Layla.
But my favorite, my favorite,
like even Holly was fighting at 135, 140.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
and Holly ended up beating Mary Jo. I forgot her name, Mary Jo something, but she beat her, the girl that Layla Ali wouldn't fight. You know what I'm saying? But one of my all-time favorite female fighters is Lucia Riker. Lucia Riker and Clarissa Shields my top two all time. I used to love Lucia Riker, man. But Christy Martin didn't want to fight her. She was scared. And then by the time the fight got booked, then Lucia Riker tore her Achilles. I was like, oh my God, man. That's why the fight never happened.
I remember Mia St. John. I remember watching Joe Frazier's daughter
Oh
before
yeah,
she fought Layla. Jackie, I think her name Jackie Frazier.
Jackie
She's still
Frazier
Joe
live.
Frazier's daughter. Yeah,
Yeah,
Jackie
that's her name.
Frazier. And who was the other one? So yeah, Christy Martin and Ann Wolf. I remember seeing Ann Wolf. I thought Ann Wolf was a dude at first.
And Wolf
It's like,
had some
whoa,
power,
what's
man.
going on here, man?
She punched like one.
Yeah.
Max, that
Oh,
you
oh,
driving, Max?
and women midget fights. I always support those too.
No,
Women
Max,
midget
not the
fights.
midget fights.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
baby.
celebrity boxing is kind of, it's funny, it's good entertainment, but they out there with the headgear on and fucking 25-ounce
Who out
gloves,
there
so
working on their car and shit, man?
like no wonder they getting tired. Hell, they slinging them big ass. They got to work with them big ass gloves on.
No, it is, man. Yeah, I think celebrity boxing has been around for a long time. Remember Refrigerator Perry and Manute Bowl?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's been
I
around
remember
for a long
Vanilla
time.
Ice and somebody when they
Todd
fought
Bridges.
Pablo
Nice.
Ingram.
I think was it Todd Bridges or Screech from it was
I
Screech
think
or
it
Todd
was.
Bridges.
I want to say it was Todd Bridges,
Yeah,
and then I forgot who Screech fought, but
yeah.
yeah,
And then Sticky Fingers, he got beat up on MTV by the white dude. I think he was a skateboarder or something.
something like that. But yeah, it's been around for a while.
I am a real American.
So Max, you didn't get
That's what,
you didn't get in any trouble tonight? No fights tonight?
nah, man. I don't be starting shit with nobody, man. I just be defending myself. That's
Yeah,
all,
but you
man.
always find yourself in trouble though, Max.
I mean, yeah, I know what room I'm in.
Hold on,
We
you said
we
that
know
to
what
say
it
what,
is.
Mick?
I grew up like this my whole life, man. I know what it is to be around nothing but black people. I gotta take what comes my way, man. I know what it is.
Max, you
I ain't
cool with
tripping.
me, Max.
I
You cool
know.
with me, Max, man. You know what I'm saying? We talked one night like 2 or 3 hours after the show.
Yeah, we could. I'm cool with everybody that's cool with me, man. I don't got a problem with nobody, much less based
Yeah,
on
Max ain't
fucking
mad.
race.
He just, he just say shit we don't
I,
agree with,
hey,
and
Picasso,
then
man, mute up, bro.
yeah, he just say shit we don't agree with pretty much, and we get on his ass about it. But he all right.
Hey,
Hey,
Max
Picasso,
good for
mute up.
the show. Max good for the show though.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, but y'all keep
There you
forgetting
go.
Max like 43, so
Nah, bro, I'm 36. Don't play me, DJ. I'm 36, motherfucker.
Man, I can't believe I'm that much older than y'all, man. Come on, man.
I'll take out your kneecap, your big ass.
How old are you?
44, man.
Oh, I'm 50.
Oh, you older than me. Who was that? Centos?
nah, that's
Yeah.
Picasso.
Picasso.
Oh, Picasso. What up,
I'm the
Picasso? How
youngest
you
one
doing?
on the
Hey,
panel
what
right now.
up?
Man, you know Cento 75.
What's up, Picasso? I ain't even see you down. I wasn't looking at the screen.
Chilling. How about y'all?
I'm living, man. I'm living.
Picasso just got done changing his radiator out and shit. Whatever he was doing
Yeah.
right now.
I wonder what that noise was, man. Like, what's going on, man?
I was trying to charge up this Bluetooth. Yeah, it'd be like a lot of noise over here. My keys be banging at the steering column and stuff. I don't even think about it no more. I used to put duct tape on it, but it's all good. I can't hear it now though. I got this
No,
noise
yeah, we good.
canceling. Yeah, there you go.
Heck
Raggedy.
yeah.
Well, these ain't
Oh,
raggedy trucks, but you
What's
know.
up, man? What's your predictions for this weekend, man? Peter Reed and Joe Smith. What's the predictions? Weigh-ins tomorrow, right?
yeah, wait.
Better
Yeah, today's Thursday, so yeah, weigh-ins tomorrow.
better be if.
I want to see how
Yeah,
they look, what their body look
yeah. I
like.
want to see how they look, man. I mean, I know this, pause, but
Yeah.
I do pay attention to how guys look at the weigh-in, man. I want to see if this weight, because I know Baturbiev is 36, going on 37 years old. I want to see how he looks at the weigh-in.
Hey
Yeah.
DJ, if you were looking at horses, would you say pause?
If what?
If you was looking at horses and you said that, would you say pause?
If I
Oh,
was
he trying
looking
to
at
fuck a horse?
horses,
I'm just saying, like, uh,
I don't think it's the same with animals, but I don't know. I ain't never tested that logic.
that was
Hey, I
I
seen a
just throw
donkey
that
show
out there.
before, so
Yeah,
hey, don't do it.
I kind of threw
Hey, don't
like
do it.
it's stupid, you know. I know you're not thinking like that. I'm just saying like for the audience, um, when you looking at you look like at a fighter like a fighter dog, and you say that dog looks pretty good, like he gonna win. Da, da, da. Pause. Would that be uh, uh, appropriate to say pause when you're talking about an animal, or would it's more appropriate because we're human and we're talking about human, right?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was just
It's never appropriate.
you say some questionable stuff, and you get you
People
got
people say pause and no homo, and gay thoughts come in their mind for other people, and that's when they have to say pause.
Okay, I just wanted everybody to know that. I wanted to be on the same page too. So
Pittsburgh T in the building. What's up, Playboy?
What's happening? What's happening, fellas?
What's up, G?
Hey man, I got a question for y'all. Who y'all think will win out, Layla Ali and Clarissa Shield if they both fighting in
Clarissa
that prime?
Shields a dog or shit.
That's what I think.
Clarissa
No,
Shields
I
is
think
a
it's the
dog or
opposite. I
shit.
think Layla get him, man. I think Layla get him.
no,
I don't know,
I think
man,
she has
because
more
I got
experience.
such affection for Layla in my heart, man. I grew up watching her. I had a big
You
crush
jack
on her.
off to
So,
her.
but Clarissa has even
Stop
though
playing.
even though Layla was as big as she was and had the knockout power and everything, I think Clarissa would win that fight. But Layla is, I mean, have y'all really ever seen Layla Ali? That is,
I've seen.
that is a big
Big
woman,
lady.
man.
She's big. She's pretty big, man.
That's a big
She's
lady.
big.
Man, that is a big woman, dog.
I think Clarissa got more
I can tell
experience.
you right now, I can almost guarantee she's over 200 pounds right now.
Yeah, right now.
You in the post.
But she still looks good
Even
though.
when
She
she
still
was
looks good.
fighting, she was pushing 190. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like Layla is not
And guess
small,
what?
man.
That is not gonna help her because Clarissa Shields gonna dog her shit.
I mean, yeah, because Clarissa Shields had people forget, man. Clarissa Shields got far more fights than Layla too.
And
Layla
way more
heavy-handed?
experience.
Way more experience.
Way more
And
experience.
way more dog.
Was Layla
Way more heart.
heavy-handed? Was Layla heavy-handed or anything like that?
No, Layla's
Well, she's longer.
she big. She
She's
got a
longer.
puncher's chance,
Yeah,
but
she's longer. You got to get in there. She's longer, so you got to get in there.
Yeah,
oh, Clarissa
she's
gonna
way
get up
longer than
in
Clarissa.
there.
She's a
Yeah.
lot bigger than Clarissa Shields, man. Like I said, I don't know if y'all ever seen Layla.
Yeah,
Like,
she way
Yeah,
longer.
I've seen her.
Shit.
She's big. So she could be Clarissa from the outside.
Clarissa got to get
No,
in
she
there.
can't.
She got to take that risk to get in there, though. That's the other issue.
When has Clarissa never been like? She's always been able to get in there.
You keep jumping in.
not-
She do.
But that lady,
Jumping in, you can get caught.
Because what's her name?
that's
Hammer
a
was
long
supposed to
lady.
be like that. Hammer was a big ass girl too.
Not with that kind of skill, though, bro.
that was at 154, bro. Layla was fighting at 175. Me and APN was just talking about it. That was Layla's problem. The majority of her career, she didn't have any girls that she didn't have any girls her size. But I think the experience part on that is Clarissa Shields did fight Hannah Gabriels, and then she beat her. So Hannah Gabriels is the 175-pound champ right now, which is women's heavyweight, I think. So
yeah, I'm taking Clarissa over everybody. I think
why
Ann Wolfe will be
everybody's
her most dangerous fight.
That's why everybody's saying, even though Savannah Marshall has boxing skills, she's just not better than Clarissa. But everybody's saying that Savannah Marshall's gonna knock her out. Well, Clarissa's been hit by bigger girls, man, and she trains with men, so I wouldn't be so sure that Savannah Marshall is gonna knock her out. But especially since she got over there with the Furies, she's kind of adopted Tyson Fury's herky jerky, Paul the Jab type style, Paul the Jab to set up the right hand type style. But she throws that jab from different angles though. So it might be a screw jab, then she might throw it right down the pipe, then she'll turn that and hook with it, man. She's slick, but we ain't seen nothing outlast Clarissa's combinations, right? I don't think Clarissa really sits down on a lot of her punches. I just think she wants to get her shit off.
And she's too flat-footed. Marshall too flat-footed.
Hey DJ, those Russian coaches over there, in the Olympic, especially the Olympic coaches, I think they're teaching the style over there, like the style that Bivol got. How I don't know if it's a stutter step or something they're trying to accommodate for the fast twitch. You know what I mean? And they win with that in the Olympics, um, unless
Yeah,
they're gonna
I think it
unless they.
was either Santos or Best Pugilist who brought that up one night that said Clarissa's style is still very amateurish, right? Because amateur is all about scoring points. It's not necessarily about doing damage and going for the finish. But there's nothing wrong with Clarissa's style for me because she throws punches in bunches. She uses head movement. She mixes it up. She goes upstairs, downstairs, and she'll hit you with her combination, spin out, reset, and then find another opening. And she works off the jab a lot. So yeah, I don't really see a lot wrong with her. A lot wrong with her style, but like I said, I can't remember who said it, whether it was Santos or Best Pugilist that day. It said she still has an amateur style.
I think that Clarissa Shields doesn't have one punch power, but I think she was robbed of a few KOs due to the 2 minute rounds because I thought she could have knocked Christina Hammer out, but she had her going a couple rounds before. Just same with Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano. If it was a 3 minute round, Katie Taylor might get stopped in that round.
Absolutely, I think her last fight she was robbed of a TKO when she fought Emma Cozen over there in Wales.
Exactly.
She hit Emma Cozen with like a 9-punch combination that Cozen didn't respond to. She was just in the corner, balled up, and I was like, if that's in America, they probably stopped that fight. Because I'm telling you, Clarissa had her backed up and hit her with 9 unanswered. It was like 7 to 9 unanswered shots. I think it was like in the 7th round. I want to say 6th or 7th round, and she didn't respond. She just covered up and just took the shots.
I just don't understand why women can't do 3 minute rounds. I mean, in the UFC, they do 5 minute rounds like the men do 5 minute rounds.
Yeah.
I don't understand why in boxing
they don't get any leeway in MMA.
I don't understand why they can't do 3 minute rounds in boxing. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, they don't pay them. They're not paying them for that. They to me they've almost like quantified that in the way that they have that sport as an exhibition, and they're paying them like it's an exhibition, and they have those rounds like it's a straight up exhibition, even though it's not. That's the way I look at it because they're not paying them correctly.
Even though that coach that was on earlier was saying that the women not getting paid enough and their skull is thinner than the male. I'm trying to figure out why if a person get hit 9 times unanswered times and they don't go down. Why didn't she go down? Is it because they got a soft head and then a soft fist too?
But I mean, I was gonna chime into that, but I was outside. I was gonna say
because they're female.
To that he was like women have smaller skulls. It's genetics or whatever, or it's biology. It's like but she's also fighting another woman.
She is, yeah.
I mean, it's just that was gonna be my point. I was about to say I know they're not paying them as much, and so I wouldn't want to go in there and fight for 3 12s. I mean 12 threes or whatever. If they're not paying me like that, so if they're not gonna up the pay, I don't see no reason into and giving them more rounds and more time. If they're not gonna pay them more, if they're gonna pay them the same thing, then why do it?
Yeah, that's an over 50% increase on fight time because that's 2 extra rounds at 3 minutes, at 6 minutes plus 1 extra minute for 10 rounds. So that's you getting 16 minutes when their fights originally only 20 minutes. That's almost another fight.
Hey, y'all remember why women's boxing is not getting as popular as men boxing? Y'all remember what we came up with? I don't know if it was this page. The women are not supporting the women.
You know what?
There's a lot of women out there.
Dude, I said the same thing.
I think they're starting to support each other more now, especially since that Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor. I mean, that was a huge fight. I
Women
don't
don't
care if
give a
it's
fuck
men or
about
women.
that
That was a
shit.
huge
Women
fight.
have
Yeah.
never supported women's sports.
Dude,
Well, see,
I,
yeah,
Mix,
exactly.
Mix. Hold on, Mix. I got to discount everything you say about women's sports, boy, because you a bit of a chauvinist when it comes down
But
to
the
female
numbers
sports.
don't lie.
So,
Well, we
Yeah.
no,
got
that's
what
because of
40
people
years of
like you.
history of women's
That's because of
sports.
people like
Women
you.
don't watch women's
You
sports.
gotta, you
But
gotta, you gotta open your mind, man. Look here, women. You don't mind watching women fight in MMA. You shouldn't mind watching them boxing.
I got to
So
agree
what's
with
the?
Max. I hate to say this, but I got to agree
I,
with Max
I
on
agree
this
with
one
Max on that.
because
I agree with Max.
I agree with Max on this one because they need the men. Because like, look, Lala Ali,
Women's sports
sex
always
sells,
took a backseat to
sex
men, but at the
sells,
But
same
you can't
time,
even give
sex
away
we're gonna
free
sells,
be soulless
WNBA
about it.
tickets.
That's what's gonna happen.
sex sells, sex sells. I mean, no matter how much we want to make it something else, sex sells when it comes to women. Don't no man want to see no
But
unattractive
guess what?
woman fighting.
Hey, put them in
But
thongs. I'll
guess
watch
what?
that
Look,
shit.
look. Let me tell you something. When you look at a soccer match, male or female, they got a stadium full, not no arena, a stadium, and they're not dressed like
On the US.
sex symbols. They're out there watching the sport. That's what they're watching.
But look at
When women are
Women's soccer does not
doing
sell compared to men's soccer.
but not
Sorry,
in
close.
America though. But not in America.
let me tell you,
America,
man.
our women have to be sexualized for us to purchase it.
In the world, man, the world.
No,
Man,
especially America. You can get away with that in other places, not America.
No, but I'm saying in any country, like no women's sports don't sell. It don't matter about the culture, what they wear, none of that. Even women's soccer and soccer's the number one sport in the world. They don't sell compared to men.
But you can get women's soccer in Europe and they'll fill it up. They won't do that
But it
in
doesn't
America.
sell like men.
Right.
It doesn't sell like men.
But they won't do that. It won't even be close in America. Like America, if they don't have an attractive woman on that soccer team, ain't nobody watching that shit on that degree.
Yeah.
Well,
sex sells.
women's soccer is more viewed in America than men's soccer is. Like the U.S. women's team gets more views in America than the men's women's team, but that's the only exception. That's the only exception, though. That's it.
But I think the problem is like even with the WNBA, and I said me and my boy said this for years. The problem, and like I don't know who brought this up, just came on the panel, like about females not supporting other females, because if you go to see, you look at these WNBA games, and when I talk with other people online, it's always males talking with other males about the WNBA. You don't see Beyonce and Rihanna sitting courtside at a WNBA game.
Because they know it's trash.
Females don't support other females. Like when the Chicago Sky won the WNBA title last year, they beat my team, the Phoenix Mercury. They won the WNBA title. Oprah should have been right there at the Chicago parade.
You gotta win. You go. Hold on, pause it. Stop right there. You have a team. You
Dude,
have a WNBA team.
I watch female sports. I watch female basketball in high school. I've always watched female sports. Always.
But you need men to participate
You were
in
the
that.
first man I've ever met in my life that has a WNBA team, dog. Congratulations on positive.
I was into women's college basketball.
Yeah, I've watched Dawn Staley since she was a freshman in college.
I watch.
Yeah,
I've always watched Dawn Staley since she was a freshman at Virginia. I've always watched her. Nikki
I
McCray
watch
when
the
she was at
best of the
Tennessee.
best. I watch a championship game maybe if I have nothing to do. Like if I gotta do laundry or paint the side of a building, I'm doing that before I watch anything else.
Nah, man, I like female. I like sports. Period. I watch children's sports.
I'm gonna tell y'all something. I guarantee you, they took a survey of all the men who were against female sports and all the men that were for female sports. I guarantee that the men that support female sports have better relationship matters with females on a day-to-day basis. I guarantee it.
Nah.
I'd be willing to put my life
I just think it's but think of it like this: if you don't get the men, if you don't get the men involved, but look, if you don't get the men, wait, if you don't get the men involved, men we usually watch sports in groups. Women will singularly watch sports. Like when we go watch a big event, I'm going to somebody's house. Max, there's more than one of us going to those events, like Super Bowls, championship games.
Yeah.
So even if the women support each other, they're not doing that. They don't do that because they got that's just not what they do. So if you can't get the men involved, be it sex, be it whatever you have to do to get the men involved, it's not going to go anywhere. And in certain sports like WNBA, the skill level isn't there. Like if you watch WNBA, that's like watching a high-level high school basketball. There's no dunking. There's none of that stuff that gives you the pizzazz.
I think it's much better than high school.
Why are we avoiding?
Think about it. There's no dunking. There's rarely any dunks in NBA basketball either. All they do is shoot threes.
I'm talking about the athleticism. I'm talking about the athleticism. You can tell the difference.
Why are we avoiding the obvious? Women don't watch sports in general. So if they ever did, why would they pick the weakest one? Like women in general
Exactly.
don't watch sports at all.
No, they
So if they
don't.
did choose to watch sports for the night, why would they pick the weakest version you can get of
But
it, which is women?
but you know what? This. I'm gonna tell you. This is what we do as men to
Women
discount
gonna watch
women
Bron
do.
Bron and Curry and all these dudes they want to
This
fuck
is
instead
what
of
we
some
do as men
females.
to discount women's combat sports. We don't want to support them in boxing. We'll support them in MMA. I ain't really worried about the other sports, to be honest with you. They do what they do. But I'm talking about these individual sports, women fighting. I like fighting, period. And I like watching women. Now, I know women's skill levels are not up to par like the average male, but at the same time, it's a fight. And it's women doing it. And if you want women to get women to get paid more, they got to give them the ability to earn their money more. Put more
They
time in
gotta
the
bring
ring.
in more money.
They do.
They gotta
You
have
can't
they
pay
need all
someone
the
for
resources
not
that
bringing no
let me
return. You
finish,
go
bro.
broke.
They need all the resources the men have, and then the money will come. And if they get the time, just like MMA, if they get the time in the ring, they get all the resources and training, everything else
But
will
they
come
not.
because the
But they not going.
fights will be better. But right now they
But
need
that's
some
not.
resources.
Hey, can we agree that Steph Curry is one of the more? I got this a 2-part question. Number one, can we agree that Steph Curry is one of the most popular players in the NBA? Can we agree?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Heck yeah, because I tried to
Okay.
get a jersey for one of my little nieces and nephews.
Okay.
You can't find one.
The second part of that question: how many times has Steph Curry dunked in the past 2 years?
No, probably very rarely.
Probably
Probably very rarely. Yeah, he
Probably
don't
count on
dunk
one
that
hand.
much.
So
Individually, no.
why do people bring up female players don't dunk? With Steph Curry, all he does is shoot threes. He shoots
That's
so
one
much.
player, though. That's one player.
Most of the
one
NBA,
player.
most of the NBA shoots threes.
He said
Dude.
John Stockton and Steve Nash.
Dude, there are hardly
Come on, man.
there are hardly
man.
any dunks in the NBA game
Come
anymore.
on, man.
There are hardly any dunks in the NBA. You just don't
Come
see
on,
dunks.
man. Get out of here, man. That's
I'm
not
telling
true,
you,
man.
you don't see a lot of
Skill
dunks anymore.
level. A woman and a man, that's not even close, man.
I'm not saying men are more.
Didn't always have a lot of dunkers in it either. And
No, but I just
Oh,
brought
no,
up
they
the
got a lot
dunk.
of
For
dunkers
the,
back in the
listen,
day.
y'all get hung up on the dunk. I brought up the wait a minute. I brought the dunk up just for the skill level. That's what I'm talking about. It's not about the individual dunk.
Men
It ain't
are more
about the
skillful. I
individual
agree.
dunk. How many James Hardens you got in the WNBA? How many WNBA women you got looking like James Harden out there? Or even Steph Curry? You don't have that. Come on, man.
There are no
Come
floppers
on,
in the
man.
WNBA.
You know, highlights. Hey, go watch the
Have
WNBA
y'all
highlight
really
tape.
sat back and watched Diana Taurasi?
Diana Taurasi, that's my favorite player of all time. Diana Taurasi.
Like, bro, have y'all really sat and watched Elena Delle Donne, bro? She is just as good as Luka.
They are very skillful.
No, she's not. No, she's not. No, she's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
She looked good against weak ass competition. Put her
No, I'm not saying they trash,
There's no
but
weak
that
competition.
level ain't out there.
Come
They ain't
There's no
trash.
weak competition. There's no
Evidently,
weak
they're not
competition.
trash, but their skill level ain't that high, man. Come
There's no
on,
weak
man.
competition.
Steph Curry
Stop
shit.
it, man. Come on, man.
You
No,
want
they got
to compare?
they got some
You
women
want to
that can
compare two
play.
people that don't
They
dunk?
got a few women that can really play, but they ain't got the whole league like that. Come on, man. Stop it.
Brother, the worst NBA player will go to WNBA and dominate.
Yeah, I'm not saying females are more skilled than males, but there's no weak competition. There's only 12 teams in the WNBA, so you get the top of the top. There's
Bro,
not 30 teams.
LiAngelo Ball will go to
There's
the
only 12.
WNBA and dominate.
He's a man, of course he would. Of course.
The end.
But I'm just saying, it's the top. You get
Mouse in the
competitive
house.
series, and you don't see a lot of flopping in the WNBA. They do play hard. I like that. They play hard. I mean, I just don't.
I don't care what you say, Max. There is not. If you put Liz Cambage in the NBA right now, Steph Curry can't guard her.
Oh, stop it, man.
You're
Come on,
crazy.
man. Stop it, dog, man. Come on, dog.
He really can't on the block. On the block, he really
Stop it.
Hate on black females.
Can't guard Candace
Man,
Parker.
I done heard it all. I done heard it all.
You do know Liz Cambage is
DJ getting his troll on tonight.
Hey, you do know Liz Cambage is 6'8". You know Liz Cambage is like 6'8", 200
I
pounds.
wasn't gonna say shit. I wasn't gonna say shit. They not watching. They not
You
watching.
do know Liz Cambage is like 6'8", 200 pounds, right? You know that,
Y'all
right?
do know Asia Wilson is like 6'6", right?
So you telling me Steph Curry can guard Liz Cambage on the block? That's what you telling me?
No, he is not a block player. He don't play on the block right now. Why would he guard a woman on the block when he guarding her on the block? Why would he do that?
But
yes.
he can.
Okay,
Why
She
would he
is
do
not
that?
backing down Steph Curry. Steph Curry is stronger than just because he's a small
Steph
compared to
Curry
the
weak,
rest of the
man.
people in the NBA. He is
Steph
still
Curry
a
weak,
grown
man.
man, 6'4", 6'5", and works out every day. She is not bodying Steph like
Steph
that.
Curry's
Steph
not
Curry,
6'4". He's
he
every
he's
Fuck,
bit.
that's
6'2".
He
crazy,
might be
dog.
6'2". He
He's
might be
6'2",
6'2".
No, he's
180.
6'4",
He's not
6'5".
6'4".
6'4",
No,
man.
he's not.
He's 6'4".
Bro,
He's
He's
not
about
6'4".
6'4".
He's nowhere
bet
near
it.
6'4".
I've met
He's
Steph
not
in real
6'4".
life. He is 6'4", bruh.
And I
Mm-mm.
He
saw
is
him
not
standing
little.
next to one.
He looks
Listen,
little
when
because
he
everyone
came
else
to
is 7
Atlanta, right?
foot.
When he came to Atlanta to play the Hawks, one of my friends that I grew up with, he has season tickets to the Hawks. He went on the floor, took a picture with Steph Curry and Trae Young. He's taller. He's only 5'11". He's barely taller than Trae Young, and he was almost the same height as Steph Curry. Steph Curry is
How
every
tall are
bit
you
of
gonna say Trae
6'1",
Young is?
6'2", bro. He is not no 6'4". Stop
So
it,
He's
you
not
man.
think
6'4".
Trae Young is what, 6 foot even?
Yeah, Steph Curry. Yeah, Steph Curry ain't no more than about 6'1", 6'2".
Yeah,
No, you
he's
guys
small.
are way. You
Remember,
guys
that was
have
that
no
was a
idea
big
what you're
knock
talking
on him
about.
coming out of college. He wasn't big enough when he was coming
Yeah,
out of
man.
Davidson. Even though he was
Bruh.
burning,
No, it's because
burning
of his
these dudes
skin.
from three.
He's
That
not.
was
He's
the
not
big
Chris
knock on him.
Paul,
He
bruh.
wasn't
He's
big.
bigger than Chris Paul.
But ain't no women.
Nah, I
Listen,
wouldn't.
the women
Chris
in
Paul's
the
only like
women in the
How
6'4".
man's
tall is
skill
Klay
level.
Thomas? How tall is Klay Thomas? How tall
Like
is Klay
6'4".
Klay
Thomas?
Thompson's like
6'7".
6'5", 6'6".
6'4", 6'5". 6'4", like
Yeah,
that.
Okay,
6'5".
well,
6'7".
6'5". Klay
Steph is
Thompson
shorter
not
than Klay
huge.
Thomas.
Draymond is only like 6'7".
6'6".
Right.
Yeah, but look,
It's
Yeah, but
because
I want to let me reel it back. Let me reel it back for a minute to this Layla Ali and Clarissa Shields conversation y'all had. Prime. If they was like a similar age group, and prime to prime, I think Ali takes it because of the power. Because Ali could box, and see a lot of the people that Clarissa doesn't have her level of skill. But Ali could have almost matched it. Would have been a problem.
no,
So she would have
no,
touched
man.
her. See,
She
Hannah
got
Gabriel
amateur
knocked
experience.
Clarissa would
Clarissa
dog out
down
this shit.
surprisingly. That's fine with the amateur experience, but Ali was just that much. She was just that chick.
Yeah,
She
but
was that
Clarissa
chick
fought
that
better
loved to
pros
fight,
though.
and she
A
put
lot
it.
of
She put her punches together. She learned to put her punches together pretty good. She was able to box. She was a brawler, but she could box. She was not as smooth as Clarissa with her boxing skills, but she could box. But she had that power, and she didn't stop
but
punching. That would have been a
but
problem.
Santos, you got to realize a lot of girls that Clarissa beat, they went on to become champions too. So that's how you got to judge.
True
Like
of that. But at the
yeah, a
same
lot of girls
time,
she beat.
see, a lot of the girls that Clarissa beat ain't running it up in Clarissa's face trying to punch her lights out either. And Ali
Well,
would have been trying to do that all night long.
well, Hannah Gabriel's did.
All night.
She knocked her down, and Hannah Gabriel's
Yeah,
now the
that's what I
heavyweight
just said.
champ.
I said that.
By Hannah
I said
Gabriel
that.
now.
Yeah, she got dropped.
I said that.
And,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah,
I'm gonna tell you, Clarissa, she's a great fighter. Don't get me wrong. I love her. I love her. She's greatly skilled. I don't think she's learned to turn that punch over as effectively as she needs to. That's why her knockout's not coming. Yeah, she don't have 2 minutes to operate. At the same time, a lot of other women are getting these knockouts with those 2 minutes, within those 2 minutes. So at first I was saying the same thing everybody was saying about the time. But at the same time, she's been cheated out of some knockouts. Her last fight, that should have been a TKO because she brutalized.
Yeah, her last fight, they should have stopped that fight, man.
Was a knockout that should have happened. They robbed her of a knockout with her, and maybe a couple more. But I feel that she will beat Marshall. I feel she'll beat her, but she got to be careful because Marshall does turn her punch over. That's why she knows knockouts. But she's not as good of a boxer as Clarissa. Clarissa can take a punch, but at the same time, I don't know if she's felt what Marshall has. I want to think she has since she fought Hannah Gabriels and a few others that girls that was pretty sizey. But at the same time, we'll see.
Franchon Cruz. She beat Franchon Cruz, bro.
Franchon, that's
What weight? What weight class she boxed? What weight
She
class
beat
Clarissa?
Franchon Cruz at 168.
168. That's what she boxed at.
Franchon Cruz?
Yeah.
No,
Franchon Cruz is the
Clarissa.
undisputed 168 champ right now.
No, Clarissa. What weight class she boxing? Okay.
Clarissa fights at 160. She's been at all three. She was unified. She had 3 belts at 168.
She was undisputed at 160, and she was undisputed at 154. Now she
Okay.
gave up her the belt that Savannah Marshall has, the WBO belt at 160. Clarissa had to give that up to go down to 154. That's the only reason Savannah Marshall even has a belt. She went down to 154, beat up Christina Hammer, became undisputed, and now she's moving back up. Then she dropped them belts to go back up to 160, where she still has 3 belts.
But she in the UFC
Don't
now,
forget she
right?
went
She's
down.
not. She's in the UFC now. She back boxing.
No,
Yeah,
no,
she's
she was never.
PFL.
Yeah, she was never in UFC. Yeah.
PFL. Not
What's
UFC,
going
but
on, Best
she's in the
Pugilist?
UFC or the PFL.
Best Pugilist thinks Savannah Marshall gonna beat Clarissa, man.
Nah, man. I think
She got to
she's
be
gonna.
the first two-time undisputed. She got to be the first multi weight
3-time
unified
undisputed champion.
Mm-hmm.
She's already
She's in
been
the
unified in
PFL.
3 weight classes, 2-time undisputed. She'll be a 3-time undisputed champion after she beats Savannah Marshall.
I just think Savannah Marshall's too slow and flat-footed, and Savannah Marshall can't fight off the back foot. And I think if Clarissa pressures her, and she could probably get a
That's why I'm
stoppage.
thinking the box.
But she only 25, bro.
The box skills.
Well, Clarissa is gonna
If she
put
can
the
take
pressure.
the punch, she's good. As long as she can take the punch, she'll beat her with no problem.
25-year-old Layla Ali is not fucking with 25-year-old Krista Shields, man.
Come on,
Not
man.
happening.
Come on,
Not
man.
happening.
What's up, Best Pugilist? Get in whenever you
Come on,
feel,
man.
bro.
Come on, man.
I just think that 25-year-old Clarissa Shields is more. She has more experience.
Layla Ali had like people putting people on their back, man.
Yeah,
you can
but
say what you want. She's putting them
but
on their
she's not
back,
fighting.
man.
She's
And
not
she's
fighting good
longer.
competition.
So
She's
she
not
got.
fighting the best
But
competition.
you can say the same thing about Clarissa, though. I mean,
Clarissa.
she can only fight.
Quilt knitters on her back, man. That's
Yeah,
what
but you
on
can.
her back.
But you
Come
can
on.
say the same thing about it. Depends. Her career wasn't very long. So if you go through any champion boxer, and you go through them first, let's say 15 fights, they ain't fighting top-notch fighters. Her career wasn't that freaking long.
But the thing about Clarissa Shields,
That
like
only
we
matters
said,
when you're Jake Paul.
like Clarissa
No,
Shields
but
said.
it wasn't. She didn't have no long pro career. Is what I'm saying. She wasn't fighting that fucking long.
But the girls she's beating, they're going on.
That's because she ran out of competition.
Exactly.
The girls Clarissa Shields is beat, they're going on to be champions too. Look, Fresh-on Cruz, that's how. Fresh-on Cruz is now an undisputed champion. Clarissa Shields beat her in her first fight.
Anna Gabriel is a champion
heavyweight.
at 175.
She's a heavyweight champion. She's 175 and heavyweight.
Christina Hammer is a champion at 154. Like she's beating more champions. I get that. But Layla's big thing, like I was saying earlier, Layla's big problem was she didn't have a lot of girls her size to fight. But she beat every one of them they put in front of her.
Mm-hmm.
Hey DJ, when you say that, I was thinking that Clarissa was jumping weight class to weight class, going after the competition, and she was even going for Bracas, Cecilia Bracas. So
she can't lose it. Nah, she's too small.
Right.
She can't lose all that weight.
Well, Cecilia kept going down. She could have came up, but because Clarissa was coming down to meet her, so they could have had that fight.
Well, she lost to Jessica McCaskill, so that's on a mute point now.
But she could have skipped that fight and went up and fought Clarissa.
Yeah, and met her halfway at 154. She could have done it.
Right. But she went back down and lost.
What me and All Positive were talking about earlier, Layla was for the most part of her career, Layla was fighting at 168. All the girls all the big names at that time were only fighting around 154 and 147.
Yep.
So it was hard trying to pull girls up. Now Layla eventually moved up to 175, but for the most of her career, she fought at 168, man, and it just wasn't a lot of girls that size at that time.
Like 7 pounds.
And the most popular fighter that she fought is Christy Martin, and she was well past her prime and well above her weight by the time she fought Layla Ali.
Did y'all see how
that's
Christy
the problem
Martin
that she ran into? She was trying to pull girls up in weight because she couldn't make. She felt like she couldn't make 160 or 154.
Do y'all remember when Christy Martin hit Frazier daughter, made her do the butterfly?
Are you talking about? What you talking about on the Tyson Seldon, the Tyson Holyfield undercard?
Oh, that's when both of them fought back in the day.
I know. I don't know the exact black chick she fought. I know she hit her and she just lost her whole equilibrium.
Yep.
About Jackie Frazier.
Her arms went out like she was doing the butterfly. I was like, what the?
No, that wasn't Jackie Frazier, right? That wasn't Jackie Frazier though, because that was '96. She wasn't a pro yet.
Yeah.
Okay. Man.
But yeah,
Oh,
Say
hey, I had a
Layla
question.
didn't turn pro till like the late '90s. I remember. I remember it was
yeah,
late '90s,
Layla,
early 2000s.
Hey,
and then
hey,
after Layla turned pro, then Frazier did too.
my
Yeah,
question is
yeah,
this right
yeah.
here.
That's what I
Is
thought.
there any woman in boxing that y'all would give the name body snatcher to?
I think Clarissa Shields got pretty good body work. She got good
She
body
does.
work.
She does.
Okay, then she can do good against Layla
Yeah, and I think
anytime.
Amanda Serrano got great body work, but she just didn't go to the body enough against Taylor.
Oh
Where's for the
yeah.
growth, man?
See, Serrano, yeah. If y'all seen how she fights, she got a lot of grit.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you in MMA and you down there wrestling, when you standing up, that's one thing. Your back is probably hurting from
Mm-hmm.
trying to hold that position and getting jerked on and pushed around and stuff, trying to keep from getting them angles, getting yourself turned. Because somebody's always touching you, pushing you, and all this trying to change the angles, or they'll just move and get that angle on you. So you got to keep your eyes open. I like to stand up with people all the time in the gym, and and um, most people start on the floor when you're in your training, in like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and stuff like that. But I like to stand up, especially because I was doing a lot of those things in the gym. I had the wrestling coach over there, boxing coach over there, Muay Thai coach over there. So but when I wanted to work with somebody, I tell them, "No, we're gonna stand up because in the major competition, those world international Brazilian federated tournaments, that you're gonna stand up. You know what I mean? So I like to stand up, and a lot of people didn't. But I might have told y'all a long time ago that it was a guy came in there. I think he was a UFC contender, and he came in there and he didn't see, nobody wouldn't give him no work. Everybody in there working with each other like they don't see him standing over there. But he came in, he had on his workout stuff, no shirt, whatever. So it was no gi. So you knew he was a fighter. So what I did was I just took my gi off and went over there work with him. But he didn't know. I didn't even know how good I was. But when I went over there working with him, the dude tried to trip me and take me down hard, right? I ended up just the angles and being light on one foot and heavy on the other one, da da da, and controlling him. He When he tried to come at me, I'd already, just from practicing standing up, I was already on top of it. But you can stop a person from taking. It's a lot of stuff going on in your head. It's 1,000 moves now. You don't have to. You can practice 10 moves 1,000 times and be one of the best fighters out there, like Errol Spence probably, right?
Hey,
Hmm.
hey, Picasso, you said it.
Hold on. I want to know who sanctioned this fight. July 2nd, we got an exhibition with Ricky Hatton and Marco Antonio
Yo,
Barrera.
I saw that on the thing. I'm like, yo,
That's real.
how did I couldn't believe? Yes, it's a real
That's
exhibition. I
real
saw
in
that,
That's
man.
Manchester,
real.
England. They're fighting in Manchester.
Yeah, because Ricky Hatton lost all this weight. I saw that recently. Ricky Hatton lost all the weight, and I saw that on the ESPN boxing list. I'm like, yo, Ricky Hatton's fighting Marco. That's crazy, yo. That's crazy.
What weight? 150?
It's
But
probably that.
that ain't his son.
No,
No,
I
that's
thought
Ricky
it was
Hatton.
his
No,
son
the
too.
real
And I
Ricky
saw
Hatton.
Marco Antonio Barrera. I was like, no
It's
way.
exhibition, man. It's an exhibition, man.
It's an exhibition. They ain't
I
got the
couldn't believe it,
rounds.
man.
They ain't got the rounds listed, but they say it's an exhibition.
But Ricky
Both of
Hatton
these
lost all
guys
that
are
weight though.
40 plus. They got to be in their mid to late 40s.
Yeah.
Oh man, Oh man, and they. Oh man. See, this the shit that I don't be wanting to see.
It's like that.
Jalen
Who just
Khan.
did it? Now, who did that last exhibition? Was Hector Camacho's son and Julio Cesar Chavez? Yeah, I like. Come on, man.
Yeah.
What was that? Was that Chavez Senior?
That
Chavez Senior and Hector Camacho Jr.
Okay, I was thinking about another fight because I
Yeah, that
remember
was the
Tank.
exhibition fight that happened on that
Yeah.
Anderson Silva card.
Yeah.
That was on the
Anderson Silva
Anderson
beat
Silva
Julio Cesar Chavez Jr.
Chavez Jr.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Hey, Max, I got a question for you. So, Kimbo
Hey,
Slice, is
did
that a
y'all?
celebrity boxer?
Hell no, that's a god boxer, man.
No, but do you
R.I.P.
consider him a celebrity boxer or you consider him a professional? For his little career he had.
Professional.
Okay, all right. What makes him a professional?
It's kind of like
You got a
Masvidal.
professional boxing license. That's the only thing that
Okay.
makes all these motherfuckers professionals.
Qualify
All
himself
right.
as a professional.
Okay.
The
That's
Masvidal
it.
guy
All you
came
gotta
off the
do is
street
sign up,
and
get your
went.
boxing
Yeah.
license, and fight. Then you're a professional. You got a boxing rec, and then later on, when people look at you, they'll be like, "Whoa, this guy in here was you're a real boxer." That's
Well,
it.
he was in MMA though, so that don't really count for him. He was in Kimbo was MMA.
Yeah, boxing too. I think he was
Yeah,
undefeated
he had a
boxing.
box. I don't think he.
He didn't pick his
He
fight.
was bare
They
knuckle in
matched
the
him with
street.
people. You know, they didn't play that in the
No,
UFC.
with gloves. With gloves. He did
Yeah,
boxing. I think he was
Kimbo
undefeated.
had real boxing matches too. Kimbo just wanted to fight. He was just a
Mm.
fighter. So, but he eventually took up MMA. But at first, it was he was a street fighter. Then he went to MMA. Then he went to
He was
boxing. Then he
He
came
was
back to
7-0
MMA.
with 6 knockouts in boxing.
Yeah. He had actual boxing matches. So
Okay.
I
yeah.
didn't know that. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. I never seen the boxing match.
Kimbo.
Yeah, he's
I think
undefeated.
he was
He's
thinking about
undefeated.
transitioning fully to boxing, but they was
Yeah,
paying
that's
him. It was he was such a big name in MMA. He was becoming he was starting to develop his name in MMA, so he just stayed with it. Because there was a time from when he got released from the UFC or became a free agent. However it worked, I don't know whether they cut him or they just never re-signed him or he just never went there. But he eventually it was a gap between him fighting UFC and going to Bellator. And in between that gap is when he was doing boxing matches.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Kimbo was just a fighter, man. He just wanted to fight. He didn't really care.
My guy, man. R.I.P. to my guy, man.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I was.
He made a little money before he left.
Yeah. Everybody want to talk that shit about broken orbitals. This motherfucker popped the dude's eyeball out of his fucking skull, man.
Man.
Yeah, but that's that backyard stuff though, man. That's that backyard stuff, Max, man.
But dude, as a human being, it's like if I got a regular street fight, I'm not thinking, damn, this dude might knock my eyeball out my head. I'm just gonna be like, I might get some black eye, maybe go, broken nose,
Max,
maybe.
the police do that all the time.
Yeah.
I stood next to some policemen at a boxing tournament, and they were bragging. They was up there bragging real hard about this guy. He say they call it a egg. Like when they elbow you in the eye so hard, your eye looks like an egg inside your head or something. How would I know that?
That
They was
like it.
bragging
I like
about
elbows. I think elbows are one of the best things you can do in close range combat to the face because no matter where you land it, it's doing damage.
See, that's why in jiu-jitsu I stay close to you. I put my head up against pause, right? You keep your head tight to the other person's head so they can't headbutt you or anything, and then you seatbelt them up. You be like a human seatbelt. From there, you ain't gonna come off that person back. You gonna choke them out.
But do y'all think that the MMA fighters have the same power as boxers? Have the same weight class, the same petty? Like if you put the same weight class, the same age, if they both in their prime, you got an MMA fighter and you got a boxer. Who got more pop?
The MMA
Boxers have the hardest punches.
But yeah, the boxers they
boxers have
position
harder
themselves.
punches. Like for a perfect example, if you put both guys don't necessarily have power, but if you put both guys in the same ring, like I think if you put Devin Haney in 4-ounce gloves, his punches look different, right? If you put Devin Haney and Aljo Sterling in strictly a boxing match with 4-ounce gloves, I think Devin Haney wins that fight hands down going away. But I think he has more power than Aljamain Sterling because boxers have the hardest punch in combat sports.
Yeah.
You have to.
Yeah, but DJ, I think it boils down to technique because we're talking about grown men, and you got to be born with that power. I think it's about technique, and boxers have a better technique when it comes to punching.
Both of y'all are right.
MMA fighters.
Both of y'all are right if at that point. But that's the thing. A boxer is always practicing on positioning, right? And throwing a solid punch from that position, right? So, and he can be able to move around and switch and hit you like from Errol Spence. He stays in position to punch you harder. Okay, now a mixed martial artist is gonna kind of keep it light on each point. He might want to kick you or punch you, but he's not gonna dedicate himself all the way and put the weight all the way in one foot too long because he might have to kick you. He might have to do a high kick, low kick, trip, or anything like that. So he's not gonna keep all his weight. It's a fluctuation of weight. He's just constantly moving and changing angles while and keeping it light. And the boxer is doing the same thing, but he's staying in position to throw a harder punch.
That
I don't
was the
think
longest
they throw as
explanation I
hard
ever
though.
heard for that shit. But thanks, Picasso.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't
Hey,
think.
I know
I
who
think.
it ain't. Women. That's who it ain't.
But remember, Floyd was walking right through. What's his name? McGregor's punch. He walked right through him. And
Walking
Floyd
through his
don't be
shit.
walking. He don't walk through punches like that. And he was able to sit down on his punches and throw them. He had to worry about no leg kicks. And he was just walking right through them shits, eating them like they wasn't nothing.
Right. Yeah, it's just
And he
and
stopped
even
him.
you see it with Clarissa in these 4-ounce gloves, man. Her punches look way different in MMA than
Yeah,
they do in boxing.
they do. And the girls
So
not used to that. They not used to getting hit like that either. You could tell.
yeah.
Even
Hammer
her
fist
But
ground
and
and
you can
all
pound
that.
also
hits
tell
is
the difference in the disciplines. I mean, go back and watch Clarissa's last MMA fight. Look how she was falling into the girls. Like you got to keep it's a different type of base because there's different counters coming back at you. There's not just hands coming back at you. You know, you got to worry about somebody ducking under you and taking you down, or somebody kicking your legs, or somebody kicking your head. So the way she was falling into her punches in MMA, she doesn't do that in boxing. So
Yeah.
that just goes to show it's two different types. It's two different types of sports, two different types of striking, man. But boxers definitely have harder punches because they really know how to turn them shits over. Watch. Let's just see who's a good boxer in
Floyd.
MMA. Watch a Calvin Cater this weekend, or Max Holloway, or somebody of that ilk or whatever, and then go watch Errol Spence or Virgil Ortiz or Boots Ennis. Watch them turn over punches. It looks completely different.
Hey, DJ, I got a question. I got a question for you. Do you think that and this is my opinion, I think this is true, but do you think that certain gloves, certain manufacturers give an edge in punching, like they have more gloves you can hit harder with, even though they're both 8 and 10 ounces? Do you think that some gloves you creates more knockouts? Because I remember ringside gloves back in the day, they used to use on Tuesday night fights. It was always knockouts. You know what I'm saying? But now, like with a lot of gloves they use today, like the gloves from Dora was using those. I forgot the name of them, but I've
Rival.
seen a lot of Rival. Yeah. What's the
Yeah,
name was
Keith
using
Thurman
those?
used them for a long time too. Keith
Yeah,
Thurman
and
used
Rival. Shane
I
Mosley's
don't.
son was using them against Rosario. He was knocking Rosario all over the ring. So I was wondering if you think there's certain. What you say?
Madonna was using Everlast. I don't know. That's one of them. Some gloves are considered punchers gloves, and some gloves are just considered like you got them Grants that Floyd started using later on in his career. They what they call orthopedic gloves, right? They call them orthopedic gloves because they foam instead of horsehair. So they're more protective gloves. It all depends on the fighter. Some fighters Lennox Lewis loved Reyes gloves because those were punchers gloves. So it all depends on what's comfortable for you. That's the best pugilist question though, because I don't really know all the different types of ins and outs with gloves. Like I don't know a whole bunch about rival gloves, but I see a lot of people using them. Like you said, like Fundora, and I think
Shane
what's his name
Mosley's son.
used them in his last fight. Demetrius Andrade used them in his last fight.
Yeah.
Keith
Mosley's
Thurman,
son.
I noticed Keith Thurman
He
used them a
used
lot.
them. He used them when he fought Rosario. He was knocking Rosario all over the ring. I'm like, I've never seen Rosario get hurt like that, especially by Mosley's son, who doesn't have the power like that. But he was using the rival gloves.
Yeah. But yeah, it all depends on the fighter's preference. Like a lot of people are making a big deal out of Monster switching from winning gloves, which is what Tank hurt his hand in when he fought Cruz last, and he went back to something else. I forgot what kind of gloves he uses now. But
Klepto Rays.
huh?
He used Klepto Rays in that fight. He
Who
used
used
Klepto
what?
Rays in that last fight.
Okay. But
But
salute,
do you
Reggie.
think it matters though? You think it matters?
Yeah, it does.
Hell yeah, that shit matters, man. Tell him to go put on some fucking Joe Louis horse serve gloves and get active. You might as well just do
Yeah,
bare knuckles.
it's a difference.
Go ahead, best pugilist.
Nah, it's a clear difference. And
Mm-hmm.
like a winning glove is an orthopedic glove. That's why you see a lot of guys in the gym using the winning glove when they're training. 'Cause it's more of an orthopedic glove because it's supposed to protect your hand the way that it's designed and the way that it's cut. So you'll find a lot of guys. That's why you see a lot of guys, particularly in training in camp, have those gloves on. Like as far as the fight gloves, you got your Colecto Reyes, which is the traditional Mexican puncher's glove. So generally, you'll see a fighter who might be considered to have a big punch. They would tend to lean towards that glove. Like you said, Lennox Lewis. Lennox Lewis always fought in the Colecto Reyes. Uh, a lot of Emmanuel Stewart fighters fought in the Colecto Reyes glove. Most of his fighters fought in that. Thomas Hearns, Milton McCrory, all those guys, because he preferred that glove for his guys who generally was good punchers. So he always directed them to wear that glove. Then you had Everlast. Everlast got Everlast was originally a company out of the Bronx, but it got bought by a Jewish guy. I think he bought it in either the early '90s or the late '80s. But then that's why you see um, since that time when the father passed and the son took over the company. But for a while, Everlast was the standard bearer because it's like the oldest goddamn glove. You know, Jack Dempsey was wearing that shit. Everlast. That's how long they've been around. But what ended up happening, the reason why you see people wearing their own glove now is because of Grant boxing. That's why you see everybody wearing their own glove now. Because what happened was when he started the company, what he did was he personalized the glove. So he started personalizing the glove where you can have a glove match your outfit, right? Everlast wasn't doing that. Everlast had their standard red, black, which was most popular in the recent 30 years or so prior to that new owner taking over. And what happened was when um when Grant, who was my manager by the way, started the company, he started to personalize those gloves to match everybody's trunks, their robes, and this and that, and so on and so forth. And Everlast, the Everlast owner, who were, at one time they was cool with him, but when a lot of the younger fighters started going to that glove, because they can personalize that glove and match their flag colors or whatever it is that they wanted to do to the glove. A lot of more of the younger fighters started going towards that glove. And then what they was doing, the new Everlast owners, they competitive. They trying to compete for that dollar. They started telling a lot of the other fighters at that time, like, don't wear that Grant glove. Tell them that shit hurt. Tell them it hurting your hand or so on and so forth. This and that, so on and so forth. So when they started doing that, Elvis, which is Grant, because his middle name is Elvis, we call him, everybody that knew him called him Elvis, but his first name is Grant. He sued Everlast. He took Everlast to court. Because the first big fighters that Elvis got to wear the glove was Evander Holyfield, Floyd Mayweather, and Roy Jones Jr. Like that, when it started getting big. So he sued Everlast. He took him to court. He was in court. The case was going real well for him. Everlast decided to settle out of court pay him off. He got hit off with a nice piece of chain, and at that point, I forgot. I left out. I forgot to put up is that when you were generally prior to that moment when you could wear your own gloves, generally the promotion would supply the glove. The promotion would supply the glove, and but you as a fighter, you basically are independent contractor when you fighting for a promoter or any promotion, unless you sign a contract with them. And even then, when you sign a contract with a particular promotion, if that promoter got a deal, let's say he got a deal with Everlast, but you signed a deal with Grant, they can't make you, they couldn't make you fight in that Everlast glove unless it was stipulated in the contract you signed with that promoter at the time, which they wasn't doing that then. So when guys started choosing their own gloves, when they was fighting on these different promotions, the promoter who used to control the gloves, when they no longer had the ability to control the gloves that the fighters wore, they started picking their own gloves. That's why you started seeing guys coming in with two different types of gloves after Elvis took sued Everlast in the court, and the promotions couldn't really enforce, well, you have to wear this glove anymore. You know, that was the older way of doing it. So that's why you see everybody coming to the ring literally having a different glove, as opposed to if you looked at back when Muhammad Ali fought Joe Frazier, they both had on Everlast, the same type of glove, you know. So that's how you got to the point that we are at now, where fighters wear their own individual glove. And you're going to choose the glove based on how it fits you and how you feel you performing. Like you may have noticed, you very rarely saw Mike Tyson, particularly once he got famous. You never saw him really fight in the Klepto Red glove. He always fought mostly in Everlast when he was at his top, because his manager, Jim Jacobs, knew that Mike was such a hard puncher that he generally was going to have the advantage against most of his opposition that he fought. But he also knew that the Reyes glove is a puncher's glove. So generally, who's ever wearing that glove is going to become maybe a 5 to 10% better puncher if they wore that glove. So, and also the Reyes glove was known to cut you easier than a Everlast glove, because because of the way that the seam was designed on the side of that Mexican glove. So generally, what he did was Jim Jacobs made sure that Mike fought in the Everlast as opposed to the red glove, so that his opposition would have less of a puncher's chance against him. You know.
Hey, boxing pugilist. That was I sat here and listened to all that. That was a great explanation. I first like to say, I never knew all that stuff you just said. But I got one dumb question for you, and this probably you probably think it's a dumb question. I think it's a dumb question, but let's say you had a fighter. They say, well, I want to use an Everlast glove on my left hand. I want to use a Grant glove on my right hand. Would the commission allow that?
No, because it has to be.
Okay.
Now that they won't allow.
Okay.
I was
Now
about
they
to
could be
say,
the same glove.
hell no.
Now that they wouldn't allow, but they would allow you to wear a truth like from the same company. You could wear like say a gold glove on one hand and a red glove on the other. They might do that if they
Oh,
would
okay.
design it. Like it came wrapped in the set,
Hmm.
and it matched your outfit.
Oh,
But
okay.
they would both have to be the same ounces, and they would have to have came together as a set.
Oh, okay.
I see. Yeah, that remind me back in the day. We didn't have two pairs of gloves at one point in time in our house, so we had the Hope gloves and regular boxing gloves. You got to pick one of each. So I always had the power hand with my motherfucking with the regular boxing glove, and the whole glove was the jab hand. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was definitely a great history lesson right there because I didn't know all that stuff. I'm be honest, I didn't know that stuff.
Hey, they call boxing pugilists for a reason, man. This motherfucker got the almanac from 1965, man. You know everything about this shit.
But that's pretty much it when it comes to gloves like that. So,
But being in the gyms now, Best Pews, is like, what are they saying about the rival gloves? Because I don't know a whole bunch about them. Like,
Rival is
why guys starting to gravitate towards them?
yeah, but if I remember correctly, because I think Rival is from originally from Canada, and because you would have seen, because originally that's why you saw a lot of the guys from Canada wearing that glove first. And see, some companies they'll pay guys to wear their equipment. You know, if they got the right, you know, that company has good backing, they'll do that. Because even Grant did it for a short period of time, but then he stopped. You know, they'll pay. They'll pay certain people to wear their gloves. Especially an upstart company, you're trying to get known. You make a deal or some kind of sponsorship deal with a fighter that you think has the potential to become or who's potentially on his way of becoming a star, and you can make a deal with him. When he can wear your equipment, it'll get obviously it's going to get known. You know, because you gotta get a big fighter to wear your thing. And that's what Grant did with when he had Evander Holyfield, Floyd Mayweather, and Roy Jones wearing his gloves. That helped push it up to where it is now. You know, you got to get that type of fighter to just wear the product. So sometimes, like a company like Rival, which you see a lot now, early at their inception and early on, with a lot of Canadian fighters. Again, like I said, they trying to get in there. You got to, you're trying to get in where you fit in. Sometimes they make deals with fighters to where like they'll have like a little promotional similar type. Hold on a second. Let me change.
Yeah, Best Pews had me nervous one day talking about that Savannah and Clarissa fight. He was like, I don't know, man. That girl can box. And then he gave his breakdown. I was like, you know what? That actually make a little sense. But I just think Clarissa's combinations is going to be too much for her, man. Her combinations and her speed are going to be too much.
Did Clarissa carry those combinations into the later rounds?
Absolutely. Absolutely, man.
Yeah, she's never
I
winded.
hadn't seen Clarissa gas out in one fight.
Never seen her gas
even
out.
in MMA, she hadn't gotten tired. So, yeah, I mean, shout out to KC,
But I
my
did
guy
see
Mark Nash. Appreciate you. Appreciate
I
y'all
did
sliding
see
through.
Savannah Marshall. I saw her get a little winded in her last fight when she was being pressed early. I saw that.
Okay, yeah, well, she fought what's her name, Femke. She fought Femke or
Yeah,
somebody who
she ended
Clarissa
up
had
knocking her
already
out in the
beaten,
second
by the
round.
way.
Yeah, she had knocked her out in the second round, but still, I
Yeah,
just
it was second or third. She got an early
yeah,
stoppage. But
yeah,
I'm
but I didn't
telling you,
like
I
what I
like
saw.
after Best Musicals told me that I went back and started watching some more Savannah Marshall's fights. Yeah, she's slow, but ever since she started working with the Furies, like I see her
Yeah, I'm
adopting
back
their
now.
style more. You know what I mean? And it's she does change that jab looks slow because she's throwing it like a pitcher. She changes the angle, she changes the speed on it. So it's not just it may look the same, but it's subtle differences in the way she's throwing it, man. So yeah, oh man,
Yeah,
I
I'm
can't
back.
wait for this fight.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Don't get me wrong. Although I picked her, it's gonna be a good fight. Like it's gonna be very interesting to see what Clarissa, which style, which strategy she's gonna employ in that fight. You know, she has the quickness and the athleticism advantage. You know, in the fight. But like I told you, I see some very subtle things. You know, with Savannah Marshall, that as a pro fighter is some good things I'm seeing her doing there. Since particularly since she's been working with them. And like I said, some very subtle things, because like how she's setting up her punches um off that left jab, because contrary to popular belief, it ain't all about just your speed and shit. That when it comes to that jab, it's really about your timing and where you release it, and your stance and the timing. You could be it's plenty of people that's fast as shit, but they ain't shit. You know, it's the timing, and when you release that jab, that's most important. And she releases her jab at good timing, and she has more subtle boxing skills than she's given credit for. It's like easier, you can see it, like like particularly if you were somebody who boxed, you just gonna see it differently than a fan. You're not gonna see it. You see subtle movements, subtle things I see her doing from how she was early in her career, and the fact that I see these subtle differences, and the key gonna be, can I want to see how Clarissa. I just don't want. I'm not as I see it now. I'm just trying to figure out how is Clarissa going to set up her attack. Like, how is she going to set up her attack? Like, and I'm interested. That's what I'm. If when I look at both of them, and watching how they employ their strategy. That's why, like, me and Santos was talking that time, we was talking about the fact that she still has a lot of that amateurish stuff, and it's mostly with her feet. That's where Clarissa's big problem is her feet. That's why she don't never be scoring no knockouts and shit like that, because she hasn't really been properly taught the
Appreciate
place
you, Mark Nash. Appreciate you, bro.
to settle down on her feet, and really push through and pivot with her punches. She just got them fast ass hands, and she just be cutting loose. She's more concerned about just getting off her punches than really doing damage. You know?
Absolutely. She's definitely
That's when
gonna have to work her
that's when
way inside. But to go back to talk to my guy Mark Nash for a second in the chat, it's just she didn't really get winded in those fights. In her MMA fights, I didn't see her getting winded. She was just more so frustrated because that's not something she's used to dealing with. When you're used to being able to stand back up and being able to outmuscle these girls, or just in boxing, if you get knocked down, they let you get back up, and all of a sudden she feels like a girl she can beat is on top of her and she can't get her off. Like that can wind you, but I felt like her conditioning was at such a high level she didn't necessarily get winded with that. It's just her technique. Her technique is still she's still a white belt, if you will. It's when you're grappling with somebody who knows how to grapple, and Picasso can speak to this too. When you're grappling with somebody who doesn't know how to grapple, it's like if you're the one being dominated, it feels like you're drowning. You understand? So, and you start to panic in certain situations, which you're probably not in even that deep of trouble. Like Clarissa wasn't in deep trouble in neither one of her MMA fights. She wasn't in deep trouble, but it's just she didn't know how to escape it. You see what I'm saying? So it's just she looked uncomfortable. She just looked uncomfortable. I wouldn't say that she was winded. But go ahead, fellas.
Hey, I had to turn them off of, DJ, off of Best Pugilist, hey, Best Pugilist. Um, I was trying to say something about,
What's up,
uh,
Picasso?
good. Um, it, I was trying to keep it in my head. Oh yeah, I'll just skip that and go straight to what you were saying, DJ. Um, yeah, like if you got that side control on somebody where you chest to chest and they on top of you, they got their knee up to your head and the knee in kind of like by your rib. Uh, they at that point they have to do like a big chest, and they make themselves feel like if they like 150, they make themselves feel like 300 pounds on top of you, and they're actually squeezing the life out of you. You know what I mean? They trying to they're not even using no effort. Just like that Chauvin guy had his knee on the guy neck and stuff. They trained them how to torque that knee and just cut off the carotid pulse and squeeze the throat, and the air doesn't. You can't bring no air back in. It all goes out and suffocating. So yeah, when you got somebody that's like a black belt or something going against a white belt, that the black belt is barely even using any effort to do anything, and the white belt is going to panic.
Yeah, it just feels like you remember how your big brother or your big cousin, whoever was around you when you was younger, how they just holding your arms down and they playing stop hitting yourself, stop hitting yourself. That's what it feels like. And so I'm pretty sure that's what Clarissa felt like at one point when whether it was Abigail Montez or Brittany Elkins on top of her, that's what she felt like. It's like, why can't I get this person off of me? I know I can feel them on me, but and they were probably using minimum effort, just like Picasso said. It's just all about positioning and knowing how to use your body weight.
Yeah. And some
Absolutely.
people
But
forget to do that big chest, like make a big chest when you're on top,
mm-hmm.
because it drops your weight a lot more. Just being on top, you just kind of balancing yourself on top of the person. They feel you, but all your weight is in your hips and is off of them. I train the way I train, in the international Brazilian federated tournaments. Uh, every anytime I'm touching that person, I'm making them I'm dragging them down to the ground. Like say we're standing up and we got a gi on, and I'm gonna hold their gi, and I'm gonna put just a little bit of pressure on it, just to like I'm pulling it down to the ground, and see they have to hold a position to make sure that I don't shoot under them. So they have to be an inch under me at least, so I don't beat them to the shot. So uh, I'm pulling them down at the same time. They trying to pull me down at the same time. So it look like we're locked and trying to dance a little bit, but we're actually keeping pressure on each other. And you know what that does? And I had this all timed out because we had when I was doing like 6 minute matches. Um, the first 2 minutes, I would do a person like that standing up. We'll be jerking each other around like rag dolls, but the whole time I'm jerking him around, I'm still holding that little slight pressure, and I'm trying to wear his back out as we're for 2 minutes, and then once that 2 minute point hit, I already got it in my head. Bam! I change levels and shoot in. I'm taking him down, and then I go for my submission. If he stop it, then I kind of like scramble on the ground. That's gonna be so many minutes of scrambling, right? And,
Mm-hmm.
and, and what I do is I control the scramble, just like a boxer do. When you mixing it up, they look like they're just going toe to toe. Well, if you train enough, best people probably can attest to this. Um, you if you learn how to go toe to toe with somebody and control that 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 the fight as it's in the brawl, you know what I mean? And you can be a real good fighter at that point because you can control it when it's slow, and you can control it when it speeds up into a brawl. And that's how I learned how to get good at it. Like if somebody come running at me, I can just I do. A dude came running at me. My coach told this dude to come running at me in the gym one time. I turned around and saw him, and I was like, "What the hell?" At that, right when I saw him in the corner of my eye, I just, I got judo experience. So he came in. I just let took his. Uh, he was running at me, right? He was trying to tackle me. So I took his motion, and I throw my hip at him, and I already had that little twist, and he just went up in the air, and I slammed his ass on the ground, down there, killed that dude, and then and then he I had to apologize because I didn't even know why he was coming running at me, but my coach had told him to do that. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, it's crazy. But when
Hey,
you don't even know what like practicing all the time. Somebody in a scramble, and you control that scramble, yeah, you get good. That's it.
Hey, I was gonna comment on that Clarissa Shields and Marshall issue for a second. Um, let's not. Well, first of all, I think Clarissa getting into MMA is going to make her overall stronger fighter. No matter which sport she's doing, but primarily in boxing. Um, so big ups on that. I think it's going to give her more strength in her inner court than what she had before. But I'm expecting some knockouts to start coming because of that. But at the same time, um, I think it's giving her a confidence boost, even more great than what she had before. And let's not forget that the last time she lost a fight was in the amateurs, which she only lost one, which was questionable. She lost to Marshall, and she went on a tear. And I think it's going to be a minute before she loses again because she's such a appetite-driven athlete. She hates to lose, and I think she needs to capitalize on her downfalls. And I think she's going to do great. So I think that gives her upper edge in this next fight with Marshall as well, outside of other things.
Yeah, and KP, the only difference in this fight, both of them will have to weigh at 160 or below. It's not the same as the Wilder and Fury situation because Wilder had 30, I mean not Wilder, but Fury had 30, 40 pounds easily on Wilder the day of the weigh-in. And I don't think they necessarily even had to cut weight for that. So, fight night, he was easily 30, 40 pounds heavier than him. The difference in this, like I said, is Marshall and Carissa are going to be the same weight. So I don't think that'll affect her. And like I said, Clarissa's fought bigger girls before, and I don't think that necessarily bothered her. So, but she is going to have to find a way because I think Savannah Marshall has the longer reach. It's clear at this point she has more power. So Clarissa's going to have to figure out how to use her footwork, her head movement, and her combinations. That's what's going to win her this fight is her skill level.
I think she needs to get on the inside of Marshall. I don't think Marshall's.
She's going to have to.
Go back
She's
and
going
watch.
to have to make Savannah smarter at work.
Because I don't think Marshall's athletic enough to, shut her punches up and be effective with them. I could be wrong about that, but I think if Clarissa gets on the inside, we've seen her work on the inside. I think she'll be straight.
And I think it was APN saying it earlier. I think Clarissa does have good body work. She was hitting Emma Kozin with some great body shots in that in her last fight. So, and she hit. That's how she really broke down Christina Hammer in their fight. She was going to the body. She said not Savannah, but Christina Hammer was soft to the body, so she touched her a lot to the body and was breaking her down with it.
Yeah, that's gonna be her. That would be her best chance to victory. To get on the inside, attack the body, and then work from the inside out. Get on the inside, let both hands go to the body. Maybe even do a couple some shoe shines to set up, come out, hooks on the way out, right hands on the way out. Those type of things. If she can get in there and do that without catching any real damage, then I think she got a chance of winning that fight. Relatively easy, but she's gonna get past that jab. She's gonna have to get past that jab, and that jab and that hook. And I think it's gonna be interesting to see, man. But like I said, right now I'm leaning towards Savannah.
I think Clarissa. I feel what you said. Me and you talked about that, but I think Clarissa's movement and athleticism, she probably missed some of those jabs. Slip some of them, and I think she get in there and do an Andre Ward type of deal on the inside, the way he did Sergio. I think she's gonna be all right. Cause I just don't see. I hadn't seen Savannah showing too much ability on the inside as far as I think she's better at getting extension on her punches versus short punches on the inside. I could be totally wrong, but like I said, I gotta go back and check it out. But I just think Clarissa will be more effective on the inside, and then while she's trying to come in, just slip some making a miss, and see, and maybe no one's made Savannah miss so much as far as with the punches that she's the 1-2s or whatever, dabs and right hand and I don't know if she right or left, but anyway, if they hadn't been making her miss and she
You breaking up, Santo. You breaking up bad, bro.
Hey,
My
DJ.
guy KP from KP said when fighting a puncher, you have to get inside of them. It takes the steam off their shots. Ward versus Kovalev, Holyfield versus Tyson. That's exactly what Evander Holyfield did to Mike Tyson. He put his forehead right in his chest and beat the dog shit out of him.
Hey, DJ. I haven't heard anybody mention that Clarissa is going to use her jab.
Yeah. Let's look at the tail of the tape. Hold on, let me bring up both girls. See if I can find the tail of the tape on online. Let me see, because I think Savannah Marshall has. I think it's a significant reach advantage over Clarissa.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't something small. I think we're. Let me see. Let me just find Savannah Marshall's reach. Yeah, see, she's 6 foot tall. Well, they got her listed at 6 foot tall, so that's about a 72-inch reach. I'm gonna say. Let me see. But I'm still trying to get my mind around how Alma, I think that's her name, Alma Ibarra, the lady who's gonna be fighting Jessica McCaskill. We had her manager on here earlier. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how. I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that in my life. 2 rematch clauses. I've never heard of that. I didn't even think that is that even legal?
Nah, well, basically what it boils down to, and when it comes to the sport and sports in general, but particularly like in boxing, it's all about the contract. So whatever you can set up in your contracts, like when y'all at the negotiation table, just like I was bringing up about those boxing gloves. If the promoter got a deal with a specific company per se, Everlast or whoever, and you sign to that promotion, when your team is looking at that contract, and say your team is looking at the contract, your manager, your lawyers, whatever, looking at the contract, and in that promoter's contract, let's say it's Top Rank, for instance, and it says that the fighters in this promotion we have a deal with Everlast and so on and so forth, but you got to deal with another company, and you was like, yeah, we could do the deal, but we got to amend this part of the contract because I don't fight and I don't have a deal with Everlast. I have a deal with such and such. So then they want you enough. Obviously, they're gonna make the deal. They'll amend that part of the contract. So when it comes down to it, it's all about the negotiation. You make the negotiation to what you want. I forget exactly which fight it is. It's an old fight when Joe Louis was fighting. Which guy was it? Was it Tommy Farr? I think. If y'all get a chance, I want y'all to go find. I'm gonna find out exactly, and I'm gonna come back and tell y'all which fight it is so y'all can go see it. But I want y'all to listen to what the announcer said when he announced the rounds for the fight. And at that time, I didn't even think that they was doing that shit. But that fight was contracted for 20 rounds.
20?
Was contracted for 20 because he announced it. The announcer announced it when he announced the fight. They'd be like, 15 rounds, and he said 20 rounds. And I'm like, I didn't even know they were still doing that shit then. But I found out, doing some research, the contract was negotiated that way. Of course, he didn't last no fucking 20 rounds because Joe Louis knocked his fucking block off. But needless to say, it's all about, when it comes to the contract, it's about what y'all can negotiate and which each party is willing to agree to. So that's what it could be. If they agree to that, then that's what it could be. So that's crazy. Like that they even tried that. It don't surprise me. It's just like when Santos brought up the thing about Joe Louis having to sign away after when he got a chance to fight for the heavyweight championship against Braddock. Braddock got a piece of his money for pretty much the rest of his career.
But you gotta have leverage when it comes to those negotiations. You gotta have leverage. If you don't have any leverage, then you have to abide by the party that you're trying to dance
Absolutely.
with that party.
Absolutely.
Just like Devin Haney had to take that deal that he had to take to get those belts. Now, at the time that he took those belts, everybody was saying how he was getting screwed over, but he understood the environment that he was in, and he didn't have any leverage. And even if he would have lost, that still would have been beneficial, that fight, to build his name up, because people was going to watch that no matter what. Even if he lost, he was going to get a lot of fans, and he was going to get a lot of credit for taking that fight in this environment when everybody just trying to get paid. So I mean,
Yeah,
it's all about
absolutely. Right.
what you trying to do, and he didn't have any leverage, and he understood that. And some of these boxers don't understand their leverage, and that's why we don't get the fights, because in their camp they got people in their ear whispering to them and telling them you deserve this and you deserve that, when in actuality the market of boxing, I equate that to the stock market. The stock is only going to get priced out at what somebody's willing to pay for it, or get sold at what somebody's willing to sell for it. It's not a magic number. The market creates those prices. The same thing with boxing or any other value of entertainment. The market creates that of what you're in. And if you don't have the right type of team around you to give you the right information, you're going to miss out on a lot of money, because you're going to be focused in on this one fight so hard that could have been a step to another fight that you could have made. Whatever you thought you was going to miss, that publicity would have got you way further, but you missed out on that. So I think a lot of that stuff, the business of boxing itself, people in their craft of boxing, it's really important with people understanding the business of boxing that's in the boxing. It seems like a lot of the top fighters, they just don't understand it. I think it's a lot of ego that goes into that when you even get in the ring, and sometimes it's hard to turn it. I would imagine, because I'm not a fighter, I would imagine it's hard to turn that off when it comes to negotiations, and you feel like you got to take less from this person. You got to remove your ego out of that, and that seems to be a problem. That seems to be why we're not getting a lot of these fights, because the idea that we even knowing what percentage these people are negotiating, we shouldn't even know. That should be done behind the closed doors. That shouldn't even be no shit that we done. Because when you negotiate, you don't do that in a glass building where everybody can see it. You do that shit behind closed doors, and nobody really tells you what the other person got, because everybody had to give up a little something. Somebody might have had to give up a lot, but the other person had to give something up. I mean, that's just part of negotiations. And if you don't have the leverage, you know what you got to do to get the leverage the next time. That's just what it is.
Absolutely. Yeah, I forgot who it was. Heard somebody say, the best deals are the ones where both sides feel like they got took.
If you got leverage. If you got
That's
leverage.
if you got leverage. Yeah.
If you ain't got no leverage, and then it is what it is. Like, we got equate that to high school, and you trying to get to the prettiest girl, and she knows she bad, she bad. You're gonna bend a little bit more and give her a little bit more leeway than the average looking chick. It just is what it is. That's just what you're dealing with.
and then here comes Cento. I'm about to jinx it. I negotiate a little bit different. I give what I want to give. That's my prerogative. But when I'm in regular player mode, now we giving together. I got to go. You know what I'm saying? And you can get with this or you can get with that. But that's a whole different subject. On this, right? On this.
KP say the shorter fighter usually has the challenge. Most fighters today don't have jab defense. They don't parry the jab or catch the jab. They just fight. Whoever takes away the other person's jab win. Absolutely. 20. He's talking about the 20 rounds thing, and he back to Devin actually makes the whole division look like ducks by taking that deal. Yes, he did.
Well, I mean, it's hard to get somebody like Tank to get in the ring with somebody who's going to give him a challenge when he making that much money fighting Rolly. You know, and then his camp is touting that. It's not only that he took the fight, they're touting how many people filled up the arena. They touting the numbers. Like when you start doing that, it's hard to get them dudes out of that mindset because that's what's driving them. They are essentially a prize fighter.
Mm-hmm.
So it has nothing to do with belts. It has nothing to do with competition. You are strictly a prize fighter, and if that's what you want to be, that's fine. But then don't complain about it when later on people bring up your competition because your competition level is not going to be as high because on the business side, your side is going to look out for whatever is the least amount of risk with the most reward. That's the avenue they're going to go down. They're not going to go down the other road because business wise, it doesn't benefit them. If you strictly business, that's what you can't have both. You can't have high levels of competition and be making the most money all the time. That's probably not going to work out good. And Rolly his camp should have sued Mayweather camp when they didn't give him that fight the first time off of those allegations. I thought that was utterly ridiculous when somebody can make an allegation that's not been founded, true or not, and just back out of a fight like that. I never seen nothing like that before. Now,
But
if it's
see,
founded,
that was more so. Sorry to cut y'all, but
mhm.
that was more so Showtime. Showtime really wanted him off that fight
Well, he needed to sue
because
Showtime. He needed to sue Showtime. He needed to sue Showtime.
Yeah,
Still
he probably should
allegation.
have sued Showtime, but I think a lot of people forget this was a mandated fight. Like the WBA made Tank fight Rolly. Rolly was the number one contender, and since Tank is the champion, he might be with quote unquote the regular champion. That was a mandated fight because Tank has mandatories. That's why I consider the regular championship a real championship. He has to defend that title, and with Rolly being the number one contender, they made him fight him. He
Right.
didn't want to. Now, Isaac Cruz stepped up at the last minute and took the fight, but make no mistake about it, they were always coming back around to Rolly because Rolly was the number one contender, and that was all. That was completely on Showtime, pulling Rolly from that. On the heels of everything that's going on now. We just can't have a fighter with allegations like that. Like they don't care what Tank did. Tank got, like Rolly said, he wasn't wrong when he said that. Tank got 8 open cases right now, which I think was over exaggerated, but Tank is in court for at least 2 different cases, and they still let him fight. So it's just what Rolly was accused of, and everything turned out to be BS, because it just seemed to have went away after the fight happened. But it was one of them things, man. That was a Showtime call. That wasn't a Mayweather Promotions or a PBC call, because of course they wanted to keep Rolly on there. Rolly was selling the hell out that fight.
Yep, that was Showtime
I
all the
think
way. That was Showtime all the way, man. And they the money behind that shit.
Mm-hmm.
I think if it ain't murder or something like that, if you got enough money, you can negotiate your way out of a long sentence.
It wouldn't, and I don't think any good would have came from him, especially at this stage in his career. I mean, he's not a champion. Like, more people know who he is now, so I don't know if you would consider him a star, but he doesn't have the leverage to really sue Showtime right now. And I don't think he has the funds to really go after a company like that. So he just kind of ate it, which was wrong. We understand now that they kind of, he got the short end of the stick, but it's one of the things that happened.
A lot of times these
Yeah, that's
corporations
all he could
have
have done.
something, a clause where you can, if you're a detriment to their reputation or something like that, if it's damaging to them, to include you, they don't have to include you into supporting, doesn't have
You breaking up, Santo.
Santo send them backwoods to
situation
Tennessee.
out. All right.
There you go. Okay, now that's better. That's better. Yes, sir.
He went back out.
No, I think he just went on mute. But yeah,
On me.
it
On
turned
me.
out to be a bunch of he say, she say, but that was a sexual assault allegation, man. And they can't. That's one of them things they just can't let ride. Like, if it was nowadays, sexual assault and domestic violence, they don't play that type of stuff. You know what I mean? They'll put you on ice until everything gets calmed down. I mean, look at Look at Deshaun Watson, right? Everything didn't really move forward with his career right now. And even though he's had I think a couple more women come out and say something, nothing really died down with his case until the grand jury decided not to indict him. It went to a grand jury twice, and they chose not to indict him. The evidence that y'all have here that y'all brought forward ain't enough to indict him. So that's when he was able to get traded and signed by Cleveland. And now that he's signed, you got more cases popping up. And you see him speaking out more because I think he's getting more and more confident that nothing's really going to happen. But he'll
You know
never
what?
get his name back. It would have been easier for him if he just paid these women off. But he's just at this point he's just fighting to get his
You
name
know
back.
what?
But he'll never get his name back. The jokes are gonna always be there. But just to pivot back to boxing, Rolly, Showtime. It was oh no, it was. I think that fight was supposed to be in December, right? December. I think they were supposed to fight like November, December. It's like it's
Yeah,
holiday time.
December.
Yeah, it's holidays. It's like we don't need some because that was gonna be it was gonna be a lot of questions about that. You know what I mean? There was going to be a lot of questions about somebody who has those type of allegations going against them fighting on that weekend. So, Showtime just was trying to avoid a potential catastrophe because Rolly would probably answer the questions honestly and openly, and probably hurt his own case. But yeah, they did the right thing. He got the raw end of the stick, but like my guy Michael Garner said, Showtime did the right thing, and they did the right thing by giving Rolly the fight after it was cleared up. Absolutely, they did make it up to him, even though he got it, 5-6 months later, he still got the fight. So if he had never gotten the Tank fight, then yeah, but he eventually ended up getting that date.
You know what I think? If you had a charity and somebody did something that hurt you, and you went to court, and they sent all this money to your charity, would that lower the punishment for them between you and them in court?
Say what now?
With if I committed if I tripped you and made you fall in the mall, and you took me to court, and you had a charity, and while we was in court, I said I'm gonna donate this to your charity, and I'm gonna publicly apologize to you, and yada yada yada. Would that lower my punishment?
I mean, I think what you're saying is if you were to get out ahead of it before it actually went to court, would it help your case? Is that what you're saying?
You could do that, but I'm talking about like if it did go you took me into the courtroom, and well, yeah, if you took me to the courtroom, then you giving it to the judge to make the decision, unless it's an informal court thing. But we're not gonna battle it out. I'm gonna just come at you with I'm gonna donate this amount to your charity. Would that lower the punishment for me? Would you be satisfied?
In a civil case is a more so on the lines of reputation and financial gain, right? So he could have done, but the way that I think Tank should have handled his case, and it's just me talking. I'm not an attorney or whatever, by no stretch of the imagination. But
Same here.
the way Tank should have handled his situation should have been, kind of how John Jones handled his hit and run case, right? When John Jones when he was high, because that's let's call it what it is. He hit that woman. He hit the pregnant woman, broke her arm, right? But the woman was okay. She went on to have her baby. He not only paid for her medical expenses because she was pregnant, he also bought her a new car, right? So when the judge sees that, he tends to be more lenient because John Jones could have really did a lot of time over that, like a hit and run situation, and then the woman you hit had just so happened to be pregnant. Oh man, they could have sent him to prison over that. But since he got out ahead of it, it looks sympathetic towards the jurors. Now, what you're saying is, I donate some money to your charity, yada yada yada. I don't know how people would really look at that, but it could help and hurt them at the same time. It's like, oh, look, he's trying to rebuild. He's trying to, help the situation. But at the same time, somebody could be like, you get two jurors out there. Oh, he's just trying to throw money at the situation. That's the problem with rich people. They think they can just throw money at everything and it'll just go away. Tank should have, and like going back to Tank's case and his hit and run, he should have bought them folks a new car, and started talking about just go on a campaign like I apologize, I just went on an apology campaign, but only time will tell whether or not he played it the right way.
And I think Rolly negotiated himself back into the fight with Tank.
The fight was mandated, so the fight was going to happen regardless. Like he still had that fight. If they didn't take him down in the rankings, yeah, that was a WBA mandated fight. Tank had to fight him. That wasn't just what Leonard and Floyd like to say. We're gonna keep the fights in house. Now it was easier because Rolly was a Mayweather Promotions fighter. That's what made the fight. That's another thing that made the fight easier. But as far as like the fight being mandated, yeah, that wasn't going nowhere. He was still gonna have to fight him.
I just think we got to be careful with the allegation. Just allegations can't, because if that's the case, like people can lose their jobs based off allegations, and we could say that there's serious allegations. I mean, if something like that happened and be proven, then I mean the book need to be thrown at you. The allegations shouldn't derail stuff like that, because when it's proven that that's wrong, that person isn't righted. Because even Deshaun Watson, when they figured out they couldn't prosecute that case, all that money he lost and all that contractual money he lost, I mean, it just is what it is.
Yeah, he lost a year out on his career. He lost a year of the prime of his career at that. So, and he's possibly about to lose another 7-8 games of his career, right? So it's the better part of a year and a half, 2 years. Like he hadn't played since 2020. You know what I mean? The last time he played, there was no crowd. So,
but think about it like this: even those 2 years, it's not just those 2 years, because those 2 years set him up for the next contract. So he's not only losing out right now, he losing out on his future contract that he could get, those 2 max out deals that he can no longer get. And then by him not playing. So, I mean, it has a big effect. I just think it's weird when we start jumping into the allegations that can get you, thrown from teams, and you got to do all this stuff to prove it. Nobody's discounting when somebody does something, but we need to make sure that the person actually is doing that. And if the prosecutor isn't prosecuting you, and they're just playing a political game with you, then I don't even know why the person he should be able to sue that state or that county, because they knew what evidence they had when they brought that up. They needed to take that to a grand jury just to get that case bumped up to even go to trial, and they couldn't even do that. That's how weak the case was.
Yeah, even when everything broke, as far as it pertaining to that case, right? Even when everything first broke, when the story first broke in like, what was it, like last March or so, I want to say. It's been over a year. Even when the case first broke, right? It was, I think at the time, it was in the teens. Like 18 or 19 women come forward with civil cases. It was all civil cases. And when they presented the evidence, the Houston PD chose not to press charges.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that told me everything I need to know then. Well, a lot of what I need to know. I ain't going to say everything, but it told me a lot of what I need to know then. It was like, oh, okay. This is a money grab. Something's going on. Somebody wants some money somewhere.
Well, remember, a lot of that stuff is that woman Albrecht. Most of those civil lawsuits and those people who go after civil litigation against high-powered men or men who got some good means behind them, it'd be that Albrecht chick. I can't think of her first name, but that's the lawyer that they usually go to, and they sing the same song. That's the one that went after Bill Cosby. That's the one that went after all of those people when they start getting into the money, running down on money. That's who they run to, and it seemed like it's all set up, and it's just the allegations. Allegations gonna get you paid.
I mean, I don't think this was I don't think she's presiding over one of these cases. I think for the most part, for the most part, for the most part, I think most of the women on this case are represented by the same guy, and I think he's representing like 20 of them. And the crazy part about that is, and I've said this before, the guy who's representing the majority of the women on these cases, he's best friends with the owner of the Texans.
Yeah, that's a problem.
So
That's a problem.
yeah, that's a huge problem. I mean, you
That's
got
a problem.
it doesn't look right. And
No.
once I found that out, I was like, oh, I get it. All of these as soon as Deshaun Watson said he wanted out of Houston, 2-3 weeks later, that's when all these allegations pop up. So
Yeah, it's a problem.
either Deshaun was really doing the things that he's being accused of, and the Texans were burying it, which he could probably sue them for that, or it's all hogwash. And I'm choosing the latter. I think it's all hogwash.
But I mean, whenever they start doing this media blitz on stuff, they'll do it long enough for people. It'll convince people because they just keep getting beat in their head with it, just like a song. It just keep running through your head. Because you got people right now that think OJ killed that white lady. OJ ain't killing that fucking lady, but they done got beat in their head with it enough to when you actually look at the evidence of what actually happened, there just ain't no way. It's not possible. They had more than one footprint at the crime scene. That the lady got cut from, from the way her throat was slitted. Ain't no way no regular me and you doing that because we mad at our woman because she slept with somebody. You ain't slit nobody's throat across and doing a Colombian necktie. That's not happening. Not no regular person. You'd have to be a trained killer to do some shit like that.
You wouldn't do that just because she messing around with some dude. You know what I mean?
Nah. And if you're wealthy, even more reason why you're not. See, in our neighborhood, where we at, your mindset gonna change when you put a couple $1 million between you and that woman. You're gonna get your attorney, you're gonna pay a little bit, you're gonna move on. And that's not the first time that particular woman did that. But I just brought that up to say that, like, the media blitz that dude had, you got people right now that just get all in their emotions and they can't. The evidence just disproves what they did. And when you go into evidence, even with Deshaun Watson, it won't do. Say it again.
What Mark Furman did, he still got off. He the one that
But
brought the blood to the Bronco.
But it wasn't just him. It was that whole detective squad. They went and investigated that department, and they had to let go 120 cases. They had to free. I think it was 120. It was over 100 people. They had to go back and release those people off of tampered evidence because what they had going on back then, which was the biggest part of that, they had like the security team. I don't know if y'all remember this. And the security team, what they did because of this high power, all them houses in Beverly Hills, when them detectives was going and that shit was coming up missing. So they was videotaping it before they went in there. And when they videotaped that shit at the crime scene, it wasn't no fucking bloody glove down there when they first went in there. And then later on, the glove popped up. But when they saw the video, that shit wasn't there.
So somebody threw it against the wall. That's what Cato said he heard the thump.
I mean, we can speculate, but I know that shit wasn't there when they first went in there. You know what I mean? So It is what it is. That's their own that's the LAPD's own fucking video. But I brought that up to say that, like, any allegations, when the media gets something, they just keep running that drum. And remember, Nancy Grace was that white lady. She was on TV running that shit. She built her whole career off of that shit. So you got people get on TV and do that shit, huh?
I think they assigned her to that, just like Hoover going after the civil rights activists.
Which one? Uber?
Just like J. Edgar Hoover going after the civil rights activists.
That's part of it.
It's like he was assigned to it or something. You see what I'm saying?
No, that was just J. Edgar Hoover being one of the biggest gangsters in American history.
Yeah, he was a low down son of a bitch.
That was just low down dirty bastard. That's all it was.
Yeah, cross dressing, low down son of a bitch. That's what he was.
I mean, yeah. It was insinuated that he liked boys, but
Yeah, it's weirdo. But that's a whole nother. That's part of the government complex right there. That's not even an individual person. That's just that position does that to them. That's how they are geared up with that particular position. That's just how it is.
Here's another one. Remember the media guy that was going after Deion Sanders when he had the football team, and
Media guy.
I
I
guess
don't remember that one.
it was a media a guy in the media. He was going after Deion Sanders, kept on bothering him, like trying to find out something about him so he can bust up his football team that he was creating, and they did ended up busting it up, I think. And then the people were looking at the money that they put in for their kid to be on the team, I think. And then Deion Sanders, he had to straighten all that out, but he ended up being a coach for college or something like that. But that media guy, it was a white guy, and he just how you say ruthlessly went after Deion Sanders. Everything he can get on him, he was trying to bring it out in public, and then all of a sudden the people he was preaching to, what without he was putting stuff out there, and to make Deion Sanders look like he was doing something he wasn't supposed to be doing, and it busted up his football team because
But
it was
they
all
always
black players.
Yeah, but they always got they got a certain kind of a fever behind it when black people even accuse of shit where they just go crazy. And we know certain people doing shit and they don't even look their way. Like look at Saban. Ain't nobody in their right mind believes Saban getting all them damn players to go to Alabama, the University of Alabama. And if you know where the University of Alabama is, that is not no place that no kid from California is going and visiting and be like, this is the place I want to fucking play. Or a kid from Hawaii is going down there trying to play there. Everybody know what it is, but you never see nobody really investigate that shit. They know what's going on.
Yeah,
They
Yeah,
just
well,
not
man.
it's not.
interested.
In Pittsburgh, I'm an Alabama fan, right? It's like we see what's going on out here. Like Tua was
Yeah,
going to USC, and then he changed his mind at the last minute and came to Alabama.
come on,
Like he
man.
changed his mind like probably
Yeah,
3 weeks, probably 3-4 weeks before signing day. He had been committed to USC. He was
yeah.
going to USC. Then all of a sudden, the story that they told us was that his father, his family is heavily religious, which I believe. I believe they are a heavy religious family, and they decided to come to the Bible Belt.
Nah,
Malarkey. Y'all were going to
come on,
USC, man,
man. Come
because
on, man.
Southern
yeah, y'all were
Bible
going to USC
Belt.
Come on,
because it
man.
was rumored when Tua wasn't getting to play his freshman year, y'all think about transferring back to USC.
Yeah, I mean,
That's bull crap. The only thing I can think that gives Alabama an edge is those titles, and the
but
fact that the SEC is top conference in football. So
but the SEC is a non-profit organization too. That's the other joke of that.
I didn't know they were. They all
That's
get a
another
bunch of
joke of
money.
that. Well, look that up. You want to have class? I mean, that whole system. When you start looking at the clues that they leaving you, they letting you know what it is. And then think about it like this: if a kid commit to a school and he commit to that school, he signed up to go to that school. That contract, that scholarship is year to year. And if that kid want to transfer, he got to go notify his home school of what schools that he's trying to go to, and the fucking school can block the shit. But the coach can jump up and like Saban can leave at any point, void his contract, and go coach somewhere else with no pressure. But the kid can't do that. He got to get authorization from the school where he try to transfer and get another scholarship. And they can deny him going to that school. They can tell him to go to another school. So that shit is just what it is. I mean, but that's a whole nother thing because the government kind of power with the colleges to make all that shit happen. Because that's a big funneling of money that the colleges get, a big funneling of money.
It's called lobbying. Lobbying the politicians.
Yeah, that's a crazy.
But they do it with the historical black colleges. They donate money over there, but then not all of us go there. It's like a mixture of people there, so it gets watered down.
But that's
Like
because you
what?
can't have an all black. You can't have an all black school. The government won't let you do it. Theoretically, now the way the laws are set up, theoretically you cannot have an all black school.
No, you
You
gotta have
can't do
some.
it. Yeah, you can't do it. And then they
Must be
have
segregated.
you have to. Yeah, you have to. They won't allow you to do it. And then they have a certain amount of those scholarships that they have for international people coming in and different things. So that's just the way that game is set up. And then on top of that, the only problem I have with a lot of that college stuff is sometimes these people get too educated and they don't really look at stuff that's right in their face. Because you'll get people that get all these degrees, they'll devote themselves to the sorority, and they don't realize that it's a Greek sorority, and they're all trying to tell you about this sorority. Like, man, don't you know the Greeks didn't fuck with black people? Like,
All that
that don't even make
masonry.
any sense.
They have so many degrees of masonry and all this other stuff.
But the Masons,
Yeah.
that came from the Egyptian. Originally, that was called the Egyptian mystery system, and then that shit, the Greeks got that shit and twisted it. Everything they got, they kind of put a spin on it. So we don't like the history. Like, I think we had this conversation a couple of
We
days ago. Like,
did.
the history is just watered down. We just don't know the history. So it's easy to get caught up in the game because you don't know the game you in. You don't even know you in the game. You in the game and don't know you in the game. They done brainwash the shit out your ass with everything that they got going on. And it's a lot of this stuff is really accessible because it's not just websites. You got people who went over there and researched this, and I think we brought these people's names up. Anthony Browder went to Egypt, and he did like a lot of archaeological digs with a lot of the information that's proven that he's done it. Asa D. Hillier, John Henry Clark, all these people, not just no website, they went over there with the information and brought it back. So a lot of that history is there, and the ones that we can find, some of that stuff is just lost, stolen, and burnt for obvious reasons. But like, we fall into the game because we don't really take the time to really look into it. It's not something that's going to be pushed, obviously, because it's not beneficial for you to know the game that you're getting hooked up with. When you get the power to know what the game is that you're getting hooked up with, then it's easier for you to kind of look at stuff a little bit more skeptical and not just be so happy that they let you in the club. You're really trying to figure out what club you're getting into.
Yeah. And you know what though? What we was talking about earlier, you know, Wesley Snipes, when I think I brought this up too before. He remember he busted for his taxes or something like that,
But they ain't arrested the
evading.
man who wrote his taxes. He didn't do his taxes. Why they ain't arrested the dude who did his taxes?
Exactly. So you know why I think he said it on the Sway Show without saying it, right? He
Yeah.
said that he had a group of all black men. He was training on his property, and they didn't like the government didn't like that because what it looks like is he's training an army
Hmm.
in the well, not the is the Constitution where it's the what's the Second Amendment or something off in there where you can't form a group where the white people were able to form a group to go after the black people in the streets and so on. Well, I think we spoke about that, but they use that to I mean, so they can go drag black people out their houses. That's what they use that for. But but the government said that you can't use it against them. If you use it against them, then they come after you. So that's what they was trying to. That's what Wesley was trying to say without saying that they came after him because he was had that school and it looked like he was creating some soldiers or something.
Yeah, but he can't really say that. I mean, that's lucky, fortunate for him that that's all they did. Because them
Right.
people play dirty, man. They don't play like how we think they play. You know, them kind of people. When you do certain things, you'll come home with somebody be sitting in your living room waiting on you.
hmm
When you turn
Cause
light
look at
on, that dude sitting in there.
cause look
That's a
at it
different
now.
game.
Does he have a dojo?
Who?
Wesley Snipes.
I don't think he ever had one.
He was trying to train people. He
Individual,
tried to
yeah. I don't think he ever
yeah.
had a dojo himself, though. I don't think he had one, though.
Mm. Look at uh Jai White, Michael Jai White. You see him on
Oh, yeah.
YouTube, and he's in a gym training people, but he's not training like all black or group of people. Like because guess what? They allow these people to train these neo Nazis or whatever in the mountains, the hillbillies or whatever, in Alaska or wherever the mountains in California or whatever. They allow
I
them
got
to.
it.
They letting them
I
do
gotta
that.
go on mute for a moment, guys. I gotta do this delivery. I'll be right back.
Okay. They letting
Well,
them do that. But if you try to do it, They're gonna come
Depending on
after
what you're doing. If you pro-black, you can do it, but you can't be pro-black. That's where you start getting yourself in trouble with these folks.
you. Right.
Because now, if you pro-black or you now even the white them crazy militias you talking about, you see they arrested a bunch of them because they was finna do something to them gay folks.
Hmm.
Now, if that would have been a bunch of black people, they wouldn't have had that kind of, that kind of energy behind that stuff. So I mean,
Right.
it is what it is. It's obvious what these people got going on, and then that RICO and all that stuff they got going on. Some of that stuff we do it to ourselves because all these stupid ass rappers, all them niggas need to be in jail just strictly off of their moves, their music. Their music is so fucking destructive that the shit that they
Self-destruct. Yeah.
yeah, it's ridiculous. And then when they get caught, they say, "Oh, I'm just acting the character." Why would you act that kind of fucking character?
Hmm.
And then on top of that, you taking my money. Let's say I buy your record or I buy, your CD or whatever the hell you got. I give you my money. You gonna take my money and everybody else's money and get on TV and be throwing the money in there. Like, come on, man. Like, what we doing right now?
Hmm.
And then when they take you to jail, the place you was rapping about, the place you said that it didn't bother you to go, you hollering and hooping and hollering, saying it's inhumane and all this here stuff. But you was tough a minute ago. Like, come on, man, what you doing?
We should have got better over the years, but they kept it on that uh, igniting people. You know what I mean? Uh, uh, letting people see. I mean, telling people that the dope game is still on and popping. And you have people every once in a while that come out and say, if you out in the streets trying to sell dope, you're gonna always get caught, and nobody paying attention to that. You're gonna
Yeah,
always get caught. It ain't no
yeah.
where you gonna go to Mars.
Especially now. Especially now. Now it's
Yeah.
impossible for you not to get caught because everybody, like back in the days when they were doing that, they had throwaway phones. Ain't nobody throwing away that $1,000 phone. Like, it's not happening. Ain't nobody doing that. And
Right.
then once they got your phone, they can tap right into your phone because it's got the internet. Once you got
Yeah.
the internet, you got an IP address, you got a MAC address, they can go right in there. I don't care if you got a VPN, they still can go into the MAC address, which is the actual device that's gonna let you get on the internet. Trust me, whatever they selling, whatever product they having, the government is a couple years away ahead of you with whatever little thing you think you're doing. They way ahead of what you think it is that you doing.
Hmm.
So a lot of stuff they let go on because they're letting it go on because it's beneficial to them.
Hmm.
It's just that some of these people now they getting caught up in it because that's what they're being promoted. Because we don't own any of the entertainment industries. We don't own music companies, the major labels. We do not own them. The record, the fucking movies, we don't own those. So those are always written a certain kind of way. Even Black Panther, if you look at it, that movie, we were all celebrating the king when we should have been celebrating the other dude. What was the guy that got Killmonger? That's the dude that we should have been celebrating.
Then the white guy write Black Panther.
I don't know who wrote it, but I'm just saying that theme seems to be common. And then even when the king was the hero, he had a white guy from the CIA right there helping him, so he couldn't do it himself.
Hmm.
And that seems to be the theme. I don't even know. It's too common because even like they have this African American History Museum there in Atlanta. When they built that museum, they put up. You know who monument they put up first? They put up what's the guy named Martin Luther King? What's the guy that they always want to relate how he got his theory behind it? His whole philosophy behind this guy. Uh,
What happened to him?
God, what's his name? I
He
can't
got
even
shot in the
think of
driveway.
it.
Or what?
Nah, from another country. They wanted to give they
Oh.
wanted to discredit Martin Luther King's peaceful protest and wanted to take it away from him and give it to somebody else. That's where he got his whole philosophy of a peaceful way of protesting.
I know you're talking about
I can't think of
Bundu
I can't think of his
Dundee,
name. Done. Yeah. Yes. There
the
you
Gandhi
go.
guy.
Now that's yes. Now I brought that up because now when they was building the African American Center in Atlanta, they put up that statue of him before they put up the statue of Martin Luther King. Like, come on, man.
Mm.
And it was up for a
Yeah.
while. And if you look at some of those statements that dude made, he made some ridiculous statements himself. The dude that they talking about that he got his philosophy behind. So I mean, they've been
Yeah, I
playing,
heard he
running
was a
them tricks and
hardcore
them games
racist.
on the sport. Say it again.
I heard Gandhi was a hardcore racist before
Yeah,
uh,
yeah. He made some
he
statements. He
I mean
made a few of them.
openly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a secret. Not a secret. But we've been getting tricked. Like right now, they got the Juneteenth. You got people gonna get tricked on that day too. Because what really
You
is
said
there?
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what's
Mahatma
that?
Gandhi was a big racist, man. He was a very big racist, actually.
Yeah, it's
Mahatma
documented.
Gandhi,
Hmm.
very big racist.
You kind of
And she
faded
made some
out there,
very
Steve.
harsh statements against blacks, man. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I got back home when I'm on my other phone and it won't let me use my Bluetooth for some reason. This StreamYard on this one. My other phone will let me do it. This one won't. That one.
Yeah, but then that's the part that we got to stay away from. And then like when we beat the drum for these dudes to get wrapped up in stuff when they get accused of it, and we be leading the line to persecute the dude like they did with R. Kelly. Like we lead the line for that kind of stuff, man. We got to be careful with that because they figure out how to get people stirred up, and they figure out how to do it. They got it down to a T, and we don't have that kind of energy with nobody else. But we'll do each other in a heartbeat. It's really ridiculous.
Hmm. That's how when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock. I
Oh
didn't
man,
want to say nothing because I didn't want to be part of the uh, in lighting that up, putting any light to it, because I felt like it was personal at that point, and they know people should know how to handle their personal stuff. But since it was caught on TV, then everybody was making money off of or making shows off of that scene, and 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 then guess who they were going? They started going after uh, Will Smith,
yeah.
and Will Smith in his own circle with his family is the victim. So I was
Yeah.
like, that's a personal. That whole thing just got personal written all over it. I'm out. I'm not gonna talk about this man.
But see, but the
Mhm.
problem with Will Smith is the problem that we have in society. We got overly sensitive men that don't know how to handle shit.
Right.
Because that's not something that he should have. I mean, that's just it is what it is. And then we'll do that. Like he'll do that to Chris Rock, but he wouldn't have did that to another white man. He just wouldn't have did it. And that shit wouldn't have went like that. And I ain't even talking about if he bigger than him, stronger than him. I'm just talking about a white guy. That shit wouldn't have went like that.
Right. He knew
It,
that
it
was
just
the end of his career.
Yeah, he wouldn't have did
Yeah.
that shit. If it was somebody white or Hispanic or a woman, he wouldn't have did that stupid shit. And that'd
Or
be the problem
Jewish.
with black people. We get real comfortable with mistreating each other because we do it all the time. Sometimes it's subtle, sometimes it's extreme levels, but we real comfortable with fucking mistreating each other with no
Hmm.
problem.
Yeah,
And
because
to
that could have
brag
been
about
like
it,
a 5 foot Jewish guy. He wouldn't have never touched him
he wouldn't have
because the
did it.
Jewish people lined themselves up with inside the media and movies, and they creating. They're the one that's narrating all this these movies and whatever else.
I just don't think
It's
his brain would have went there. His brain wouldn't even operated for him to do that if it had been a white 5 foot Jewish guy. He would have
yeah,
never had that in his brain to go jump up there and do that shit.
exactly. He would have sat there and looked at Jada like, uh,
Yeah,
uh, "That's the end of
yeah.
my career if I go up there."
Nah, they would have had an argument when they would have got home, and that would have been the end of that shit. But
Hmm.
we so used to mistreating each other, and it's really pathetic, and that's why it's hard for us to get anywhere because we'll jump on each other in a minute, and we'll also jump on like a cause of anybody who we think that's white. We'll jump on it, but we won't speak against some of the foolishness and the buffoonery that we be doing each other because it's a lot of it, and it's
Hmm.
real rampant. It's a lot of it, and it's going on real bad. And they gonna keep on pushing this stuff because these young people are really grasping onto this stuff. You got scamming now is a job. Being on OnlyFans now is a job. Like it's just a lot of stuff that shouldn't be jobs that are professions that used to be like embarrassing. Stripping is a job that people say, well, you making all that bag. Look at the purse, look at the bag you bring it home. It's okay. Like things that we used to not, that used to be shameful. Now we promoting that stuff. You can't do
Hey,
that without a consequence.
I want to make this analogy here. we was talking about women not supporting women sports, right? But there's a lot of women supporting women rappers.
Yeah. But look at the women rapping though. They got to be butt ass naked up there, and look at the shit they talking about.
Hmm.
They got to talk about how their stuff is so good and they just a bad bitch and some dude should be it should be your honor to take care of me basically.
Yeah. I mean, they just went way out on the limb, trying to bring usher in that type of behavior, and knowing if all the grandmamas was to come back, they would beat the shit out of these little girls. You know what I'm saying?
But they can't no more. That's another problem. You
Right,
really can't. You can't do it
right,
no more. You end up in jail.
right.
What's the
Can't do
topic
it.
y'all talking about now?
I
Oh,
knew
we
he
talk.
was coming.
There you coming back. There you go.
I heard him ruffling in the bushes right there.
Yeah. Sound like y'all talking about something to do with there's something about the women.
Women and
Yeah.
men, we were talking about how black people mistreat each other with that Will Smith thing, how we can easily mistreat each other with no problem. But we won't do that. We won't have that same energy to somebody who's non-black. And we'll actually brag about the shit. When you think twice about it. But if it's somebody who don't look like you and you in a work setting, you're not going to do that shit. You ain't no way. That shit don't even cross your mind.
You're
You
right.
sit
I
your
hate
ass
that.
there and just be mad.
Yeah. I don't like that either, man. That's one thing. So that's part of what I was talking about the other night, man. Man.
Go ahead. You breaking up.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
What about
There you go.
Yeah, I was saying the other night, that's what I was part of what I was talking about when I said we burned because we're desperate sometimes to our own selves, man. I mean, we work on our problems, get ourselves man, to help each other. And now, man, it's just so many people pull. If you think about
Breaking up, brother. Breaking up. I don't know if it's just me. Can you hear him? I think he's
Yeah,
breaking up.
he breaking up.
I can hear everybody fine, but y'all can't hear me
Yeah, you
too good.
breaking up. No, there you go. You back. Go ahead. Make your point. You was breaking up before. Go ahead. We can hear you now. I think you went out again.
You got your air
Or
conditioner
not,
pointing into your
shit.
speaker?
I don't even have it on, man.
Oh, okay.
Hey, you good until you start making a point. It must be the man trying to take you down, man. As soon as you start.
Hey, I'm making a point in his favor. Area problems where I sometimes I have bad connection right here. But, I'm gonna be good now. I got like three. Went back down 2 bars.
Yeah, you going. Yeah, you went
Good.
digital. You going in and out. You going digital over there. Can you hear him? I can't.
Uh, he's fading out.
Yeah, you going in. You have a little drive time. You'll get back in. But that whole situation that we got going on, man. But until these people who they want to be claiming as leaders, they won't call none of this stuff out. That's just what we dealing with. We won't even simply we can't like when Obama was in office, you couldn't find a black leader that would talk about him. You just couldn't get it. Even regular people, they get mad at you when you talk about the man.
Hmm.
They get fire hot about you. You can't even hold each other accountable for nothing,
Right.
which is ridiculous. We the only group that do that. Well, you call it hate when somebody talking about your job that you're not performing at the function that you're supposed to perform it for us.
Hmm.
Don't get him about. He couldn't do this and he couldn't do that. But then when you get the guy right behind him, he do whatever the hell he want to do. That contradicts everything what you saying that he couldn't do this and he could do that. That's clearly not true.
Hmm. That's crazy, ain't it?
Well, in fairness,
Oh man, I can't hear him. Hold on, we gonna wait till you get back because I want to hear what you got to say. But you going in and out again. Can you hear him?
Nah, I can't hear him. He went out. I was gonna say Trump came in and started spending like where they say Obama was spending like 8 million a year, and Trump spent 80 to 90 million in 1 year, and I was like, that's ridiculous.
But Trump was looking out for his peoples. He looked out for the farmers. He looked out for the corporations. He did it off of the gate with no negotiation, no fear about it. He didn't care about it. It wasn't important to him. Like we be trying to play too down the middle when ain't nobody else playing down the middle like that. When they get in there, they're gonna take care of the people. Because if you get a gay person in there, you gonna get some gay legislation. Or you get a Latino in there that's doing it, you're gonna get some legislations for Latinos, and that's what they should do. I don't
Yeah.
get why we think we not supposed to do that. If that's your group where you came from, you're supposed to take care of your damn group. I mean, that's just elementary. That's what you're supposed to do.
But you know, that's the stench that they have in the White House. Whereas, uh, if you do anything to support any kind of black movement, people gonna frown on you.
I mean, but if we get somebody
Mhm,
who really don't care, it don't matter.
mhm,
But we ain't really we don't have nobody who really is not bred for that. Did you know Obama? He's supposed to be a constitutional lawyer. He only had
mhm,
one case that was like a slumlord or some shit. So we just be getting fed all kind of nonsense. Like he was
mhm.
what do they call him, civil rights or constitutional lawyer? Like he went to school, he got his law degree, but I mean, come on, man, it's like you go to school, get you a doctor, get a degree to be a doctor, and
And
you
don't
you
use
can hold up like do it for a week, and then you go to TV and be like Dr. Oz. Like, are you a real doctor?
it.
Like, come on, man.
He wasn't willing to die for us. I mean, you see what I'm saying?
Nah.
When you in that office, even if those people say, "Hey, we can take you out if you don't do what we ask you," you still gotta go in there and like Martin Luther King did on the streets and take the bricks upside his head or whatever. He still went out there and did it. You know what I mean?
Well, he part of the system. Anytime you get somebody part of the system,
Hmm.
one person can't overcome the system. They usually succumb to the system and make an excuse because of the system. But you went in the system and you wanted support from us saying you was gonna change the system, and you didn't even try. I could have
Hmm.
seen if he would have put some legislation down and they would have argued him down and fought him down. He's like, all right, cool, but he tried. I mean, he
Hmm.
ain't even try.
Remember
Even
they
when the
say.
housing market was crashing, they gave all the money to the banks and fucked the homeowners.
Remember they say Martin Luther King should have been the first black president, and then when he went after those sanitation workers'
Yeah,
income in
yeah,
Memphis, the assassination. So
yeah.
Obama, he probably saw that. He knew that. He knows that. So he had to die for it. He had to be willing to die for it. And him and Michelle probably made that decision in their head that we just gonna take the low road or whatever.
He ain't had to die for it because he could have did. Oh, there you go. There you go. Go ahead. You back now. We can hear you now a
Yeah.
little bit.
Hey, in all fairness, though, man, I feel what y'all saying, and I'm not disagreeing with what you guys are saying, but we have to remember he was the first president of modern time of color, and he was probably worried more or less about what could be done in the future as far as the next president of color opportunities at that office. And so he couldn't go in with guns blazing, guns hold like Trump. See, Trump is another white guy, and we've had plenty of those in that office. They have no problem getting that office.
But you can't like when you have a
Color.
position of leadership, you can't lead with the notion of fear. That can't be your leadership style.
I
And
get
then,
what you're
then you're
saying,
gonna
but
take
I'm just saying, a lot of times when
yeah.
the doors have been open for us in the past, they didn't go in. The persons probably didn't get all the benefits out of it, but then the people behind them probably did. Like, okay, the music industry. A lot of our folks have been in the music industry for years. I know it's a different situation because we're talking about leadership versus art, but a lot of folks have been in the music industry for years and been some of the front runners of music as far as creation of the art of music.
But what kind of music? That brings me to my other point. Like just
They
because
didn't
you
they didn't
you
get all the
making
money,
money,
but
nah, but
the
that
ones
just
behind them
benefits.
were educated enough to start getting money. Like I
But
Chris
that only
Brown, I mean
benefits
not Chris
that.
Brown, but Soldier
Go
Slim.
ahead.
I mean, is that his name? So no, what's the kid name? Soldier Boy. As stupid as he look at, as stupid as he acts sometimes. His son gonna owns his own masters. getting 100% of his money from whatever he produced. I commend him for that. I didn't know he had owned his masters. You know what I'm saying? But anytime you're in a position where you own everything as far as your intellectual properties, and you reap the benefits on that level, you
But
know,
that's the
because of the
but so
forefathers,
go ahead.
Go ahead,
my
Santos.
generation and below me understand ownership a lot more than folks before that.
You going in and out again, bro. Can you hear him?
He going in and out.
He going in and out. I get what he's saying though. I don't agree with it, but I get it. Maybe he'll come back.
Mm-hmm.
See if he come back in.
Go
He
ahead.
must be going so bad. There you go. Somewhat. He back out again.
He going up and down some hills.
Yeah, he bad area. In a bad area. But that Obama stuff, man, like he put legislation for the gays, he put legislation for the banks, he put legislation out. He just ain't put none out for black people.
I think they was filling up his super PAC, you know. So whoever paid the most, he couldn't have help but to give them some kind of support.
Yeah,
And we was uneducated about all of that stuff.
yeah, well, remember he came in during the housing crisis, and instead of him going in with the foreclosures and helping the homeowners, he helped the banks. That was his first order of business, was helping the banks and
Right.
propping up the car companies. Not
Instead
the other way around. That wasn't his. And if you was lucky, remember you had to fill out some paperwork to qualify to get your loan reworked if you had one of them bad loans.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had to make certain amount of payments. It was like a whole bunch of stipulations. There you go. Go ahead. You back on, I think. Try to make
He was also trying to prevent the company from going into deeper.
Yeah, because I
economic
think
mess in this country.
if we lose, like say Chevrolet, then Toyota would have came in and took over. Probably, I guess, I don't know.
Yeah, but it was a way for him to look out for the regular folks too. It was a way for him to look out for the regular people. You can't just come in and just look out strictly for the corporations, say they got jobs, and we just gonna discount the people. And you know, your people, not only is regular people hurting, but a lot of your people, ain't that many. It's not that many people that's on that upper echelon that are black. So for him to just discount that was just utterly ridiculous.
They should have gave us the money because we was spending like what, $3 million.
Let me tell you, I was in the car business at the time when he was running for office, and the time he got elected for office. I was in the car business.
Oh man, you went out. I want to hear that. Go ahead. Start over. You breaking up. Start over. When you was in the car business. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was in the car business at the time when all that was going on, and saving the auto industry, that was started within Congress before he took office. It started while Bush was still in control, and they knew that Congress knew that they had to save those companies because of how big they were, how many people they employed, and how many families would have been affected, the ripple effect of it with the banks, all that. So that actually started before Obama took office, before he was actually elected, and he followed suit with it, and carried the ball from there. So we got to remember, put that in perspective. It wasn't him that came up with all that. He just took the ball and kept running with it. It was already in motion. The play was already started. It was already in motion before he even got elected.
See, they were saying that whoever was driving the car.
My job.
Yeah, they were saying whoever was driving the car before ran off the road and everything, and then Obama got the key and everything and started the car back up and got it back on the road, and then they gave it to Trump.
My problem with him isn't what he did for the economy. Is that you come from a specific group of people, and you didn't even try to do anything for your people. If Buddy would have tried to do something for his people, and they would have fought him down, you'd have been like, okay, cool. He tried to put some legislation. That's all you could do is try. He didn't even try. And the worst part about it is all these people now, when Trump got in there, you seen all these black leaders pop up that had such a problem with Trump that they said nothing to Obama. They didn't speak to power when Obama was in office. So that weakens us as a people too. When you're not willing to speak the power when it's somebody that looks like you, that's why all the inner cities are fucked up. Because we run a lot of the inner cities and we won't talk about the black mayors or we won't talk about the black commissioner because we might know him, but he ain't doing shit for you.
Right. You know, Trump was asking to speak to some
Both
black leaders
terms,
or something.
both terms. Don't forget that both terms there was a Republican, a predominantly Republican Congress, and they did not allow the man to do a whole lot. They said that before he was inaugurated, they said he won't get nothing done, and they
Yeah,
stuck
but
to
they
that. And then
yeah,
on top of that, Congress has to bring those laws up in order for him to sign off on them. They didn't bring them up. And all that stuff got to come from Congress. None of that stuff was brought up to him. He can't just create the law because he don't create laws. He signs off on them or not sign off on them. So we got
but
to remember, a lot of people don't keep that in perspective.
but
Congress
what's the difference
controls
between
the
him and
country.
Trump though? But what's the difference between him and Trump? Because Trump didn't write no laws and he got a lot of shit passed. What's the difference?
Had a Republican Congress.
Obama
Trump
had it the
had
first
a
2 years.
Republican Congress.
No,
Listen, bro.
but Obama had a Democratic.
Obama is no, he didn't. He
Yeah.
had a Republican Congress both terms.
Oh no, not
Both
when he first
terms.
went in there.
Because
No, not
McConnell
when he
was in.
first went in there. Not when he first went in there. He didn't. No, he didn't. No, he did not. He started with health care. When he first went in there, he did not. It was all Democrats, just like how Biden was, and he didn't. He didn't
First term,
flex the.
he had Democrat,
Yes.
but this is the thing. He had a bloodbath when he went in there. That he had to.
No, he decided to focus in on health care and then the housing. That's what he decided on. That's what he decided on. He could have did something. He had authority. Like at the back end, yes, it was the opposition at the end of
First
that.
time.
Yes.
The first time he took off.
Breaking up. Say
That's what McConnell
it
said.
again. Say it again. You're breaking up. Go ahead. Say it again.
I thought McConnell. I remember McConnell going public saying that he was sure he had a Republican Congress in the beginning because I don't think he did.
No, the Republicans were not in charge. The Democrats. Yeah, no, the Democrats had power when Obama first came in.
Going out. I thought the Democrats were going out and the Republicans were taking over because McConnell said he would be a one-term president.
But they didn't have power. Even though he made that statement when he first came in, they did not have the authority to stop him. If he chose to do something in the first 2 years, he could have did it. He did not do it. That's not where he put his focus at.
I think usually the party that has the House, that has Congress, normally the majority speaker is usually hold on. Now the whoever has Congress, the majority, the speaker is one of the House. The Congress. So
It was a Republican
whichever
speaker,
party
right?
is in control. And McConnell was
But
in
they
control
didn't.
for a long time.
No, but not the beginning.
That's what I'm saying.
But not in the beginning. Not in the beginning he
Before
wasn't. That's what I'm
McConnell.
saying.
In order
Before
to be
McConnell.
Yeah, not in the beginning he
in order
wasn't.
to be the majority
Before
speaker,
Mitch.
your party has to be in control.
Yeah, but that's when they did yeah, because like what happened is he won the presidency and then they did the midterms. That next time they did midterms, that's when they started filling up them seats for Republicans. But initially for the first year or two, he had control and he didn't flex that power. He decided to flex that power on didn't have anything to individually do with his people. That's what I'm saying.
You know what? It wasn't McConnell. It wasn't McConnell that was in position.
Yeah, it's the one that drank a lot. I forgot his name.
He used to play golf.
The white guy, the young guy. Yeah, the young dude.
He was the one in control.
Yeah, the young guy.
Him. He took over after him or something.
Yeah, but that was that wasn't the beginning of his presidency. He had authority. Let's say Obama didn't have authority. Let's say he couldn't have did it. Did he try? That's my thing. Like you can't say I can't lift weights. I ain't gonna never lose no weight, and you never fucking go to the gym. That ain't gonna work. Like he ain't tried.
Yeah, he kept talking about lifting the people when they lift the tide or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, raise all the boats at the same time. Basically, we ain't gonna do shit for you individually. You gonna get it like everybody else get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think
Watered
that's crazy.
watered down reparations.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
they gonna do no reparations, man. They not. This country ain't interested in that. And then when you start getting these talking heads on TV,
Hmm.
like you say, they try to water it down. They try to give you anything for money. They'll try to give you college. They try to give
Yeah.
you some welfare. They try to give you any damn thing for the fucking check. Anything.
You got people interviewing these dudes. I seen the policeman getting interviewed, and it was like, why give blacks reparations? Why are we gonna do that? You know, and I'm like, yeah, they ain't nobody trying to do that. Um, and the government they had a chance to at least put a group to study it, and then see if they can come up with any kind of solution. They ain't even looking at that. So yeah, I see you. We way far away from it because these people that's getting voted in, and then they have the generational politician type of deal. The kids gonna take their place, and over and over and over, and 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 they're gonna always keep that same attitude. What are we giving them some money for? They ain't the ones that took a whip to the back, and all this shit like that. They ain't
We
the
not
ones
gonna
that
get.
pick cotton, but
They
my mom picked cotton before, so.
well, they hijacked
The
they
Democrats
hijacked the movement. There you go. You back, Santos. Go ahead. You back now. We can hear you. Go
and
ahead.
them,
Oh, can't hear you. Take that back.
Psych.
2009.
There you go. Well, no, out there again.
You hear me?
There you go. Go ahead. We can hear you now. I guess not. You must be in a
House
real bad
and the
area.
Around this time, Centros
Congress.
always missed that turn.
Third, I got three boys. Still can't be.
There you go. Now, I mean, you going in and
Nah, I ain't
out. I
missed no
mean,
turn.
yeah, you
You
going
ain't
in and
missed the
out.
turn yet.
The Democrats had the the Democrats had the party. I mean, had the House and the Congress for from 2008. Republicans was going out.
Yeah, but they had it in the beginning. When Obama first took office, they had both parties. I mean, they had both
I
House
think
and Senate. They could have did something.
had
He could have.
an extreme amount of seats. You know, like from
He could.
so that
He could have put Loretta Lynch in there.
Man, no, listen. Anybody they put it in charge of them systems,
Hmm.
that ain't like look at what's the black lady that was on the Bush?
Um,
Condoleezza Rice.
Condoleezza. Yeah.
Condoleezza Rice. She got all them damn degrees and all that shit. When you put that person in front of those systems, man, like you can put a black person in front of the CIA, FBI, they can't
Hmm.
change that fucking system, man.
Nah.
Can't
Because the
change it.
Congress.
Yeah, I mean, but you now the president has certain leeway because he got that bully pulpit where he can get on TV and he can push like Trump literally push shit through because of him getting on TV and pressuring certain people. Like the
Hmm.
Fed guy Jerome Powell did not raise interest rates because uh, Trump used to get up there and tell him you gonna crash the economy if you raise interest rates. So what
Hmm.
happened? The Fed never raised interest rates, so we kept that 0% for a lot of years past what we were supposed to keep it. He put that pressure on them boys. His tax bill, he got that done with Democrats.
And it was what's the Spanish guy Nunez, and he was
Nunes, yep,
running information back and forth, and it wasn't supposed to get out.
yep, yep. I mean, but it's a way. That's what I'm saying. But they did all that strategically. But if there's not a willingness for you to genuinely do nothing, you just sit down on your hands and like, oh man, I mean, I can't. I'm trying to run the ball playing football, but the other team keep tackling me. What do I do? I don't know what to do when they keep tackling me.
You know what? In the U.S. case, we be tackling each other.
We do.
yeah, it
Well,
just
black people attack each other. Black people attack us. There you go. You back now. Go ahead.
I was just getting ready to ask a little taste. Now go ahead, Picasso.
Oh, I'm good. I said that part right there. Oh, Loretta Lynch. He had a chance to put her in there, and he chose somebody else. I forgot the person's name. After the solicitor, whatever guy passed away at his ranch, the judge.
Oh yeah, but Trump. But remember, Obama didn't fight that. They literally wouldn't let him put. It was his turn and his duty to put somebody in.
They blocked
He
it.
didn't even
I
nominate
was about to
nobody.
bring it up.
Loretta Lynch
He
Now
didn't
he
even
waiting right
nominate
there.
nobody. No, he never nominated nobody.
he
That dude
mentioned
died. He never
he
put him
didn't
in.
he mentioned he threw some names
Garland.
out there. He threw some
Yeah, he
names out
never
there,
put
but
him
they
in.
refused. But they totally
Yeah,
refused them, man. They
he
weren't
never.
going. They weren't going. They refused to give him a vote on it. Congress was not allowed it. The Republicans shut it down.
Yeah, but that's Democrats too.
But y'all know he was already gonna put Loretta Lynch in there.
I know
They knew
for
that.
sure. I know for sure they refused to even vote on something. He did name some people. That
And, yeah.
They, I think he going.
allowed the sitting president to name a nomination for the Supreme Court justice.
But see, that's
And
his own party sabotaging him too. See, that's part of like Trump had his party scared of him. Like in the beginning, they was talking about he was crazy, Mitch McConnell, and he don't know what he doing, and he delusional, he don't know how party work, this and that. That man got up on TV and started blasting their ass. You see that their whole attitude changed. They all got with the program real quick. It ain't take but a couple months, and it was marching to his beat. Whatever he wanted, that's what he got. He got what he wanted because he used
Because
that bulletproof thing.
Trump shocked all of them during the election because none of the Republicans expected him to win. And that's when
No.
he shocked them. You see how all the candidates that ran against him, they all got on board afterwards as well because they didn't see that coming. When that happened, they said, "Oh, we can beat this man." So that's why it ended up the way it did for him.
I just don't. I don't think. I don't think
But they
Obama was
put
good
in place.
representation for it. I just don't think he was good for us because he just let the standard be. You just got to get to the office, and that's great.
right
Which
under
that that
him,
don't even
Well,
make any sense. That just benefits him
I
and his
tell you what,
family.
I tell you before he took office.
Hold on. Say that. Say that again. You broke up. Say that again. Say what you just said. See you hear him? Maybe it's just me.
nah, he went out. See, under
Yeah,
Obama, we had all those
You know,
killings. Yeah, there you go.
there you go. Go ahead. I guess. Nah, he's still out.
when Obama took the bonus, how about I'm still out?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
hear
you
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 now.
bouncing in and out. Now we try it now. We can hear you now.
I mean, when Obama came into office, money started coming back to my pocket. That's one thing I do remember. I start getting my money started getting back right.
Well, he got
Jobs
the car out
started
the
going back
ditch.
up and everything.
But you can say the same thing about Trump. Trump let black people have their hands on more money than any president that we've been, like all of us been living. You got access to more money under Trump than you did under any president. I mean, all his antics that he did.
I know we didn't. I know we had a pandemic. I know too many people weren't getting money during that
Ah,
pandemic.
Now
but
that's
you
if you
still
had
Wasn't his
two hundred
fault.
thousand
That's not
dollars.
his fault.
no,
But he couldn't.
no, not true. Remember, your retirement. Like most people got retirement, and most of those retirement plans,
I'm
you cannot
self-employed,
get
bro. I
that
don't know
money
about
out.
that. I
No,
don't
no,
know
I'm
about that.
telling you that black people as
I
a
go how my truck was moving. If my truck wasn't
no,
moving,
I'm
I wasn't
telling you.
making money, and I didn't get to run every day of the week during
But
the
you still
pandemic.
had access to a PPE loan. You had access to retirement funds. You had
Man,
access to tax
I ain't
cuts.
get about $2,000 on that joint, man. Some people got paid, some didn't. Some of them on the way to jail and all that. So I didn't
No,
mess
but you
around
still
when I
got
just got
tax
a little
cuts.
bit I got.
You
You
still,
had
but
that.
see, look, but that money
Man,
going
tax
into the
cuts,
economy, it bounces your way though. Steve, by that money being
but bro,
pumped in the
I'm
economy,
talking
it's
about
gonna go our
immediate.
way.
I'm talking about immediate money. I mean,
That's the immediate money.
my
All the
business talk,
stimulus,
my
all the
business
stimulus
talk.
packages.
my business suffered during the pandemic. I ain't saying it's Trump's fault about the pandemic. Now, we
No,
came
no,
down to
no.
my IRA. I did make some money on my Roth, but when it came down to physically running on a daily basis, my business suffered. It's not his fault though with the pandemic. I ain't gonna take that
No,
from him.
no,
I know he's
no.
good for business, and that's one thing I always told people when the people that voted for him. I couldn't vote for him because of stuff he was saying and stuff he was displaying, but I knew he would be good for the business of the country. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah, but that's what I'm
That is a
saying. You had
no-brainer.
access. You had access to more money because if you wanted to, you could cash out that IRA without that early penalty. If you wanted to, you
Why would
could
I
have
want to
put
cash
down
out my
for
IRA
PPE.
though, bro? But why would I want to
I'm
cash out
just
my
telling you. Listen,
IRA at a young
that's not
age?
even an option right now. You can't do it right now. If you got a 401, like an IRA is something that you're gonna have it independently. If you got a 401k, you can't. If you call up your 401k and you got $400,000 and you tell them you want 10, they ain't gonna give it to you. So I'm saying he gave
Guess
people
what?
access to money
It
so
don't
they,
matter
they
who's in
couldn't get
office.
their hands.
It don't matter who's in office about that 401k. You know that. We were just talking about
Yeah,
that
dude.
last week. It don't matter who's
No,
in
it
office
do.
about that. No, I
Yes,
don't.
it yes,
No, I don't.
yes, it
Look,
do.
I had a 401k. I got nailed to the wall when I got some money for a legitimate reason. Out of my
Listen,
401k, I got nailed to the wall for it. I had one of the best
listen.
plans on the market.
No, but it does because
No, it
like
don't.
what he did is he put that COVID bill under that 401k where you were able to take up to $100,000
All right.
out without that early
Well, when
penalty.
I say
Does it make does it make a
when I
difference
say
if you're a
it
business?
don't matter who's in
Well, most
office, I'm talking
businesses
about
not
in
gonna have
normal.
that.
Okay.
I'm talking about in normal time. We ain't not
Yeah, but
during a
that's
pandemic. I'm talking about normal time. The 401k will nail you to the wall.
no. But look, okay, so even the pandemic when Biden came in right now, he came in still under the pandemic, and what did he do? He had the same tools available, and he did none of that. So what I'm
Well,
saying is we had access to stuff. He ain't do
Biden screwed
nothing.
up on all. He's done
Yeah,
at this term, man. So
that's what I'm saying. He
just say.
tried,
Oh,
but that's what I'm saying when you
I
say,
gotta do
well,
a delivery right quick.
oh, okay, yeah, but when we say Trump didn't do stuff, he did stuff because Biden is a prime example of somebody doing absolutely fucking nothing. That dude don't even do press conferences no more. And when he do them, they say 12 o'clock. That motherfucker show up at 1 o'clock. It look like he about to fall over. He don't even
Right.
look like he about to make it, man.
See, what I heard about when Trump was in there and how whatever he did benefited so many people. It was, as far as I know, it was the people that was making over $200,000.
No, that's
Anything
not
under
true.
that, anything
That's
under
not
that,
true.
I heard that you
Remember the
gonna
unemployment.
benefit.
I give you one. I give you one that we can all relate to. The unemployment. When you went on unemployment under Trump, they made it longer. They extended it longer than you probably normally should have had, and they were paying people up to like $1,000 a month extra. So we both know that that happened under Trump. They didn't have
That,
to do that. That's something they
was
did.
was that like the
COVID. That's one part of some of the stimulus packages that they had. They wrote that in there.
I was gonna say the food stamp deal. Was that
Yeah.
like handicapping people?
Nah, but that was part of those stimulus packages because the economy had halted. Like, wasn't nothing moving over the summers. You know, it wasn't no planes moving, wasn't no entertainment. You couldn't get on the road. Like, police had to shut the roads down. They wouldn't let you leave unless you
I
was
kind of
going to
felt
work.
I kind of felt like that was to boost the economy.
Of course, because if they didn't do anything, I mean, it would have took us decades to get up out of that if they wouldn't have did that. So they had to do that to keep money flowing. Like without that, then people don't have any money to do anything
Well,
with.
your country should do that anyway because I mean we pay taxes for various reasons, and that should be one of them. We pay various taxes and we pay various fees to other uh, uh, situations like Social Security, all that kind of stuff. That's your tax dollars and whatever you paying into the government. That should take care of. Should be the reason. Uh, One of the reasons why they use the money to take care of the country because yeah, I mean most companies. Look, I know over in the UK they didn't even they probably still get money. Like, I know earlier this year they were still getting money from the government. Didn't have to worry
There's a
about
few
missing
countries.
work.
There's a few
Huh?
countries like that where they paid them. China,
Yeah,
few countries they paid them up for a whole year. So yeah,
I think Canada was
we
one
got a little
of them too.
something, but
You
we
know the
got
year
I think
something. What I'm saying, you see Biden now, he's doing nothing. So you go from somebody doing something, even though it's not adequate, it is something. We ain't getting
well, true
nothing
enough.
right now. Buddy
I
ain't
will
did
tell
nothing.
you this: for businesses, there is something still out there that's not as great for the people. There's still PPP money. There's still payroll money and all that kind of stuff out there.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't mess with it because I do a lot of things. When somebody's talking about doing something for a fee, I get leery about it because if it's free money, why I need to pay somebody to help me get it? You know what I'm saying? So I don't get out like there may be some illegal
Yeah,
shit
it's
going on
legit.
with it, and I don't want to get caught up with it. So
Oh,
I take my
it's legit.
losses and I keep pushing.
Yeah, but it was legit money though. It wasn't like
No.
you
I'm
got
not saying
people
it
that
was
do
legit
this.
money,
Yeah,
but see what was going on with some of the businesses. There was some entities that normally loan money to people that was contacting business owners, and they were saying
yeah,
to you, "Hey, we can get you this, get you that, for a certain percentage."
yeah,
And what they were doing, they were getting you inflated numbers above what you probably should have been getting for this percentage of your money, and you go on with like that. You know, they might get you 150,000 when you normally shouldn't get no more than 100,000, and
yeah.
then
But that's just like the
you got to
tax
pay them.
man. Though.
You got to
Like
pay
the
them
tax. Yeah, that's like the
five,
tax man
five, six
though.
percent.
Yeah, but that's like the
Yeah,
tax man to do
I
your
didn't get
taxes.
down
And
with
you go to that janky tax man, and he blow up your numbers to get you more money. Like everybody know about them people. But
it.
you
It was
take
one
a
of those days
when you
doing that.
do that.
This was
Yeah,
legitimate. This trust me when I tell you, these broke these were brokers calling on business owners. They would that was their they changed their business model just to make money on that pandemic money. And they matter of fact, they still calling to this day. I get probably 3 calls a day. And actually I probably answer no more than 3 a day. The rest of my
now with Trump, where he went wrong, where they went wrong at, and where they went left with a lot of small businesses, like you don't get as much credit as you that LLC stuff. If you ain't got an S corp, you don't get as much tax credit as you used to from just having a basic LLC. It don't really move like that no more. Used to be you get an LLC, you write everything down. Now you actually have to have a corporation to write that stuff down like you used to. So some stuff he did is not
right.
beneficial. Some he did, but I mean, obviously, like I say, Biden is so fucking terrible. Like he almost like Bush, where he made Obama look so great because he was so fucking bad. Like I don't even understand this dude. He's just fucking terrible, and he won't even like shit happened, and he sent somebody to do a press conference that have a title, a governmental title, and you don't even know who the fuck this person is. Like what the fuck? Like what the hell? I've never seen like they was complaining about Trump not really doing press conferences. He doing even less. So now we getting even less communication of what they're actually doing. You got to go try to figure out what the fuck going on. So the next president come in, it might be even less than that because now they done made a standard. Because they used to have daily press conference briefings from the White House. You don't get that. Trump kind of wound it down some. They was complaining about it. Biden do the shit even less. So you don't really get that information flow like you used to get. So we're being punished behind that. These dudes that are getting here doing this foolishness because they're creating a standard that they're doing that kind of nonsense.
Now another thing I remember that that it might not mean I was in the car business at the time, and what he do, he fixed a lot of things. Put a lot of situations, changed a lot of situations for the consumers. When it come down to you applying for loans and different things like that, no longer could businesses hide your credit scores from you. They had to,
Yeah,
if they pulled your credit, they had to show your credit score. But when Trump got in office, he killed that. Got to buy a car or something like that. They don't tell you what your score is. They don't show it to you anymore. You can ask if the person you deal with for school they got that information, they'll show it to you, but they're not supposed to. It's back to the old, and I think that's bullcrap. I think it should be the way to put it. I was selling cars at the time. I was already so I always show my customers their credit report, they score everything. As soon as they credit, I'm sure it to them. But at the same time, I always told them don't let anybody know you've seen it. If you say I showed it to them, I'm deny it. You know what I'm saying? Well, you shouldn't have to do
but
nothing like that when you pull that individual's credit,
well,
in my
remember
opinion.
Trump too. Another bad thing he did was he went in, and I know Obama they did a lot of those Department of Justice decrees because a lot of them black folks was getting killed, and the Department of Justice was going in, the federal prosecutors were doing the investigation, and then they submit that decree to the departments, to the individual police departments for them to make changes. and they would have to make these federally mandated changes. And what's the guy name who was part of the DOG when Trump came in? Fuck, what was his name? Looked like a fucking weasel. What was his name? God damn, I can't think of his name.
One from Alabama.
Was he from Alabama? Look like a little weasel, like a little cartoon
Used to be
character.
a senator. Yeah, the one he fired wear glasses.
Yeah,
Yeah,
They fired him because he
yeah.
wanted to protect.
but
Yeah,
but
Yeah,
he
I
the
that
can't
head of
dude.
the
think of his
Fed
name. I know
thing.
you're talking about.
Yeah, well, he was the part head of the Department of Justice that can implement those changes. Once he got in, because all those investigations were done under Obama, so they didn't. They drug out so long that he couldn't enforce them. So it was Trump's job to enforce those policies towards the. It was towards the individual police departments to make them make those changes that they seen fit from the federal level. Well, that dude came in and said it was going to be too much of a burden for those departments to make those policy changes and just basically threw them in the garbage can. So I mean, Trump did some real crazy shit. He did some shit that's good. He did some real fucked up shit on both ends. But
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think I
it
remember what
is
you're
what it
talking
is.
about too.
Yeah, because like
I mean, it's I don't favor either party. I don't trust
nah,
either one of them. I just
nah.
go about who's selling me the best, man. And if I don't, if you know, if a person let me know, if I see it or they let me know that they ain't mean it, I don't have a seat at their table, dinner table. I don't need to fool with them. I just don't. I mean, if I can't trust you, I don't. You can't get my vote. That don't mean that you're not gonna win the office position. But that don't mean I'm gonna contribute to it. So that's just who I am. Like you said, there was some good and bad done in both parties. It always is. Every time one come in and one go out, it's always good and bad. Give and take. But at the same time, it's just a whole lot of stuff that did take place. I just couldn't. I couldn't. I couldn't in good faith stand there and say, yeah, this is better. This one tastes better than the other one. You know what I'm
Let me
saying?
ask you a question. Let me ask you both of y'all a question. Now, right now, if Trump get the election. He get the nine from his party. You got between Biden and Trump. Who you voting for?
Shoot, that probably one. Oh,
It would have
Biden,
to be
he
Trump.
done. Biden is done, man. I'm gonna
Yeah,
tell
but
you,
I'm just saying.
they need to
I'm
do
saying
something
on
on
your vote.
president.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you got
I
a
probably
choice, you
wouldn't
only
vote.
got between them two. Who you gonna vote? You only got one
I
choice. Them two.
I want I wouldn't vote. I
You
ain't
just
voting.
wouldn't
I
do
ain't
it,
gonna lie to you. No, because my vote.
man.
I normally vote for presidency, but
But
I
it
would never give Trump a vote because these neo-Nazi groups and
okay.
white supremacist groups, they just got so emboldened, man. No, I ain't doing that.
You ain't gonna do it.
He
What
would vote
about?
for he would vote for Trump.
I see.
Not
I
not
give me a
not that
red
If
hat.
Centos, but
if
Yeah, I give me a red hat out. My red hat coming out.
when you take his
no,
when you
I ain't
take
doing
Centos when you take Centos' experience with the parties out of it, he would vote for Trump.
Yeah, you have to.
it. No, I won't.
You have to
I
because
can't.
Biden's
I'm
just
not voting.
incompetent.
I'm not voting for Trump. I wouldn't do it
But
because
you
Now you're not voting for
too
Trump,
crooked.
but
but you still are. Your non-vote is still a vote for
yeah,
Trump, though. So you still
That's
vote
yeah,
for
fine.
Trump.
That's fine. That's fine. As long as I didn't push the button, I'm good.
but
You say, as
yeah.
long as you don't pull the lever, you don't care, huh?
See,
Right.
you didn't say I'm not voting for Biden. You said I'm not voting for Trump. So that told me that you would vote
No,
for Trump.
I said Biden is on his way out. He's not gonna get reelected. Not under the circumstance of what he's doing right now. He don't screwed a lot of
Oh,
stuff
okay.
up, man. I'll be the first to say that. It's
So,
obvious. But no, I'm not. I'm not gonna press no button for Trump either. I'll throw up before I do that.
I mean, but this the thing right here. I heard this analogy right here. When you vote for Trump, you're only fighting against one demon, right? But when you one situation. So when you vote for Biden, you're fighting against about 5 or 6 demographics. You know what I mean? Because you got they vetting these people into the country, and they're going against us. So when we're trying to, we have like all these different uh, people from these different countries, say about 5 countries, different people coming over here. They're competing to take our place. Compared to that one Trump, which is them hillbillies in the mountain being emboldened to
That might
do the things that they do.
that might be a state to state thing, man. As far as worried about immigrants taking over and all that. I don't want to experience that in my state. I see we
That's
got we
different.
got we got Latinos, and we've been having them, and we got Asians. and people still working of all walks, man. So now Texas, y'all might have a little bit more influx, but
Well, if you
in
go to the
Tennessee, we ain't
1900s,
affected like that.
if you go to the early 1900s, you'll
I
see
didn't
that.
live back then. I didn't live
I
back then though.
understand. I
And
understand, but
and
this
I
is the
and I
technique that
also
they
don't
use.
forget that this country belonged to them first.
This is no, it didn't. Yeah, but check this out, because they colonized
It,
it. It wasn't white people over here first.
it belonged
So,
to the Indians first. It
r-
belonged. I'm talking about Spanish. I'm talking about the Hispanics, not Spain, not Spaniards, but the Indian descendants. That's what I'm talking
Wait,
about.
Aboriginal.
here? Wait, here? You talking about here?
The word Aboriginal means first passing. The
You talking
people.
about the United States? What you
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about? United
yeah. We
States?
talking about right here. Yep, right here.
I don't even believe that, man. Y'all heard of the y'all heard of the Moors, right?
Yep, yep. I heard of them. Hello, 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 hello. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, he went out. Can you hear Santos? Oh, Santos went out. I don't know if anybody can hear me at all. Let me see something.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, I hear you now.
Okay.
How you do that?
Yeah, disappeared. Did the Centos, man. Got into a bad zone over here, man.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Nah, but
Santos ended up going out after you, and then you came back.
yeah, but I don't think, because remember all the history we got in this is from a Eurocentric ass point. So we got to question all this stuff. We don't really know because they didn't destroy most of it. So we could just speculate.
Hmm.
So we don't really know. But I know
But
for a fact that it wasn't the Indians and all of that because they had ships in ancient Egypt.
you,
You
you
know, they
know
had
those
ships.
those generals like Andrew Jackson that was over here.
Yeah.
Remember they was trying to tell him to they was making peace treaties and all this stuff with the
Oh, we lost
natives.
Centos all the way. He gone. He ain't even in the
Uh
thing
huh.
no more.
Right. They was trying to make peace treaties and all this stuff to say, okay, we'll since we got this much land, we'll just stay right here, and we're not gonna bother y'all over there, type of deal. And next thing you know, Andrew Jackson said, forget all that, we just gonna kill them all, right? So uh, he went after those Native Americans. Now, Native Americans, you can go over there to New Mexico and ask. Well, I did it. I did the work for you. They told me that uh, they can't even go the money that they're getting, like a reparations type of deal. Uh, they can't use their DNA for to prove where their nationality is or whatever, because they claim that if they found out that they came from somewhere else, then 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 that would exclude them from the benefits.
Right. Well, I mean,
And
they had remember they had the dog. They had something called. If you ever listen to what's the light skinned guy who always talk about that Indian shit? He be on Voice Watkins show all the time.
Clark
Yeah,
Anderson, Clark,
yeah, Dr.
Dr.
Claude
Anderson.
Anderson.
Yeah.
Yeah, he always talk about that. He always talk about. I think it's $2 Indians. Where they open up the
Five
rolls, they
dollar
call them the
Indians.
dog. $5 or $2 Indians, where they pay the amount
$5.
to
Yeah.
get on them rolls. So a
Hmm.
lot of them that's on the rolls now, and their family, they might not have known it, but their family or whoever way back when paid to get on them rolls. And
Hmm.
then they kind of close the books up once we try to pay the fee and get on it. Then they start making it more stringent and what you had to bring to get on those rolls. But
Right.
that Indian stuff is kind of complicated because we got a weird relationship with them because remember they was hunting us down and getting paid for it.
Yeah. See, this the thing that what they were already colonized, and then when their complexion changed, then they took the side of the white man. basically, because the white man was able to negotiate with them against the darker complected. You know what I
Some
mean?
of them, because the Seminoles, they got the
Right.
Seminoles up here, up in like northern Florida, and a lot of them now was entitled to money. They tried to they excluded the black ones as best as they can.
Seminoles started up north, up there. They some
Yeah,
kind of way out there. I don't know if they were ran out, chased down south, but they went to Florida. They started up at north and then they came down to Florida.
but you get paid down here, like in the South, in South Florida, they get paid. They get money. They got their own like reservations. The casinos are on the Indian reservations, and then they individually they get X amount of dollar for having kids down here. It might not
Same
be
with
that way for every other part of the country, but it's that way here.
New Mexico, Albuquerque especially. But they have a place Gallup, New Mexico, all that up in Utah. Salt Lake got a big old reservation. Oklahoma got a big old reservation. So
Yeah, I see,
they're getting a check. Hmm.
but they still like they down at the bottom. Like they're a little bit above us because if you look at the U.S. Census, I think their poverty rate is like 20%, where ours is like 25%. So they
They're a
right
smaller
down there
group.
with us.
They're a
Yeah, but
smaller
they're
group.
probably
Yeah.
the percentages are still high of poverty though.
You know what I
Their
call a
poverty level's
reservation?
high.
A prison camp, basically.
Not really. They get paid, man. But when they had so like the ones here and the ones in New Mexico, them people is not. They ain't living like how you think they live, man. They living good over there.
To see that, I think that they're getting the incentives to stay on the reservation.
They
Uh,
do.
it's, that's why I call it like a prison camp. And
Nah, but they
they,
get paid. They get paid. I mean, depending on where you at, because I'm pretty sure in California and other places where they ain't got no casino attached to them like that, it's not. It probably ain't like that, like it is down here.
yeah,
I can't speak
prison
for that.
prisoners get paid too, though, don't they? Not enough,
Nah, they got to
but they
pay to
get
go to
paid.
prison now.
Mm.
Nah, they got to pay. You got to pay to go to prison now.
And you can go to school
And you
and
got
get
to
an
pay for
education.
probation. Yeah, you got to pay for probation too when you get out now too. You got to pay for your probation down here. Like if
Yeah.
you get on probation down here, you got to pay for the probation officer. There's a certain fee you got to pay for that foolishness.
Hmm. You come off them benefits off that reservation, you're gonna be paying for something too.
Nah, but that's free money for them. They don't ever pay for that. Like they got that. They get that money cycled over. Like look, if we would have got, they gave what's that country name? Ukraine. They gave them $45 billion. They gave them like 13 billion or 14 billion the first round. And they just gave them another 30, and
They
then they
gave it to
sent
the
them to.
people or the government.
Well, that's the issue. The last time that they passed this last big bulk bill, that was like $30 billion. Rand Paul got up there and said he don't. Everybody, it was unanimous almost straight across the board. They all voted in favor of it. Rand Paul got up there and said he wanted an inspector to monitor the money. That he had no problem with them getting the money, but he need to know where the fuck the money going. And it was like they was hardcore mad about it. They just
Mm.
straight up sending them blank checks over there, man.
And the black people wasn't gonna get no parts of that.
No,
They
because the
was
only thing they
already
talk,
treating them bad,
but they not from there though. That's the problem. They're not from there.
but they're supporting. They're paying whatever taxes going towards that economy.
Nah, man.
They
Like, look,
those European unions, they allow people, Philippines and all this stuff to come over there to clean bathrooms or whatever, but they're boosting that economy.
but they not like okay. Most of like the history of that particular country, they don't really. From what I understood, the last time Russia, whoever tried to come in there and take over, the military really wasn't that strong. It was the militias. They got like these militias that fight against those wars and shit. So they actually have racist militias over there. They got one called AZOV, and if you look them up, like their symbol is actually like a sideways swastika that they got, and these are the
Uh-huh.
people that we supported. So that country is a little different, and you got to think too. That president, they let him get on the Grammys and beg for money. They let him get on the Oscars and beg for money. They let him get on video Skype and go beg the Congress and beg for money. So they put him in places to get all that money. He's just scooping up money, and then if they win, he gonna come back and beg for some more money to rebuild the goddamn country, and we gonna get to him.
Look at Pacquiao. He tried to become the president over there in the Philippines, and he was over here fighting and getting what he wanted.
He lost. He didn't win. They didn't. They didn't nominate him.
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Did they not? They
Okay.
didn't nominate him. They didn't nominate him when he.
Nah, he didn't win. But it was also some other stuff that was involved in there. They wanted this other president to win because they got a lot of gold that was bought at a cheaper price over there, and that particular president person would have got if they would have got the president won if they'd have won the presidential election, then they would have been able to go in and cash in on their gold, but they can't get no ties to it to keep it in their family and cash it in or whatever like they supposed to give it so they can use the value of it um, within their family ranks and stuff, which will make them like the richest one of the richest people in the world because the gold had actually uh, grew in value over that long period of time. So they
What country are you from again? What country Pacquiao from?
Philippines,
Okay.
and that was colonized by Spanish. So
Yeah.
they have ties. They still, well, even though somebody probably say the Europeans over here independent of Europe, they not. They still use that they still have ties. Just like the Portuguese in Brazil, they still go up there. I mean, I know it. I know this. I know people that know Portuguese people. I know Portuguese people. I know Filipino people, and I know 'em, the ones that are in these other countries, and we talk all the time. So yeah, I see how they moving, and then they tell me like I was talking to a Filipino person about just what I was talking to you about, and then I was saying Pacquiao was doing like Martin Luther King. He was marching his people into a burning house, right? And then he gonna go in there with them, and then they gonna find out that we don't want to be in this. And we gonna, so that was my saying, right? I used to type it in the chats and all that stuff. Um, but at the same time, because what Pacquiao was doing was ushering in the European techniques and stuff like that
Yeah.
that they used over here, and that's why you would see somebody like Freddie Roach or somebody backing him up, like saying he's doing a good thing for his people. Da 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 da. Da. But see, Pacquiao, that's why him and his wife is over there bleaching themselves. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
But
So.
but we always get caught up. Like here in America, we always saying we can tell other countries what's good for 'em. Like
Mhm.
even when it comes to religion, it comes to their politics. We think every country need to have a democratic system. That
Mhm.
don't work everywhere. And as soon as like we go and occupy these countries and we leave, they put it right back the way that it was, and that's the way they fucking want it.
Isn't like
So,
Syria? Syria is like they say it's like a America over there.
but I think that's more like they more like over there in that region. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure about Syria specifically, but a lot of that they it's based off of religion.
Hmm.
It's run by men and it's mostly based off of religion, and women don't
And
have little
politics.
or no rights. I mean, none. You to the point where you can't even be. If I'm not mistaken, that's some of those countries you can't even get in the car with a woman and ride with her if she ain't your wife.
Hmm.
They be doing some different kind of stuff over there, but they've been doing it for so many years. It's kind of like us. They've been programmed, right, wrong, or
By the
otherwise. Yeah, like what you're
by the
saying with
TV.
Pacquiao. Yeah, well,
See,
they're traditions. They're
all they had to do is
traditions.
look at the TV, and then you got all these people. They once they watch what the United States is doing, they follow suit.
Yeah,
You see,
yeah,
it's the programming.
yeah,
That's why even like Walmart goes over there to these other countries and have all these sweatshops, and then when somebody gets any close to busting them and everything, they some kind of way they elude them again. You see what I'm saying? So uh, they those sweatshops is helping the Walmart stay alive and for them to be able to go over there to these other countries and stuff and have them, but get away from the people that's trying to bust them. On top of that. Because see, look, I'm not trying to jump subject, but similarity, Loretta Lynch went over there to the Switzerland Bank, and busted those billionaires for hiding all that money over there. They were stockpiling their money,
Oh yeah.
and then when she did that, she got all these threats, probably more threats than anybody in the world. and and uh and then when she came over here and like we was talking about earlier, Obama had the chance to put her in the judicial branch there after the Solisha dude died. He didn't. He put somebody else in there like he was making some kind of calculated strategy move or something, whatever. But that to us, we looking at it like, okay, you're not saving. Well, see, these people not gonna die for us.
Nah. Well, they're not
They
even
know.
gonna. They're not even gonna try to push your agenda. What they're gonna do is try to steal it and recloak it, like that whole Black Lives Matter foolishness. Where they just took over the protest and created this whole narrative about that Black Lives Matter foolishness.
Hmm.
And that just became the mantra, and that just took over everything. Where it was just Black Lives Matter, and they started protesting. And these folks had such a problem with that, which it was all nonsense, anyways. That whole organization is a bunch of foolishness when you really look at the meat and bones of it at this point. But like when you see, remember, like a year later, maybe no, like two almost 3 years later, the Chinese, remember a couple of them got killed. Like they got killed. Like it was like a hot month where like a couple of them got killed. Like I think one of them, three of them got killed, and then like one or two got killed. And this
Over
had to
here.
be over here in America. That had to be in January because when Black History Month hit, one of the first pieces of legislation that your boy Biden put in was like a law against them, an annulation bill for them during Black History Month, which was fucking nuts.
Yeah. Uh, you know what? They said a homeless guy or whoever did that or something like that. But at the same time, these people were killing each other already. Like they would have issues within their own family ranks. Like the Patel family, they own the hotels and everything over here.
Yeah,
They had some killings within like hang. They were hang whatever family member that was gonna get some money off of the other one, and then that way the money get passed on to the next person or whatever. So they had these internal issues, those families like that,
yeah,
from India, and then you got the Asian families that's over here. The same thing. I've seen these, like in Dallas, I go around to the laundromats or whatever, and a Chinese, she's Chinese. She uh, she told me that she told me how what all she spent. She's sitting there telling me all this. I said, how much is a washer? And she tell me, oh, this is $5,000. That one 10,000, and the whole alarm system is like a certain amount of money too, like
What's up, y'all? What's going on? What's going on?
$100 or
yeah.
something
Picking
like
them up
that.
now. They
What up,
coming back
Kyle?
in here now. Here we go.
Oh yeah, the money stays.
What's
The
up,
money
fellas?
stays within the system. Yeah. Hmm.
What's up?
Santos,
They
you
say
back?
Best Fuge, what's going on, man?
What's happening?
best
What's
pugilist.
up?
Centos. They say you build and they will come. You build it and they will. I don't
Yeah,
know
but
what
that'll
I was
come.
building.
But you see, they just raised the interest rate like 0.75% yesterday. The interest rate just went up yesterday. So that
Yeah,
means on our end, it's probably going to go up 1.5%. All the interest rate going to jump up.
I locked
So
in my
that,
interest rate yesterday because I'm trying to
oh
buy a house
man,
right now. Yeah,
yeah,
I know what you're talking about. They
yeah,
do gonna go up.
yeah. They told you. I mean, if you right now, like the housing market, at some point they guesstimated it's going to crash down over the next 12 to 24 months because the interest rate is going to keep hiking. And
Yeah,
at some point, it might be too much because down here, like for you to get a single family house, you probably at the $400,000 range, and that's cool when you at 2%. But when you start getting to 6 and
hmm,
7 and 8%, man, you talking like 5-6 grand a month for just your mortgage, and that's over
yeah,
30 years or something
yeah,
crazy.
exactly. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's bad. We ain't talking about no $1 million mansion. I'm talking about a regular house with a yard. That's it.
Right.
It's a
I
regular
know.
house.
I'm buying a house right now. I know what my monthly payment is gonna look like. You know, this is like my third house. The second house, uh, same thing. You know, built it from the brand new, and my ex-wife just I was like, okay, you want it? You just want to take it away from me? That's all, because she didn't want to see me in there with somebody else. That's
Uh,
when we went to court. That's the only thing she was arguing for, and didn't even get the money off of it either. So I said, this ain't gonna happen again. So you know, I'm single, kids grown except for one, 16 and a half, and her mama is in Florida. So I got my shit together right now. But this housing thing is gonna kill me for a minute. But at the same time, I can handle it for a while until things get better. But by that time, I did knock the price down
but
a
did they
significant
build
amount.
it? They finished building it already, or it's being built?
Yeah, they
It's
built it
finished.
already. Yeah,
Okay, you good then. Yeah, so you done with everything. Because right now you can't get
yeah,
a lot of supplies for stuff either. That's the other
right.
problem with that. So it's good you
Like
got through that.
today,
They,
the inspector, me and the inspector gonna look at it. I can show up and look at it with him, and then
oh, okay.
I'm going through the all the other stuff. I already picked the lender and everything, stuff like that. It's a
That's
bunch of
one.
shit, man.
That's a good thing. I mean, you don't never on the long run you're gonna win with a house no matter what because you're gonna get that money back. You're gonna get some of your money back, if not
Hmm.
all, and then some. But that rent shit, that shit for the birds. You just
Yeah,
losing all the way around.
I'm in the apartment now, and they got some kind of mites in the carpet, and I had these
Oh
people. Yeah,
man,
I told these freaking people to fix that shit or pull the carpet. Or somebody told me to tear the carpet up, and they don't have no choice but to come fix the whole thing. And I said, nah, I ain't gonna do that. I'm not gonna play the games. I called the corporate. I saw that they was ahead of me. They were gonna run me in circles, and I said, you know what? My lease is almost up. Let me hang it out. Hang it. I got a vacuum cleaner and everything. You're supposed to reduce the mites and stuff in there. Uh, Steam
what?
cleaner or whatever.
But what
Hmm.
them is dust mites? Them dust mites or some
It,
shit like that?
it's something similar to that, but it's
Yeah.
turn something that you can't see, but you can feel it
Oh,
crawling on you or something, like on your
oh
leg or
hell
something.
no! Damn.
Yeah, I'm dealing with that, and this is my last month, right?
Okay, you
So
good?
so now I'm getting out of there, and that's what pushed me to get into the house. So I was
Yeah,
like, I'm not going. You know, I could have went back to my mom's house, but she need work done on it, and I'm the only one that's supporting her. Her memory ain't too good right now, but
yeah.
and I'm taking over her bills right now on her house, and then I'll be still going into my house. And mind you, I got brothers and sisters that ain't even thinking about helping me.
Nah, it's
Mind
a
you, mind you, I had thousands of dollars caught up in money that I loaned to brothers and sisters, and I only got back so much, but it still had thousands of dollars out there. And then everybody came to me after my dad passed the other month, like about a month ago, I think. Uh, and I said, you know what? Take all that money that y'all owe me and put it on his funeral. You see what I'm saying? And so I was at that point where I was ready to let it all go and say, you know what? Y'all don't come around me, and I won't come around y'all. You know what I mean? So,
man. Why black people do each other like that, man? Funerals be
hey,
some of the nastiest stuff we ever get involved with black folks, man.
hmm see anything happen to my mom, I got it. You know what I'm saying? I put money to the side for emergencies, and because I know emergencies happen. I'm a truck driver. Anything can happen to me out here. If I don't have the insurance and stuff like that, can't nobody come to my bedside. You know what I'm saying? If I'm in the hospital out here, and ain't nobody gonna fly them out here. They gonna end up having to come out here if I don't have my insurance like I do. You see? So it's a lot of it's a lot of stuff that you got to be prepared for. Uh, and I think my upbringing, yeah, coming up through the military and stuff like that, and seeing all these things that's going on with everybody else, and the truck driving experience, I see how things happen to people out here. They get killed or
Yeah,
whatever the case
quick.
may be. Yeah, easy.
Quick,
I
easy.
could have. When people ask me, man, how's your day going? I was like, I made it. Yeah, and I'm serious about that part. If I make it from point A to point B, that's a good day. Because I seen people out here go to sleep and about to run me off the road, and uh, you know, and you be on the edge. Like if he just come over that line a little, I'm hitting the horn like bump, bump, and trying to wake people up because I'm trying to get down the road, get to where I need to be, and then come back.
Well, I mean, just the equipment, those semis, man. Like, you lose the air hose or something like that, them brakes and stuff gonna lock up on you,
Been there,
and you're
done
gonna be
that.
in a bad way. Yeah, you're
I
gonna be
dropped a
in a
back
bad
trailer.
way depending on where you at. I mean, I done had that happen to me on the expressway, pulling a set, pulling two
Hmm?
trailers.
Yeah,
So I mean, it happens.
you had a
It
trailer
happened
come
a
off.
lot. Nah, I ain't have it come off, but I popped the airline
Airline,
on in between the set, the dolly. So
you
then
ran
the
over
rear
something.
trailer locked. Yeah. No, the
Yeah.
rear trailer locked. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's something jumped up and hit the air hose and knocked it off. And I actually last week the air hose, both of them broke some kind of crazy way, and they got caught down in the drive shaft because the idiot that fixed our tractors, he didn't put down the deck plate. So we got like this thing to hold up the air hoses, and it snapped. So the air hoses went down into the drive shaft, snapped both of them.
Yeah.
Or I'm on the expressway doing a 68 with full sets.
Yeah.
You just feel that power is going. Like, oh shit, here we go. And you can't do nothing but back off of that bitch. You can't really turn it that much. You can't really do too much of anything. At that point, you just hoping that the trailers don't get loose on you because you can't really do nothing with it. You
Right.
ain't even got no power to do nothing. Everything finna lock on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
shit's scary.
I
I
was
mean,
doing
some of
about
the
that
shit we be getting
68.
involved with these tractors, these shits be scary. Or them blowouts on these
Mhm.
tires, all kind of
Have
crazy
your
shit
steer
happen,
tire.
man.
Have your steer tire unwrap and then try to wrap around the axle and try to throw you in the median. And you be trying to, you lost all the control of the steering wheel then, and you pulling
Yeah,
doubles, and they start wiggling all over the place like they want to flip over. And in
yeah,
your mind, you like, where are my trailers?
yeah. Yeah, this shit here dangerous. I mean, you make good money dealing with this shit, no matter if you work for a company or you work
Hmm.
independent. But I mean, you're getting paid that money for a reason because the danger is definitely there. Every time you pull a load, something can happen to you, and it'll
They
be
ain't getting
quick
paid
too.
enough.
You won't even know. Yeah, it's quick when it goes. Cause you ride down the
Yeah.
highway, you see some of these dudes in the bushes, literally in the bushes.
Yeah, I see them flying out. They flew off the highway into the trees,
Yeah, in the
be
bushes,
upside down out there.
in the
It,
bushes.
a lot of four wheelers, especially on 45, I-45 going to Houston to Dallas. It's bad right there because they be flying down through there, but then they be down off in them little swamps and bushes and trees and stuff.
Yeah, because I mean, right now it's hot, so them tires pop when it get warm, the tires
Hmm.
pop. And then the independents, they ain't, depending on how they keeping up their equipment. Like I work for a company, so they keep all this stuff up. Some tire look funny, they gonna change it. But when you're independent, you got to eat all them costs, and everybody not
Uh,
responsible with their equipment, and
I'm with
they end up paying.
I'm with a company. They want it to be slick all the way across, like somebody drug it and put a little
Oh,
slick
right.
spot in it. So, like, yeah, early this week, early this week, I had one blow up on me, and I hear me.
There you go. You back.
Oh,
Now you
okay.
stop.
Whew, that was a Amber Alert or whatever.
Hey,
Yeah,
Santos, you back in here? See him on the screen on him.
yeah. I thought I would have got knocked off. Somebody was calling me earlier. I had to hang them up. And then
Nah, but
this.
all of this stuff right there, these jobs, we just do what we can out here and try to make that stuff work, man. It's politics and all this stuff right here. You just try to figure
Hmm.
out what's good for you, what's going to be beneficial for you, and you keep it moving. Like we can have these conversations on the internet, but you can't even have like personable conversations with people when it comes to religion or politics, they be getting fight mad with you. They don't want to talk to you no more. They get
That's all
real
they know.
fucking bad with you. Huh?
That's all they know. They can't reach. They can't go beyond those boundaries. It's just like a uneducated person. They're gonna curse the whole like after they leave uh, uh, out of their wheelhouse or whatever. Uh, 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 they'll just start cursing because they don't know no more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The education level probably is not broad.
You might have too much education. That could be another downfall. You get too much damn education, then you just become an educated fool. That's the other problem. It
They
depends
don't know
on
when
who
to stop.
educated you.
They don't know when to stop and listen. Sometimes when they feel like they well versed and so on. You know what I'm saying? It's like they got something to say, but you don't.
Yeah, because every neighborhood, every city different. Like what's going on over there ain't going on over here. So I can't tell you what's going on over there. You
Hmm.
know, and then some people try to look up stuff on the internet off of web pages and stuff they seen on TV, and they thinking that's fact. And that might just be a snippet of some truth, not all the truth.
Right.
You know, that might be somewhat true, but that's not 100% the truth. And they just go
Hmm.
crazy with that shit. They make these broad statements that just be ridiculous.
Hmm.
Like, you know, you can't talk about Chicago unless you can't really talk about certain cities unless you're really from there because you get so much misinformation. And when it's so lean towards one way, it's hard to believe that stuff. It can't
Hmm.
be that fucking bad, man. Come on now.
Yep. It's like you don't. I don't really want to talk to a person that don't want to go outside the comfort zone because once you get them outside the comfort zone, they either want to fight you or whatever, you know, because to compensate for the ignorance or the what they don't know. That's
Yeah, personally in person, I don't even say that to nobody. They say something, I don't believe in it. I don't agree with it. I just keep on moving. It's not my job to be trying to convince you. You're not my child. I ain't got to
hmm
do that. Like we be having fun debating on the here, but like serious stuff, like seriously going through some motions, really trying to convince somebody of some shit. No, I ain't doing that.
hmm
I ain't doing it. I don't even have the energy for that, man. Once I get out, I ain't got time for that. You want to be walking around believing that, more power to you. And if that's what you believe and you truly believe that, who am I to tell you that you're wrong? That's what you believe, go ahead.
right. You know, I learned a long time ago. You can't save everybody. Um, you know, I would see somebody about to fall, and I would jump and try to catch them before they fall, and I would hurt myself.
Yeah.
And I said I can't keep doing that. If I did that, then all the time, then I'm only doing damage to myself. So when I saw
You got
somebody
the
fall for the first time, I let them fall on purpose, and it just felt right because they learned from that.
Yeah. Some people don't learn, and that's their business.
Hmm.
You know, I work at a place where I see certain people do the same crap over and over again. Hey man, if that worked for you, go ahead. If that's what's working for you, knock yourself out. I ain't got nothing to do with that. You know, it's hard enough to keep yourself going, let alone trying to drag another grown man or a grown woman around. And especially when you have adult kids, your time is real limited when it comes to certain things. You just don't have time for that stuff. It's too much energy to be exerted and stuff. And then some people don't, they tend not to try to talk to people who don't in the agreement to them. If they know you're not in agreement with them, they won't even approach you. Or they get in their feelings and they get mad. Especially these new dudes, they get mad about certain stuff if you don't 100% agree with them, and they want to like cancel you out. Like Max. Max is a prime example. I don't agree with a lot of shit Max say, but I can have a conversation with Max and respect his opinion, and we can still be all right. I ain't finna be name calling him and doing all that crazy shit that you see some of these dudes do. It just don't like why you got to go through all that.
Right.
You can have a difference of opinion and still be all right with people because we can go to jobs and do it, or we could be a contractor and work at a house with a whole bunch of other contractors and know we don't have the same religion or political views and work with them. Why we can't do that with each other?
Same thing with
We
the
still got
reparations
to
thing.
do it.
And some
Huh?
people feel like same thing with the reparation thing. If some people look at us and then they say, "Why are you asking for reparations when you're not the one that's going through that those people back then went through?" And then we say, "Hey, those are our ancestors." And then you got other people over here, and that came over here and got some things done to them, and they're getting paid, but the majority refuse to pay us. And then you got people that's saying, I don't know, I ain't gonna say no name, but I thought it was one of the guys that's on that usually be on the panel, saying that why do you think you should get the money when it happened to them? And I'm like, well, that's your choice. That's your opinion or whatever. Over there, over here, we we have to stand up for ourselves to get what we want and what we think is justified, for us. What you think is justified for me ain't the same. You're not gonna fight for me. You know what I'm
No.
saying? And the guy was saying, I would fight for you if I thought it was. Okay, well, then,
But that's because it's not benefiting him. Most of them people that like that, they not black and they not benefiting. So they don't want you to have that because they don't feel like it's benefiting them. And they trying to understand you. No matter how many circles you talk in with them people, they ain't really trying to. They're not trying to understand you. They going into that conversation with an intention of not understanding. That's what some people do. Some people build their whole brand off of that, especially with these people with these YouTube channels. Like they got black conservatives or people trying to follow that model of that like Candace Owen foolishness, and that's what they're building their model off of because they feel like if they can get eyeballs on them and they get a certain subscriber base up, then they're gonna get paid. So it doesn't matter what they do to get paid, but they're gonna get paid. They no work no better off than the rappers because you just completely just peddling nonsense that you don't even believe, but you know that it's gonna stir up controversy and people like controversy. People don't want to have no real conversations. Like all the drama shows and the reality TV with all the fucking drama, those are the highest rated shows where they about to fight each other, beat each other up. People like that kind of nonsense. They don't like anything other than that. That's what sells, unfortunately, especially in the environment we in right now. But the 24-hour entertainment. Centos backstage.
I'm gonna let him in right now. Right here. Yeah, we on. Everybody, what the hell just happened? Where Pittsburgh just go? Picasso.
hello,
Yo,
can you hear me?
what's going on? Yeah. What's going on?
Okay, what it do, Kyle?
Yeah, what's going down, man?
You just woke up?
Nah, I've been here. I've been sitting the whole time.
Oh, okay. I thought you probably took a nap or something.
Nah.
Oh,
I'm about to
you
in a
be
minute.
you be up at this time, huh?
Well, I'm at work right now.
Yeah. And yeah, these are the hours to work right here. And then in the daytime, you got to try to fight to get a sleep. And I don't sleep about 3 hours. But that's just how it goes when you solo when you're rolling solo dolo.
Hello? You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Santos making the delivery. You, the old man still there talking to you, Santos?
Kick back in now.
There you.
Yeah, man. Man, my first time in New York is gonna be fucking lit, man. I can't wait.
This your first time in New York?
Yeah, this is
You
my
mean
first
down there where
time.
the lights at and all that?
Period. I ain't never been to New York before.
You
I
know
ain't never
what?
I've
been
been to
there.
Jersey, but never New
I ain't never
York.
been.
I only been to Rochester, New York, in the country somewhere. I was dropping a load off from Virginia. I mean, from Pennsylvania or whatever.
Oh, I take that back. I went to Niagara Falls, so I went over there where Buffalo hit that line right there. So
Man, we ain't. Come on.
that was a while ago, man. That was cold. That was pre-COVID, man. What the weather look like over there, Kyle? Man, it's cold over there, hot.
It's supposed to be hot.
They got it made out there in California.
I mean, sometimes it's fucked up. You know what I mean? You got wildfires and shit like that. So
You by the water, right?
yeah,
Yeah. I accidentally
but we
left
still
out of
be
Oakland.
we still be getting wildfires though.
I accidentally left out of Oakland and went over the bridge. Ain't it a place called Forest City or something over there?
Boston City.
Something like that. And I had we told the toll people that we accidentally went across the bridge in the truck, right? I told this story before. I had my leg was in a cast, right? So like not a cast, but I took the cast off. I had the support thing on there. So I told my co-driver to run over there and get the $10. If he can't, don't worry about it. You know how the traffic look over there, right? When you try to run across that road, run across that toll road, man. This fool he jumped over the when he baited the cross, he jumped over the pillar and the motherfucker shorts fell down to his ankles. he didn't have he didn't have on no underwear. I was like, this
What the fuck?
he didn't have on no underwear. And I said, man, that's how you is in the truck? For real?
Hey, we had a
Man,
football player down here die trying to run across the expressway like that, man. I forgot the dude name, young dude. He was trying to run across. Now he was trying to run across the highway for whatever he. I don't know what the hell the reason was, but he was an NFL player.
mm,
No idea what he was running across the highway, but I remember them showing the picture, and I know what the hell that was. Like, why the hell would he try to cross that street? Like, ain't
mm.
no way you can cross that street. As a person walking across that street, or even running across that street, you ain't make it across that damn street.
Yeah. A lot of people they don't they underestimate the distance to cross a road, you know, along a highway, So the last time I was on here with everybody, it was dark and some guy I saw him look like a little stick figure in the dark. And I mean he had a little he had a little get down. He stayed in it and he ran across the highway like it wasn't nothing, like a little gazelle. And if I was coming through there, I wouldn't have seen him. I would have ran right over him.
Hey, Kyle, you gonna get you some of that New York piece up there, man?
Man, I gotta try it. I gotta see what it's all about.
Yeah, get you some of that New York pizza, man. I heard Chicago. I don't know. I had some Chicago pizza. That shit slamming. I ain't never heard the New York had the New York pizza, but they said that shit good too up there.
Yeah,
Hey, I
I'm
don't
a,
want no New
listen.
York pizza. I want a piece of New York. Come on.
Man, but is it crowded up there? People moving around up there, or it kind of look dead down there?
Where I ain't there yet.
Oh, you ain't there? Okay. Yeah, that you was
He at
over
work.
there. Yeah, but you was over there. Yeah, yeah, you got to get you some of that New York pizza, man. You can't go to New York and not get H slice of pizza.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do that. I got to. I'm,
The sub, well, they do subs too, right? They famous for the subs over there too, ain't it?
Subways.
yeah,
Yeah, they famous for the subs. You got to get you a sub and a slice of pizza, man.
I'm going to give me some. I'm gonna get all type of food out there, dog.
You know what? A lot of those black-owned businesses from way back in the day that was allowed to continue to stay in business. I think those are up there where on the East Coast and all of that. Um, somebody said that they make those Philly cheesesteak places.
I think that's Philadelphia though, man. I think they biting off of Philly with that one though, man. I think the chili steak and all that. I think that. No, I think that came from Philly. I could be wrong, but I think Philly made all that stuff right there.
I'm gonna holler at Blue Blood. I'm trying to go to Carlos Bakery, man. I'm trying to go to Hoboken, New Jersey on their ass. You understand?
Okay.
Go ahead and
What's
see
that?
Cake Boss.
What's Carlos Bakery? Yeah, well, what's that? What's that? Like a famous restaurant or something?
You said do what?
That's a famous bakery, famous restaurant bakery or something.
Yeah, you ever watch Cake Boss?
Watch what?
Cake Boss.
Cakewalk.
Cake Boss.
Cake Boss. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's where they had it at.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Man, you gonna put on some pounds over there, man. You might have to hit a punching bag when you get back. Hit something.
Man. Just running to something.
When I get this house, I'll be able to put up all my equipment, and then I got my LLC. So I was planning on training people.
Oh, at the house?
Yeah. Because if you try to go get a space somewhere, they're charging like what is it, $100 a square foot?
Dang.
No radios, huh?
That's a pretty penny right there.
Yeah. It's bad. It's been bad. That's why I ain't been able to. Yeah. So I said, if I gonna get this house right here, I need another income, and I can't depend on like another half or somebody to come in with me. I got to do it all my damn self.
You ain't in no association, is you? You ain't got no part of. You don't live in no association, do you?
No. Matter of fact, there's no association.
Oh, okay. So you Gucci. Yeah, them associations stop all that stuff right there, man. They be on it, man.
Mm-hmm.
You doing none of that?
Hey, this house right here, they building in Dallas, new buildings in Dallas, and it's like a flat roof. And my backyard is like 2 levels. I like it because on the top level, they got a deck, and it's like you can see across the. It's like you're up on a hill, and you can see across the trees and stuff.
Man, so you got a yard, yeah.
It's weird. It's weird, but when I walked over there and checked it all out, I was like, "That's cool. That's kind of out of the." Because I had backyard shape. My last house was the shape of a baseball diamond, and the house set at the front right there, and the backyard went out. So I had like about 6 houses that was looking all off into my backyard. Right here, ain't nobody looking in this backyard. You know what I mean? So, plus I was gonna make sure I had a privacy fence up there. There's some things I got to do to the house to make it, accessible or whatever, because they got some windows, some slide door windows or whatever on there. I was like, damn. Somebody probably just walk up there and think they can just walk on in.
Get your dog put out there. Put them, get your Second Amendment right on in your house. You know what I mean? Get you together.
I got a 300 blackout. Hey, yeah. I've been trained in the military to take do all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, this is the thing about me though. When somebody come at me with a gun, I go straight to them, and they're not even expecting it. Cause somebody actually was hiding around my mom's house, and I was there, and my mom goes, she come running out the bathroom. Somebody in the back. They look through the window at her, right? and I say, I told my little brother, my little brother, dark complected. so I told him, I said, take your shirt off. and I said, we went in the back. We went out the front and then went around to the back. And I didn't really care. I was like, who Right. So I stayed and then I said, just you know, you can shoot people, but don't be shooting at me, And then so I started going back there. Then the guy started. He hid behind the garage and started shooting back at me, and I could hear the bullets just going around my past your head, going like shoo, shoo, like that. And I said, oh, okay. Now he probably running, but I can't. I'm not gonna fall for that okie doke. Like make when somebody make you think that they shoot off a couple of rounds and then they start running, right? But then they might
Yeah,
not be running. They might be sitting there thinking they're gonna you're gonna start running up at them, and then they can bust you like that. I didn't want to get caught up in that because he had the garage blocking for him, and I didn't have nothing. I was coming straight to him. But yeah, that's how. I don't know how the Marines do it, but that's me in real life.
yeah, but I know that everybody pretty much strapped up now, man. Everybody pretty much, well, legally, illegally, they got something on them, man. I know I ain't fighting
Hmm.
nobody. I ain't doing that. I was in the Corps and I still ain't fighting nobody. I got something to stop you though. I ain't doing all that. Ain't no need.
People, when you like, if you get into a wreck with somebody, don't think you're gonna have a conversation with them because they nowadays, like that one lady, she had a wreck with somebody. She got out the car and went and shot the guy. It was a black guy. She went and, it was a white lady and a black guy. She went and shot the guy and probably got off on it.
Hey, Kyle, when you having your next guest on there, man?
Shit. Trying to do so. Doing it very soon. Hey, look who's back.
Yeah, that was the manager of the lady. I don't know her name.
Yeah, I was just
Alda.
checking, make sure everybody was straight. My bad, Picasso. Go ahead.
No, you good. I said it. Her name was Alda or something like that. I can't remember. I thought I heard somebody. But the manager kind of forgot his name too. But they're supposed to be fighting in another 2 weeks or something.
Kyle be stuffing him. He be getting them interviews. It seem like when he get on his grind, he getting some of them, man. It was real interesting last night.
And that story he had with Canelo.
Dude, they hit the back of a truck and get around this dude. Morning traffic, boy. These people be on something else.
Hey, Cal, you couldn't get that Bud Crawford interview?
You might not like Kyle, man. Kyle ain't, some of the dudes, I don't know.
He been neutral over there with them. He ain't been like exactly picking sides or anything. He met Bud before, I think.
But do he do interviews like that? 'Cause some of them dudes don't really do interviews like that.
I think he talked to his gym teammate Bernie or something like that, maybe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember that. But them dudes, some of them dudes don't really do like one-on-one interviews like that.
Hmm. Yes. Yeah. Like I'm not no media person. I choose not to be. I don't even want to be a referee. You see what I'm saying? I'm a competitor. So at the same time, competitors do respect each other. I don't like the other competitors that you mentioned somebody's name, they act like somebody said something about their family and their mama and all this stuff, you know, and they get all mad and like they want to fight right then and there in the audience, in the stands or something. I don't like that type. If you're gonna fight, there's a ring and they got some money behind it and make that happen. But all that fighting in the street and stuff like that, I try to give that up because you don't know what the result's gonna be. You get into a fight in a house or something somewhere, You don't know what the result's gonna be. You know what I'm saying?
Ain't nobody
That's
really fighting like that.
that's how it was with me. uh, you know, I would go places and stuff, and some of the people I didn't know like that. I didn't know they was plotting to jump me or whoever was with me or whatever. But things happened, and I ended up getting jumped. But I turned the tables because I ain't the, I ain't the type to just ball up. I'm a fight, right? So uh, uh, it is what it is. Things happen. You know. But then that was in the house. I went out, hung out with a homeboy because his wife kicked him out the house. And went to a little sports club. Then that ended up getting jumped. Same thing there. Turn the tables because they don't expect you to know anything. Police showed up right away on that one, and I damn near went. Hey, I was borderline about to go to prison behind that one because they was trying to wake the guy up, and he was like so flimsy and just wouldn't stand up on his own for a while. Cause they told me you can't leave. You, the one guy told me I can leave, and then they said, hold on. And then I looked in the mirror, and they was like, oh, they trying to wake him up. It was like they, that's a thin line, man. If the dude loses life and right there, then I gotta go. They gotta arrest me and send me to the prison. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then your money got to be right to fight that case too. When they bring the charges,
Yeah.
you can't get no prosecutor. You got to have a real lawyer. You can't play that game.
Mhm. That's what I'm trying to avoid getting in that situation right there. Now, like you said, if I'm in my house, I'm stand my ground there.
Stand your ground. That's like that Kyle Rittenhouse stuff. How the people were so mad about that little white boy. But I mean, same thing. If somebody attacking you, can get him up out of there. You ain't got to
Hmm.
wait for him to shoot you. I mean, they pull a gun or a knife on you, it's over with. You ain't got to wait for him to shoot you. That's crazy. Who's going through that?
Yeah.
And that little white boy, he actually did everything he was supposed to do with that situation. Because he
Hmm.
tried to turn himself in on site, but they drove right past him. Then he went home, turned himself in to the police station.
Is that the boy that was crying on the stand or something like that? He
Was
looked like
he?
a little boy, but he was a grown
Yeah,
dude.
yeah. Was he like he was like 19 or some shit like that by the time he went to trial or something like that? Yeah, that's him.
That's him. Oh,
That's him.
I thought he went out there with a rifle.
He did, but he was out there helping like one of them businesses they had hired. They had like their own little makeshift militia because
Hmm.
Black Lives Matter was out there. The white people were scared about that. And then some kind of way he got detached from the group and he was walking and somebody tried to charge him with a knife. He popped his ass
Dang.
and another dude had a gun and he popped his ass. So I mean, he only shot them two people. He ain't like running
Yeah.
around just randomly shooting people. He shot
Right.
motherfuckers who trying to get up on him.
That was trying to get in. Okay. Yeah, I didn't even know nothing about that. I
And
was
they
like,
was white.
man.
They wasn't even black people he was shooting. They just happened to be during that Black Lives Matter protest, whatever city he was in, and people were so outraged because they felt like he had an AR-15. If the person was black, that wouldn't have happened. But
Hmm.
man, I mean, that's them people business. I don't even care about that too much. They
Hmm.
tried to attack him. He got him out of there.
Hmm. See, Eric Johnson, I think his name was Eric Derek Johnson or Eric Johnson, the one that barricaded himself in the building downtown Dallas. They had a protest right there, and you had a lot of more black people with their M16, AR-15, how you want to call it, and they was so-called legally toting them. But the guy named Eric Johnson,
That's the
he
one that was shooting up the police. That had their ass
mm,
had their ass backpedaling when he was
uh-huh,
over there. That wasn't him. That's a different
that's
dude.
him. That's him.
Man, that dude had their ass so bad they had to come up with some shit. Sent the robot over there and blew his ass up.
Yeah, David
I'm sure they
Brown.
got rid of. Is that the same dude I'm talking about? The one that they blew up with
Uh-huh.
the They had
The
that little
robot.
robot go over there with the fucking bomb and literally
Hmm.
blew that motherfucker up. You notice that police chief wasn't there no more. He disappeared.
David Brown. He moved
Yeah,
up north up there somewhere.
yeah. Once he did that shit, he disappeared. Man, I ain't never seen no crazy shit like that. You
Cause
would knock her ass off.
if you ask me, see David Brown. I think he went to my high school before, but if you ask me, I think he was pushed into doing that. I don't think he wanted to do that.
Shit, man, that's some crazy. That's some shit. That's some straight up illegal shit right there. They just get away with all kind of crazy shit, man. It blow the man the fuck up, man.
Hmm. See, that was the first time they ever did that to a
Yeah,
human
they
being.
never did shit like that.
That shouldn't have been allowed.
Nah.
You know, in the military, they got the Geneva Convention where as
Yeah.
you can't hit a human with uh, 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 a gun that shoots at vehicles because it'll blow the body in half, right? Uh,
Yeah.
so here they are sending a bomb on a human being when the police first job is to preserve life, right?
Some life when you start shooting at the motherfuckers, they change the whole situation.
Exactly, because they're not there to serve and preserve life and stuff. They are there on a mission, and they, like I said, they talked that guy David Brown into doing that because the dude David Brown, I know. Well, that same dude David Brown, his son got into some stuff in around that same time, so he was going through some shit.
But you look at
His
the
son got
police cars,
killed,
they don't even have protect and serve on them no more. None of them police cars now, most of them in most cities, they don't even have
hmm
protect and serve on them shits no more.
and somebody pointed it out. Probably on it was on either one of the shows, the FTV or Drew Titan, where on that badge, police badge, there's a man with a whip.
Oh, is it? I ain't noticed that.
Hmm. I got a picture of it. I keep all that little stuff like that just so I can remind myself to go back to it and uh, uh, and understand to try to understand the police stuff.
You don't understand the people, man.
Yeah, because see, they was the I guess the original police were were bull haulers. I mean not bull haulers. My bad.
Straight.
um, uh, rawhide herders, cow herders or whatever. People that go out to get the cattle and bring it back in,
Yeah.
and they travel like moving the cows here and all that. But when they ended up getting the job of uh, tracking down slaves and stuff and bringing them back to the reservation, with the bloodhounds and all this stuff. Get them blue, you know, and those are the ones I think they probably had whips. I was going up through these streets. I mean the highway up through Texas. I stopped in the city called not stopped, but I went through the city called Childress. I think it was Childress or Corner, but I saw a guy walking across the street with a whip in his hand. Right?
Hey, Kyle, you got that. You sound like you got that lingering COVID cough, man. That's that shit right there.
Hello, 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 hello.
With it.